Holiday Monday together. Lots of great shows, lots of great demos, lots of amazing deals for you as well. And get involved with the show. If you want to message in, say hi, ask a question or anything like that, we're live and interactive right the way through from 1 o'clock until 9 o'clock tonight. So that's the email address, but of course the easiest way to send us a message is via the app and via the website as well, where it says contact the studio. And Ellie, who's on today, can put that on the screen and we can just interact with each other all day long. Okay, what have we got for Bank Holiday Monday then? What's coming up between now and 9 o'clock? We've got Pretty in Paper by B. Bethan and Mum Mandy are back with us. A mega bundle deal. If you've never tried it before, you're going to absolutely love it. If you want to shop ahead of us, it's all on the website now. Shop ahead. 2 o'clock, we've got Sizzix Card Making Bonanza with crazy deals. Lovely Sharon is here with some clearance prices from Sizzix. 3 shows, 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and also 7 o'clock. Then we've got Tonic Studios, Forest Friends, a brand new die set. That's with Jodie at 3 o'clock. Also, she's going to be here a bit later on as well. Is she back later on or not? Just one show? Oh, yeah, 6 o'clock. Yeah. So 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock for Tonic. Then at 4, we've got We Are Makers. The cinch machine with Carla is back. The mink cinch, which is going to be absolutely great. You can do your foiling, you can do your laminating, and you can also, of course, do your thermal binding as well. A couple of shows with Carla today, one at 4 o'clock and one at 8 o'clock. So that is basically how we look for the rest of Bank Holiday Monday, the 21st of April. Let me introduce you to Bethan, who's over there, and Mum Mandy, who's over here. Welcome both. Hiya, you all right?
Hello.
Welcome back. Good to see you, Mandy. You all right?
Yeah, good to see you.
Now, Bethan, you've got a problem with your foot, so you can't walk very easily at the
So
moment.
I'm full of a cold and have a broken foot, which is why I'm sat down today, which also feels a little bit odd to be sat down on Hobby Maker, but I'm here and in one piece. So.
Absolutely. So, yeah, you're both here to talk through what we're going to call a mega bundle. Now, tell us about this art form, this form of paper folding, basically, is what it is, Mandy, isn't it?
So it's called iris folding. If you think painting by numbers, but using paper strips instead of paint to cover up some numbers, so you have a pattern with numbers on, and you fold some paper strips, that gives you the 3D effect into a spiral, and you have a beautiful iris folding design at the end of it. And
this is a celebration kit we've got for you here today. Have a little look at this. I don't know how close we can get, but this is what iris folding is all about. It almost creates like a spiral staircase effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And we can do it in the traditional iris folding spiral, like this card that Dave's showing you now, which is part of our aperture pack, or you can do an alternative effect, like a stripy effect, which we've used in a couple of our whiskey glasses, which we'll come on to in the main kit.
Okay, now the big bundle we've got for you, which I'm sure is going to really appeal to an awful lot of you. This is called the Mega Bundle Celebration Pack. Now, if you look at our steps over there, Bethan and Mandy have beautifully laid it all out for you. Basically, the top 2 steps you've got there is your Razor Glass project kit, which you can buy separately if you want to. You're going to get 10 greeting cards and 2 art projects in there, so 12 projects in total. And as you can see, you get a lot in there, your templates and everything that you need to follow. Plus you've got your papers, you've got some ribbons in there, you've got some gemstones, you've got some adhesive double-sided foam pads in there as well. So everything you need to make those 12 projects are in that. But then you're also going to get your extra aperture cards, which are down at the front, or on the 3rd step down. You've got your champagne glasses, you've got your gin, and you've got your wine as well. Now, normally the aperture cards wouldn't come with any of the papers. You have to supply those separately. But if you buy the big bundle today, you're going to get all those aperture cards, and you're also going to get, of course, all the colour-themed papers down the bottom too. As well as each pack having 30 pages in it, you're also going to get the bumper pack of metallics, which has got 60 in it as well. So we worked out there's 270 papers.
Yeah, 270 sheets of paper between the papers in the kit and those packs, and it's all the different colours that you need to make the gin, the wine, the champagne, all of the different glasses and styles of kind of celebration cards that you see today.
So you can make 19 cards. Yep. And 2 wall art projects as well.
Exactly.
So 21 projects in this bumper bundle. And as a bonus, not only are you going to get, of course, all the extra papers, colour themed, you've got the kind of tealy colours, purple, pinks and reds in there. You're also going to get, as a bonus, a free tape dispenser with 3 rolls of low tack tape as well. And if you want a specific colour, and basically colours will vary, but if you want a specific colour, you can either choose blue, lilac or pink just by messaging Beth, and she'll look out for your order and make sure you get the colour of your request. But if you're not really that bothered about what colour it is, just order it. Now, it should be £152.90 for everything if you bought it separately, okay? Our price today, and it's going to be on split pay as well. You can get all of that. That should keep you occupied throughout the whole summer, basically, for £119.99, and it will be and is on split pay as well. And the split pay, how many have we got? 3-way split pay, or could it be 4? I think it might be 4. Yeah, it is. Yeah, 4-way split pay. $29.99 is all you need to pay today if you want split pay. And then the next $29.99 comes off your card in 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, and so on. But that is the sort of thing that you can create. I mean, it doesn't take that long to do one of these cards, really, does it? If you put your mind to it.
No, I mean, the smaller cards, there are 2 single champagne glass cards in the kit that are just A6 and I think in total they're about 20-25 folds, and if you're used to iris folding, you can make that in less than half an hour.
Yeah.
If you're new to it, then it might take you a little bit longer just while you're figuring it out and following the pattern, but not much longer. You'd still do it in less than 45 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, and they really do make wonderful cards, which you'll cherish. Yeah, but sometimes cards get given, sometimes card gets displayed, and then they get put in a drawer somewhere and forgotten about for years. This sort of iris folding is something that you can put in a frame, put on the wall, and just have out and enjoy for years to come. Now, if everyone checks out, 10% of the entire stock of this mega bundle has gone. Do we ship to the USA? No, we don't at the moment. Okay, so non-USA, I'm afraid, on this one, but certainly if you're in the UK, you can take advantage of one capped P&P of £4.95 for all of your orders for today. So if you buy 10 things between now and 9 o'clock tonight, which many of you probably will, one P&P applies to all of your orders of just £4.95. Now, if you just want the Razor Glass on its own, the Razor Glass project, so that basically is the box that's next to me here and the top 2 steps. So that's going to give you the 12 projects that we talked about. So you're going to get 10 greeting cards, and you're going to get 2 of the art projects for obviously beautiful wall art, that sort of thing. But you've got everything that you associate with celebrations, whether it's wine glass, gin glass, champagne.
And we've made it even easier with this kit because we've embellished the stems, the glass stems.
Yeah.
We used to do a kit called Time to Celebrate, which was 6 glasses.
Yeah.
But you had to cut out the stem out of glitter card to finish it off, really, make it look like a glass.
Yeah.
And we realised that was a bit finicky. Sometimes people struggle with that fine motor cutting and they just don't want to do it. You know, they enjoy the iris folding. So we've embellished the designs with the stems and with this extra, what we call paint spatter effect around the cards. So
it gives the impression of fizz and celebration and fun.
Yeah, it's all that party popper kind of pizzazz.
I mean, that one there that we're looking at, that could be like a bourbon or a whiskey or a cognac or something, couldn't it?
Or Baileys.
That's what we were thinking, like Baileys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's basically raising a glass, celebrating whatever the occasion may be. Now, remember, that is in the main bundle as well, but if you just want the Razor Glass on its own, you want those 12 projects, and that's all you want, £64.99 is your price for that today. And that's on a 2-way split pay. So that's OG 4336, so that is £32.49. But do bear in mind, if you go for the big mega bundle, okay, it's on 4-way split pay, but it's even less to pay today, just £29.99 if you want all of it. And then we've also got our 3 aperture cards as well. So that is basically what's on the 3rd step. Now, these don't come with the papers, do they, Bethan?
No.
No. So you're going to, how many card blanks do you get in the apertures?
So, Mandy, my mum's got some in front of her there.
So we've got 3 packs
Right.
in that we've brought with us today. So this is the wine glass pack. I don't know if you want to hold that one, Dave, while I just hold the other 2.
Yeah.
Each pack makes 3 cards. As you can see, we include 3 card blanks to mount the iris folded wine glass on.
Yeah.
And with this, we've gone for a red wine, a white wine, and a rosé. So that's the wine.
So you don't get the papers, you just
You
basically
don't
get
get
the
the
aperture
papers.
cards.
If you're going to buy the aperture card bundle, you just get the apertures, the card blanks, the envelopes.
Yeah.
So again, if
And
you
the
can
pattern.
hold one.
Sure.
And the pattern, obviously to make the iris folding. So this is our gin glass. Again, we've gone for a pink gin, a kind of greeny mint gin, and a purpley. What do you call that? Purple.
Parma violet.
Parma violet liqueur.
Yeah.
There, that's it. Again, 3 card blanks, 3 apertures with the stems. You'll notice it's quite fine because Bethan did this really lovely watercolour stem that we've printed on the aperture, so you don't need to cut out an aperture, a stem.
So just so there's no confusion, what you're looking at the moment is basically 3 sets of the 3 aperture cards, plus of course the patterns that you need to follow. If you've already got papers yourself, which we know many of you will have, that's why Bethan offers you this deal. So you can get the aperture cards on their own with the patterns for £27.99. You get 3 of the wine glass, 3 of the gin glass, and 3 of the
Double champagne.
Yep. There you go.
So again, if you buy the mega bundle, you actually get all of the papers that you need because we've put exactly the right colours that we've used in these samples. The new paper pack, the precious metals paper pack, is what we've used to do the gold and silver double champagne here.
Sure.
And you could use that same paper pack with the other double champagne, but we've done a rosé kind of sparkly wine here as well.
So there's something for everybody, but obviously the best value is the mega bundle. Even if you don't use all of it straight away, you know, we all give cards for different things, for different purposes. Normally it's a celebratory, whether it's a birthday, whether it's an anniversary, an engagement, a civil partnership, whatever it might be. These are going to be absolutely perfect. And you can make them ahead of the game, ahead of time, and have enjoyment doing it as well at the same time. So just to recap, you're going to get the razor glass box, which is everything on the top 2 tiers of the steps. You're then going to get the aperture cards that normally wouldn't come with papers, but if you go for the mega bundle, you're going to get all the papers you can see on the bottom step included extra. Each of the different colours has got 30 sheets in it. Plus you're going to get 60 sheets of your metallics, and you're also going to get your tape dispenser as well, which holds all your paper in place, obviously. That's normally £10. It's going to be added into your order absolutely free of charge. Colours will vary. If you do specifically want a certain colour, we'll give you the email address that you can email Bethan in a few seconds, and you can choose whether you want the pink, the lavender, or whether you want the blue. And what is your email address, Bethan?
So it's info@prettyinpaperbyb.com. So if you send us an email with your preferred colour, so like Dave said, we've got the blue, the lilac and the pink. We will just choose randomly if you don't let us know, so you will get one, don't worry about that. But if you do have a really strong preference about something that you would like, drop us an email and we'll do what we can to send you the colour.
Now, Bethan, if everyone checks out their baskets, everybody seems to be going for the mega bundle at the moment. 30% of that has gone already on this bank holiday Monday afternoon. £119.99. You're saving best part of about 40 odd pounds, about £42 off the price by buying it like that. And just to know that you've got everything in there, including the adhesive tape, all the extra papers, the celebratory gold metallics as well, all in there.
Exactly, and you've also got your sentiments for different special occasions. You've got everything you need to kind of embellish and add the finishing touches to these designs. So it kind of sets you up, like Dave said, for the 19 cards and 2 wall art. So you're going to be covered for all your big occasions this year.
And you'll have lots of paper left over too.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. And if you do want the papers on their own, if that's what you're after, if you're running out, they are going to be on the website. You can buy those on their own. All the different colours are there, packs of 30 for around about £6.99 they are. So again, if you order the big bundle, you think, actually, I want to get more of this or more of that, it's all on the website for you. And whenever Bethan's not here, her brand page is always on our website as well. So you can actually order by Pretty in Paper B. You can order those anytime, provided the stock is there. And if you do want the new metallic papers, which are brand new today, 60 sheets in there, they're going to be £12.99. They're on the website individually for you as well. Okay, Bethan, you're going to open up the razor glass,
should we have a look inside? Okay, so this is the razor glass project kit. So let's open it up and have a look. Okay, so in here, you get a little message from Mandy in this one, actually. You'll see each of us sometimes leave different messages. So sometimes it's me, sometimes it's Callum, and this one is Mandy, my mum. Let's have a look inside.
It's a family business, this though, Bethan, isn't it?
Definitely. It's all hands on deck, and my brother Callum and his partner Amanda will be at home busy packing these today. So let's have a look. Now inside you get 20 bows.
Yeah.
So you get a mix of golds and silvers in different tones there. So you've got a couple of different tones of gold and a couple of different shades of silver, just so that you can tie in the different coloured papers that we use here, because there's different tones and shades to them. And they're really nice to add finishing touches to the stems, like you'll see on some of the samples. You also get your instruction booklet. So if you're new to iris folding, don't worry. This walks you through the process step by step. And it tells you about your aperture, some hints and tips, how to prepare your papers, how to iris fold. And you've got a QR code there that you can scan to watch videos on our YouTube channel. So if you like a tutorial video, you can have a watch online there. Then you've got some 3mm gems. So these, you've got such a wide range of colours in here to tie in lots of the different colours on the samples. And as you can see from the designs, we've added these to that kind of watercolour paint splatter around the card that's pre-printed, just to bring out some of the colours so they really pop and catch your eye.
So they could be bubbles from fizz and that sort of thing, yeah?
Exactly. You can add them to the top of the champagne glasses for like Prosecco bubbles, and they work quite well.
Actually, I've got one here just to show you quickly.
Oh, there you go.
But if I just show you this. Just a few of those little gemstones on the top of the champagne glass makes all the difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Cute. Love it.
Okay, next we've got some foam sticky pads. Now you've got 3 sheets in here because there's quite a lot of folds in these designs, and sometimes you need to double layer them just to create a bit more depth between the folds of the paper and the card, but I'll show you how to use those a bit later. Now, in this kit, we've included gold and silver stickers in both numbers and letters. And this is because for special occasions, we thought it's often quite nice to add a personal touch, to add a date or a number if it's a 60th birthday, names if it's a wedding card. So you'll see on some of the samples that we've used these to put a wedding date or couples' names, things like that, just to make them more personal, particularly for the wall art with the double champagne glasses, as you'll see. That's got the date and a wedding date and some names on, which makes a really lovely gift.
Like that a lot. Nearly 40% gone, Bethan, on this.
Now, these are hanging tabs. So this is what you can use to put on the back of your wall art pictures. If you don't want to frame them and you want to kind of keep them nice and the colours crystal clear, you can put these on the back of the pictures and use them to hang them on the wall without a frame if you want to. Or you can, like you see, we've put the triple glass in a frame, so you can do that too. If they do fit nicely in frames if you want to.
Perfect.
Now, papers. So there are 30 different colours in here, so give me a second to try fan these out for you, because this is just half of them. And you'll notice for the first time ever, we have designed and printed our own pattern papers to go with this kit. And you'll notice that the pattern on them ties in perfectly with the printed paint splatter on the cards. So you'll see that the colours of the papers blend in nicely to the designs on the cards and also create that kind of swirling liquid flowing of the glass, the kind of wine or the beer around. So you'll notice how the patterns also pull in those colours of the other papers. You've got your sparkle papers to add a little kind of bit of luxury premium feel to it, a bit of shine, and then you've got your coloured plate papers to kind of soften and blend it out together.
And the quality of the paper and the thickness of it is crucial to iris folding, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is all 80 to 100 GSM, and this is the kind of the right balance between being able to fold it and create that crisp edge, but not too thick that it gets too bulky on the back. So that's half of them. You've got some silvers, some browns for kind of your Baileys and your whiskies. You've got some rose golds for your rosé or your pink champagne there. And then the other half, let's
You
get
get
under
tons
here.
in the box, and this is only part of the big bundle, remember?
So there's 60 sheets of 60 sheets, that's hard to say, 60 sheets of paper in 30 different colours in here. You've got 7 different of the patterned ones with the kind of marbled paint splatter effect. And you've got pearl and sparkle in here as well as your bright colours. So now we're going to the golds, your kind of orangey tones for your beers or your lagers, and obviously your reds for your red wine.
So for you then, if a card was being made for you, what colour card will be used or paper will be used? What are you a fan of?
It would probably be a pink wine glass, I think.
Wine.
As much as I love red wine, anyone who knows me knows pastel pink is my favourite colour. I'm obsessed with pastel pink.
A glass of rosé would go down a tree.
Exactly.
Right.
It would be a pastel pink champagne glass or wine glass if someone was making me one. Okay, so we're still going. We don't even think we're halfway yet. You've also next got some glitter card. Now this is what you'll notice on the samples is in the middle of the iris folding. So this draws your eye into the centre of the card, extra bit of sparkle to the front. Now under here, let's start showing you the different apertures and designs that you make. So you've got 2 of these A6 champagne glasses. I don't know if you can see, but there is a little bit of kind of a paint sprinkle on there to add a little bit of a fizz to that champagne. So you've got 2 A6, you've got 1 in the grey there and 1 pink and gold. And like Mandy said, the stems are pre-printed for you to make your crafting so much easier than fiddling around with tiny little embellishments. You've got 2 of the double champagne designs, so these are really nice for anniversaries, weddings, big occasions, and you can add in kind of dates and names in the middle here, and you've got that little splatter again just for a bit of fizz, and these are actually on pearlised card. So these card blanks, as you can see, you've got 1 in the kind of gold pearl there, and you've got another one in the silver pearl. So these just, I think it makes it feel even more special. And for big occasions like weddings or big anniversaries, you want a card that's really memorable and something to keep and treasure. So we thought pearlised card was good for that.
All the sizing of everything, you've taken care of all of that. Everything fits.
Exactly.
perfectly.
Everything fits. So you'll get a nice little margin around the edge of the card. So you'll still see some of that colour come through, and you stick it on and mount it to the front. And then the colours of the card tie in with the colours of the paint splatter and the papers that you can use in the kit as well.
Perfect. That's the sort of card you can make with those apertures, aren't they lovely? Engagement, weddings, civil partnerships, all that sort of thing, perfect for that.
And then next we have our whiskey glass, or it could be a Bailey's or kind of a Negroni, any kind of spirit that you might have on ice fits quite nicely on here. So you've got lovely kind of brown tones here that work for, like I said, the Bailey's earlier, or a darker whiskey. And then underneath, you've got kind of your orangey and maroon tones, same shape again, but different coloured paint splatter and different design there for a different style card.
I love the personalisation side of it, because everyone's got a favourite drink.
Yes.
So if you know that person's favourite drink, which I'm sure you do, you can personalise the card not only with their name and their age if it's a birthday, but also their favourite tipple.
Exactly. So next up we have our beer pint glass. So this is kind of more lager inspired, so you've got your lighter oranges and yellows in here. And then underneath we've got our ale inspired card, so you've got more kind of deeper orangey brownie tones to create more of your pale ales or your IPAs, depending on what people fancy. And then last but not least, we have the two wine glasses. So we've got the rosé inspired wine glass here. So as you see, stems printed on for you, so no need to worry about that. And again, the colours of the splatter tie in perfectly with our papers and our card. And then we have the red wine glass, which is one of our most popular designs, is a red wine glass. The reds, I think, just are really nice and bold, and especially with the patterned paper that we've put in, and you'll see on the sample over there, that just pulls in the splatter at the side really quite nicely to create the flow throughout the glass.
Look at that. Isn't that just a pure card of celebration, isn't it? Really, really is. Now, we are so busy for this. This is the Raise the Glass Project Kit box, okay? Now, if you want that on its own, if that's all you want, what we've shown you with Bethan so far, it's coming up on the right-hand side of your screen. That's £64.99 on its own. But of course, if you go for the mega bundle, you're then going to get the extra aperture cards with the papers, and you're going to get the free tape dispenser, of course, as well. Well, that's worth £10, and that's on the left of the screen. So if you want that one, that's NK4314. If you want the Raise the Glass box on its own, then that's £64.99, and that's OG4336, and there's still more in the box.
Yeah, no, we're still going. So next up we have our printed greetings and embellishments. So you've got lots of greetings here in the similar colours to the kit, so your silvers, your golds, your reds, your pinks, all of the different to mark your big occasions. So you've got on your wedding day, your happy birthday, you've got cheers, best wishes, congratulations, all of the different ones that you can imagine really to fit these themes, and way more than you need for the 10 cards in the kit. And then underneath here, these banners and tags have been designed for those stickers that you saw earlier. So you can use these to add names or dates or initials or things like that. So you'll see how we've added a little name tag to the rosé wine over there, and a little banner with dates and names on for the champagne glass art. So you can kind of customise those with the alphabet letters and numbers that are in here.
Perfect. Okay, demo is on the way. Loads of you now are coming in for the mega bundle, which is going to give you the Razor Glass collection, plus you're going to get the aperture cards with the extra papers and the metallics as well. 270 papers you're going to get in the mega bundle kit, plus the tape dispenser with 3 rolls of the adhesive tape to hold your iris folding in place. Can I quickly also just mention, if you want just the sentiments, if you've already got some projects from Bethan and you're thinking, I just need sentiments really, that's what I'm running out of, or you haven't got any, there's 270 sentiments in this, pre-printed. You can easily trim them with a trimmer, no problem at all. That's only £8 if you want it. That's available separately there, that is. That's UN4360 if you just want the sentiments on their own. That's for every type of celebration really, isn't it?
Yeah, we call it our Rainbows Essentials pack, because you've got so many different greetings coloured. You've got colourways all the way through, from reds to greens to golds to silvers, all the way through, just to kind of cover your bases and have a sentiment there for every occasion.
Now, I've got to ask you, your mum, Mandy, did you start it and then Bethan take it on, or was it Bethan's idea?
Right. No, it's entirely Bethan's business. I think I probably first taught her how to do iris folding when she was a child. But during lockdown, she had this idea of making cards and then sharing them on Instagram. And within 2 or 3 months, she'd got tens of thousands of followers.
Wow.
Yeah.
But people started messaging to say, how do you do it? I want to have a go. So she had this idea of putting together patterns and kits and just getting people on the way, really.
So you ought to blame For Bethan getting it started, okay. And of course,
Yeah.
Callum, your brother, is involved in the business as well.
Yeah.
And I've seen it massively take off in popularity since you've been here at Hobbymaker. Everybody loves it. But how do you do it? What's the technique? Can anybody do it? Anyone can, can't they?
Absolutely, and I'll walk you through the process step by step. But this, in fact, the next thing in the box is quite important to the process. So with iris folding, you always have a numbered pattern that looks a bit like this. And this is your template that you can reuse over and over again. And I'll talk you through how this works. But it's very similar to paint by numbers. So you'll also have a colour guide that looks like this, and it tells you what number is each colour. So as you can see for the wine glass colour guide up here, we've got paper colour A, B, C, D and E. It tells you need 5 colours, and this tells you which colour is each number. And you follow it step by step. So I'll give you a demo shortly, but in this box you've got patterns for champagne glass, the wine glass, the whiskey glass and the pint glass, and then you've got colour guides to match. Underneath, you also get the wall art aperture, so that's the triple glasses cut out for you with a piece of card ready for you to mount it. And again, you can use those colours to tie it in. You can put it in a frame if you want to, or you can just use the hanging tabs and give it as a gift like that.
Maybe you've got a home bar or a bar cabinet or something like that. That would look
Or
great.
a nice kind of space in your kitchen.
Yeah.
It's a good kitchen kind of gift or decoration. If you've got someone with a wedding coming up or an anniversary, we thought these kind of pictures are nice gifts as well as cards, because then it's something that they can display and hold on to. And that's exactly what we thought about when we designed this double champagne art. So this comes with a picture mount. Just move that there. This comes with a mount, so you can add your finishing touches of your mount to it, and you can put your date and your names, like on the example we've got over there. It's got the wedding date and a couple of names on, because we thought for anniversary or weddings, this would be quite a nice gift. And this does fit in an 8x8 inch frame. So if you did want to frame it, 8x8 inches, box frames you typical get at your kind of high street stores you can find. You can put that in a frame if you wanted.
I mean, look at that. Personalised with a date on it as well. For a happy couple's anniversary or wedding or civil partnership. Perfect, absolutely perfect. And remember, the bows are included too in the mega bundle as well. So everything you need to make the card from start to finish is in there. And you've still got some more?
Yep, we're still going. So we've just got to our insert paper. So you've got insert paper to size for those different card designs, which is a kind of a linen texture, just to add a nice premium feel to it. At the minute, these are the same size as the card blanks, and you can cut them down if you like a little coloured border on the inside, but that's up to you. So you can use them as they are, which they'd line up perfectly, or you can cut them down if you want a bit of a border inside.
Perfect.
And then in the bottom, finally, we have all your envelopes. So you've got 10 envelopes here for the 10 cards. 4 square, 2 C6 and 4 C5 in the bottom.
Now, a demo is coming from Bethan to show you how to do it, and it couldn't be simpler. I mean, it looks, when you look at the card, you kind of think, how on earth has anyone done that? I'd never be able to do this. It's a case of literally painting by numbers, but we're using paper, coloured paper instead of paints and crayons and stuff like that. Now, I've got to let you know, rather than wait till the demo and then order it at the end of it, if you order it now, you can get one for immediate dispatch, because over half the stock has now gone or is in people's baskets right now. So if you want the big bundle, it's on 4-way split pay, which means you only have to pay $29.99 for it today, and then 3 more payments of $29.99 in a month, 2 months and 3 months' time. But you get everything you can see there, including the extra papers. Remember, but each pack of those coloured papers at the bottom, there's 30 in each one, in the blues, the purples, the pinks, and so on, or the reds. And then the precious metals, you've got 60 in there. So there's 270 papers, and they've been hand-picked to be the perfect colours to use with the templates. And then, of course, the razor glass is on the top 2 shelves there, which is a self-contained kit in its own right, which you can buy separately, but it will be in the mega bundle if you go for that. So it's $119.99 today. NK4314 is your item number. It looks like it could well sell out before 2 o'clock the way we're going at the moment. Okay, so what do we need? Anything, just a pair of scissors, I suppose, is the only thing you need?
Yes, so scissors, sellotape and blue tack. So speaking of tape, and we mentioned the tape dispenser earlier, I'll hand over to my Mandy, my mum Mandy, I'm mixing my words up today, my Mandy, my mum, and she can talk you through our mini tape dispensers while I get started.
Now, this is what comes as a free gift.
Yep, if you buy the mega bundle, you can get it as a free gift. If you want a tape dispenser, but you just want to buy the razor glass project kit, you can buy this on its own.
For £10.
For £10. Yeah. You get a tape dispenser, and you get some 3 rolls of sticky tape.
Yep.
Comes in a nice little box, so it's a nice little craft gift actually.
It is actually.
For
And I
somebody
mentioned, I said it was low-tack tape before. It's not actually, is it? It's proper high-tack to hold the papers in place.
That's right, yeah, because you need to hold the paper strips in place. As Bethan was saying, think painting by numbers, but instead of painting over the numbers with the paint, you're going to stick paper strips over the numbers in the right colour, and to do that you use the sticky tape.
So if you go for the mega bundle, you will get one of those at random. Colours may vary. Blue is on the screen at the moment if you want to buy a blue one on its own. It's UD4370. If you want the lilac one, that's coming up now on the screen. That's going to be £10 as well with the 3 rolls of very sticky tape, FU4341. And if you want the pink, which I think is always normally the favourite one, pink is there for £10, different item number. That's coming up any second, AH4360. AH4360, just £10, plus you get 3 rolls of the tape as well.
Is it worth talking people through the paper packs? That,
Yeah.
Because they can buy those individually on the website.
I tell you what, before we get to that, let me just remind you of the sentiments that we flashed up a few minutes ago. Lots of you are loving these. You've got 270 sentiments in there. It's only £8 and it's printed on cards, so you can easily, with a trimmer, just cut those sentiments out really easily. And you've got things like congratulations, have a wonderful day, birthday wishes, just to say. So it's for every type of celebration you can think of, but there's numerous sheets in there, 270 of them in total. Now, if you do want the extra papers on their own, today's the day that we've got the brand new one, which is the 60 precious metals. So you've got the pearlized, the plain and the sparkle. 60 sheets of this, brand new today. It will be in the mega bundle if you go for it. But if you want it on its own, it's available separately at just £12.99. But look at the effect and the finish it gives you. That is so impressive. And using the different finishes in each of the glasses, you've got a mixture there of the pearlescent and the shiny and beautiful.
That's what gives this nice 3D spiral effect with iris folding. If you use all the same colour, I mean, it still looks impressive because you can tell that you've had to do something a bit complicated to make it. But if you choose your papers so that you get a bit of contrast in each of the sides of the spiral, it really pops when you turn it over.
Really does. So if you fancy that today, if you're already into your iris folding, you've already got templates, you're not interested in the big kit, you just want some beautiful metallic paper, £12.99 for your 60 sheets, and that's CO4362. And then we've also got the other coloured paper packs for you, pearlized and plain, the Heather Haze, which is that particular one there. So again, you're going to get half of them. Oh no, hang on. There's various different shades and various different finishes. So you get 2 finishes and 5 different colours.
That's right. In a 30 paper pack, it's 5 different colours, 6 sheets of each colour.
There we go. That's Heather Haze. So if you want that, that's just £6.99 and it will make something as beautiful as that. So you're kind of themed designer gins and that sort of thing, yeah?
That's right, yeah.
Then you've got your pinks, which would be Bethan's choice. A nice rosé, something like that. A blush champagne. This one is your candy floss. So again, 30 sheets, that's going to be £6.99. And the glitter paper, by the way, is all encapsulated. That doesn't come off, does it?
Exactly, it's non-shed.
Then we've got rose gold, always my favourite, rose gold.
So that was the other champagne glass that we made using the rose gold paper pack.
And that is £6.99 as well. But remember, all of this will be in your main bundle if you're buying the mega collection. But for those of you that want the individuals, we have got that separately. We've got Scarlet Symphony for your red wine lovers. There we go. So 30 sheets in that one again, 6 of each of the colour shades, £6.99 for that one. And then Hobby Maker Colours is the Sea Breeze, that kind of lovely tealy turquoisey combination. That again is different item number, £6.99 for all 30 sheets. And that's BA4362. And all the other colourways of paper will be on the website for you as well. But everybody's itching to find out how to do it.
Yes. Okay, so I've got myself set up now. And the first thing I've done is I've just used a little bit of white tack to stick my pattern to a cutting mat here, but you can stick it to the table. I quite like a cutting mat because then if I want to stop halfway through, I can kind of move it away quite easily without moving anything. So I've got that there, and I've just put a couple more bits of white tack on the front of my design here, because I'm going to flip it over and we're going to work from the back and line, so it lines up quite nicely there, so you can see the numbers and lines through the middle. So just make sure that's stuck down.
One thing we've not talked about, Bethan, as well, sorry to interrupt you, but before we came on air today, you did a Facebook Live with Adam.
Yes, with Cats Protection, with our Cats Protection collaboration. We did.
So if anyone wants to watch that back a bit later on, so some of the money raised was going towards Cats Protection. All you have to do is put shop deals in the comments section. If you look at the Facebook the Facebook page, it's got the actual show on it, and that takes you to a secret part of our website where you can get those deals and it benefits Cats.
Exactly. So 20% of the Cats Protection products, so any of the products that have the kind of Craft for Cats logo on, 20% goes to the charity. And if you want to see a little bit more about what they're up to, because they do a lot of crafting for cats collaborations, have a look at the Craft for Cats Facebook group.
Okay, so yeah, that's where you'll find out more about it. And you raised quite a bit of money this morning, I think.
Exactly, yeah, it's been really, and there's still time to shop, like Dave said. So if you want to help us fundraise for Cats Protection, who do lots as well as rehoming and supporting stray cats with medical bills and things like that, they do way more beyond that. But yeah, if you want to join and help us raise some money, have a look at the show earlier.
Terrific. Okay.
Okay, so I've picked out 5 colours here because, as I said earlier, our wine glass, oh, let me slide this down, there you go. Our wine glass has got 5 different coloured boxes at the top. So I've picked out 5 colours and I've gone with kind of pinky, no surprise, pinky, rose goldy colours here. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to put them together in a pile and cut. I'm going to start off by cutting 2 strips, roughly 2 centimetres an inch. It doesn't need to be straight or an exact, which is why I'm just running through these with my scissors. But if you've got a little guillotine at home, you can just slide them through there. I'd start with a couple of each colour, and you can always cut more later on. I'm using one of the pattern papers that we designed, so that's got the similar colours into the front of this rosé wine glass, so I thought it would tie in quite nicely. Now, because I'm using different colours to what my guide is here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the end off a little bit of each colour, so let's just make sure I've got one of each colour, and put it in the box of the colour that I'm going to use instead to help me remember what colour goes where. So I think I'm going to have cream in that one.
So it's almost like a little colour swatch for you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, is thinking a little bit of colour swatch. And I'm thinking kind of carefully because I'm thinking, where do I want each colour on my wine glass? And what will help you figure that out, if you look for the first number in the corners, that'll tell you where the colour's going to start. So paper colour A has number 1. So paper colour A is going to be up here. And I actually often quite like the patterned paper to start from near the top because it often brings it down into the swirl. So I think I'm going to put the patterned paper there.
So you choose what colours are going to be number 1 and so on.
Exactly. So I'm just kind of thinking carefully about what colour do I want where. Let's have that as 6. In fact, let's put the cream as number 6. Put those like that. Oh, put that one up there. Okay, so I've put the little bits and put them underneath so I can see my numbers still. Now the aircon's it's on in here and I'm worried all my little pieces are going to blow away towards me. But we'll see how we get on. Okay, so with iris folding, you always start in number order. So you start at number 1, so you look for 1 on your pattern and 1 on the colour guide. So number 1 is in the patterned paper. So I'm going to grab a strip of my patterned paper and fold lengthways. I'd say about 1/2 centimetre. It doesn't really matter how much you fold it over. It doesn't even need to be straight. You're just creating a fold for a bit of depth in the design. And then you're going to cut a section big enough to cover the number 1 on the pattern. So the folded edge will go along the line and the strip needs to be big enough to extend over each side. And what I like to do is just fold it where my nail is so I know where to cut. So I can cut that section. And like I said before, folded edge goes along the line and we're covering up the area that number 1 is in. And the flap, the folded side here, faces upwards.
Would you use like a bone folder, get a nice crease?
You can do, but actually sometimes not folding it quite so harshly gives you more depth. Because if you push the crease really flat, your design's going to be flatter. It actually varies quite significantly on how much you kind of bend the paper. For a flatter, more compact design, yes, use a bone folder to crease it. But if you want a little bit more 3D or depth, not using a bone folder and just very gently folding the paper will give you that more depth. So it depends on the kind of feel you want to go for. So covered up number 1, and then I'm just going to use my sticky tape at each end, being careful not to get any tape in this window here or over the side of the card. So always keep the tape over the paper to stick it down. I sometimes put a little bit in each corner, and that's it.
And that tape dispenser is invaluable. It's like another pair of hands, isn't it?
Exactly. Not being able to, like, without a tape dispenser, it takes you so much longer.
Yeah.
And with these mini tape dispensers, the tape's actually quite thin, if you notice there. So it's quite hard to see on a camera because it's reflective. But this tape is actually only 12 millimeters thick, so it's small pieces, which means for iris folding, when you're sticking smaller strips down, it's much easier to maneuver.
Right.
So number 1's down. Number 2 is at the bottom of the pattern. And number 2 on my colour guide is in this kind of salmony colour here. So grab a strip of my salmon. It's the same thing again. Fold lengthways, doesn't need to be straight. Cut a section big enough to cover the number and tape at each end to stick it down. And that's it.
And
So
that's
I'm
as
just
difficult as it gets. It's dead simple.
That's all there is to it. You just keep going around number order. So I'll go to number 3 next, check my guide, and I'll build it up layer by layer.
Okay, now we have had some messages come through as well, so while Bethan's carrying on with that, the thing is, the lovely thing about iris folding that I love is the more you do it, the messier it looks on the back. And at the end of it, you kind of think, oh, it doesn't look that good, and then you turn it over and it's, oh, wow. You get that wow factor, don't you?
You get a really big wow factor. It's really lovely. I often do the make and take table when we do craft shows and things. And actually seeing from young children to older experienced crafters, everybody kind of turns it over and goes, wow.
Yeah, didn't see that
They don't
coming.
expect them to be able to create something so beautiful.
Now, I've got to let you know, a lot of you are going for the aperture cards on their own. Now, they are available individually if you want them, but they don't come with papers. And the reason Bethan's done that is because a lot of you, I know, have got an awful lot of paper at home, and you're thinking, all I want really is the aperture cards. It will come with the pattern as well. So we've got them individually available, or you can buy them as a bundle. The double champagne, first of all, you get, is it 3 cards? Yeah. You get 3 double fantastic card blanks in there with the stems of the glass actually now printed on there as well, which is a new development. You get the envelopes, you get the templates to follow as well. What you don't get are the papers. We do have those on the website available separately, but the 3 aperture cards are only $9.99 for the patterns and the envelopes as well. So that's your double champagne. You've then got your wine glass, which again doesn't come with any papers, but it does come with the envelopes, it does come with the patterns as well, and that's £9.99 for 3 of those. And that's RK4356. And then we've got the gin glass, which is this one, more rounded to be fair. Again, you get 3 of those with the envelopes and the patterns, and that's $9.99 for those as well. So it's a really inexpensive hobby to get started with as well. Now, if you want all 3 of them, so you'll have 9 cards in total, that will give you a couple of pound off. It's £27, not the 30 that it should be. £27 gets you all 9 of those with the patterns and with the envelopes as well. And 10% of the stock of this is gone, with the apertures on their own. But remember, the big news today is the mega bundle. I don't think we've ever done a bundle this big, Bethan, have we?
No, I don't think we have actually. I think this is probably the biggest bundle we've ever done.
So you're going to get the 3 sets of aperture cards in there. You're going to get the Razor Glass collection, which is 10 greetings cards and 2 art projects, so 2 pictures for the wall, as well as the aperture cards. That's another 9. And then you get the bonus papers. So you get the teal, the purple, the shades of pink and the red. They're all 30 in each pack. And then you get the 60 sheets in the metallics. That's included. Plus you get your adhesive foam pads and your little sticker gems as well. Literally everything you need to get started, and the bows. And you get the bonus of having the tape dispenser included as a free object, worth £10. You're not paying for it. It will be, colours will vary, but you're either going to get a pink one, a lavender one, or a blue one with 3 rolls of the sticky tape as well. But you can choose them if you want those individually. They're on the website at £10 each as well. Now we've got some messages coming through. First one this afternoon is from Caitlin in Greater Manchester. Hi, Caitlin. She says, I want to thank Bethan for sharing her story last time. She inspired me so much. Never crafted before, but now I'm addicted to iris folding. There you go.
Oh, that makes me feel a little bit emotional. You clearly caught me on it. Difficult day, Caitlin. No, but that's really nice. That's exactly why I wanted to start Pretty in Paper, was because craft helped me through a really difficult time, particularly iris folding. And because it was a craft that didn't need too much concentration or too much energy, and having such a difficult health condition has meant this craft is something I can do from bed even on a difficult day, and it just gives me that kind of sense of peace and break from everything else that's happening. So it's really nice to see other people experiencing that too.
And do you find it's a craft that's kind of taken up by lots of different age groups?
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those crafts that we found is actually really good for the whole family because, like my mum was saying, she taught me, must have been when I was about 7, and my gran has done iris folding and still does. And it's something that we can all do together and enjoy at the same time, whereas usually things that kids enjoy are not the same things adults enjoy.
No.
And there's a compromise somewhere in the family.
Put that phone down, put that tablet down, and get iris folding. Was it your mum that got you into it then?
We used to go to a card making group together, and it was a lady at the card group that taught us both at the same time.
Right.
So, but the kids would go and stay with my mum sometimes, and she'd get them doing various craft things with her as well. So
You must be so chuffed there to see Bethan turn it into a successful business.
Oh, she's phenomenal, honestly. She's a real tour de force. If you could see all the different spreadsheets she has, keeping track of what stock we've got and what materials we need to buy, it's all, you know, how she pulls it all together, I don't know.
Well,
amazing.
The benefit is that we get to do this fantastic hobby at home for a really, really affordable price. Make some amazing things for friends, family. Can you sell what you make if you want to?
Yeah, we have an angel policy. If you want the detail, it's on our website. But basically, if you're making your own cards and you want to sell them, that's usually fine, as long as you're not, you know, making more than, I think it's about 5,000 in a year, something which an ordinary crafter would never do.
No, exactly. And also, of course, you're benefiting charities like the Cat Protection League as well. And tell us again how people can watch back that show that was on Facebook earlier on, Bethan.
So they just go to the Hobby Maker Facebook page and comment deals, and they'll see all those products on a private Hobby Maker website page where you can shop the Cat Protection range that we launched today.
Fantastic. And you can watch that show back as well if you missed it with Adam at 11 o'clock this morning. Just go to our Facebook page and you'll be able to see it. Okay, now the big mega bundle, nearly 70% of the stock has gone. And that's not including everybody that's got it in their baskets. That's people who've already checked out. So Liz in North Yorkshire, Heather in Northamptonshire, Jeanette in Cheshire, Crafter in East Riding of Yorkshire, getting the bug for iris folding. Check your baskets out and you'll get the biggest bundle I think that Bethan and her family have ever put together for us, saving you the most money and giving you lots of projects. I mean, if you think about it, what do you do when you say cheers to somebody? You raise a glass, whether it's a glass of wine, a glass of beer, a glass of champagne, Prosecco, whatever it might be. And this collection is an homage to all of that. So whatever someone's favourite drink is, you can make a card in that kind of style, whether it's a card to go on the mantelpiece, whether it's a piece of wall art to go on the wall, all for $119.99. And because obviously you're buying lots of different projects in one go, you can split the cost of this as you do the projects one by one, of which there are, did we say 19 in total? 19 projects in total?
19 cards,
yeah,
2 wall
19
art.
cards and 2 wall arts. You can spread the cost of the purchase of them over 4 split pays as well over 3 months. First payment today, next in a month, next in 2 months, final one in 3 months' time, by which time you probably will have done all the projects, I would have thought.
One thing I've just realised, Dave, thinking about it, if you get the mega bundle, because you actually get an iris folding pattern in each of the aperture packs, you've got the 4 patterns that come with the main razor glass kit.
Yeah.
But then you've got these 3 extra patterns. So you could actually sit down with a friend and both make a wine glass because you've got 2 copies of the wine glass pattern.
Gotcha, right.
So it's a nice way of including other people as well.
And just to show you again some of the finished cards here, using the papers you're going to get in the big mega bundle. I mean, just look how gorgeous that is. That's in the kind of pinky hues, the rose gold hues. We've got it here in the metallics, which are brand new. The 60 sheets of the metallics, aren't they gorgeous? Stunning, absolutely stunning. If you're a red wine person or the person you're making the card for, there's the reds. And it's a mixture of the encapsulated glitter, you've got the satin finish and you've got the matte finish as well. But it's that spiral staircase look that is so inviting and it's so dimensional, it draws you in. And like you said, Bethan, having that glitter piece in the centre, it's a focal point, brings the eye in, doesn't it? Brings it all together. And these 2, look at these, the 2 clinking champagne glasses. There it is in the rose gold and pink. There it is in the metallics. And here it is in the metallics in the silver. But beautiful. And remember, you are going to get the peel-off stickers in there as well for numbers and letters for personalisation. If you do want to add in more of the celebration sentiments, we do have these printed off as well onto card. And you get basically 275? Yeah, 275 greeting banners on card, which you can easily cut out with a trimmer, only £8. But you will get some in the main razor glass bundle as well.
You get a whole sheet of sentiments, greetings with the razor glass kit, and you get those blank banners that you can use to add a name or a date onto the wall arts or the front of a card.
How are you getting on, Bethan?
Yeah, I'm up to number 37 out of 52 on the wine glass. So as you can see, the layers are kind of building up, coming round. So we're starting to get a bit more depth to it now.
But see what I mean? When you look at the back of it, you kind of think, okay, I've got to believe in the process. I've got to trust the process, because it looks a little bit of a mess, but from the back.
Yeah, it really does. It is one of those things where you've got to trust the process. And because we don't really recommend that you lift it off and take a look until the end, just because it can be a bit tricky to get it back in the same place.
Right.
So actually, it is a bit of a lesson of kind of like patience is a virtue.
Absolutely. And you'll get into a rhythm with it as well, won't you?
Yeah, you do. It is the kind of craft that you can do while you're just chatting with your friends or watching TV. It's what we called it a social craft in the Facebook Live earlier, because it's not one you need to kind of shut yourself in a room away from everyone. You can just be getting on with it in your own time with your favourite programme on, or while your friends are around, which is quite nice.
And although it's mindful in the fact that you kind of lose yourself when you're doing it, which is great, it doesn't require too much kind of thought. It's more repetition than anything else.
Exactly, and it doesn't require too many tools, so you don't need to kind of search through your cupboards to find that thing that you need, or you don't need to take up too much space. You can do it in small surface areas, which is quite nice. And the kit box particularly, having everything together ready to sit down, means you don't then need to spend 20 minutes before you start your craft looking for everything you need to make something, because it's all just there ready to go.
And you will have an awful lot of paper left over at the end, won't you?
Absolutely. So you've got loads of paper there. I'd say per card, in total, you probably use around 2.5 sheets of paper. So if you've got 270 sheets of paper, you're going to, depending on how big the cards you make are, but you're on average going to probably be able to make about 130 cards.
Wow. And this kit alone has got, what, 19 projects plus 2 wall arts.
Exactly,
So
you're going to have lots left over.
And that's why we offer you the aperture cards without the paper, because we're very well aware lots of you will have paper at home already of this sort of quality, and you won't need any more. But for those of you starting off today, the mega bundle is perfect, because everything's included apart from a pair of scissors, which we've all got at home anyway.
Exactly, and remember, you can reuse your iris folding patterns over and over again, so that extra paper you will have other ways to use it.
Bethan, nearly 80% of the entire stock of the mega bundle has gone.
Wow, I wonder if it'll go before I finish my wine glass.
Well, you know what? An awful lot of you say to us that you watch these shows not when they're live, because you can't for whatever reason. You watch them at night, on demand, on our app, on our website. So if you're watching us, we may well have still stock, but it may be on extended dispatch. So it's live, it's coming up to 5 to 2. If it does sell out, we will be loading more stock, but on extended dispatch, which will be shipped from 29th of April, okay? So if you're watching us off of the live show, it may well be 29th of April dispatch, which isn't long, is it? It's only, what, a week?
I just thought of something else that we've not mentioned so far, and that is if you actually like cutting out the stem for the glass out of glitter card, because it does make it stand out a bit more, we've still included the template for you to trace, and so you can cut out the stem. If you think that the watercolour stems are too subtle and you like something a bit more kind of stunning, then you can still do that, because there's plenty of glitter card in the kit for you to do that.
I must admit, though, I do love the fact that the stem is printed. I think that's a really classy addition. Looks really lovely.
I like doing watercolours, so I really like the effect of it. So.
Yeah. Brilliant. And at a cracking price. And I think, Bethan, you're nearly done, aren't you?
I am. I've got 3 left to do, so I'm up to 50 here. And I'll just do the last 2. And it doesn't get more fiddly as you get smaller, because actually, as you noticed, my strip here was much longer than the section.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be a small strip, because it doesn't matter how much it extends over the edge, because you don't see that bit. You just see the bit in the middle.
Yeah.
So you don't need to think, oh, it's a small section, so I need a tiny fiddly bit of paper. You can use a long strip. I mean, technically, that would be a bit dramatic, but I could use this one here, because it still covers the area. So you don't need to worry too much about small pieces.
That way you're wasting paper then, aren't you, really?
Exactly.
Yeah.
If it's long enough to extend over each side, it's long enough. But also, if you just don't want to make it too fiddly for yourself, you can do it a bit longer like I've done there, and it just kind of saves you fiddling and dropping paper. So I just need a tiny little bit more of this salmon, so I'll just put that there. And then we'll be at the middle. And so to cover that hole in the middle, you've got 2 options. You can either use one of the papers, you can just cut a square of the paper, and that will make the centre of your iris folding blend in a little bit. Or you can use some glitter card like that's in the kit. I personally prefer glitter card because I think it draws your eye into the middle and really makes it stand out. So
90% of the stock is gone, which means it's officially limited stock. Only 10% left if you want the...
Well, I've nearly finished. Can you
Mega
beat me?
bundle.
It's going to sell out before I finish. So we've got glitter card here. I've just cut a square big enough to cover that hole. It goes face down over the top. Sellotape just to stick it in place. Doesn't need to be particularly tidy. And then you can lift it off.
Are you ready for this?
Look. So just grab this as well. Ready?
So just take one look again at the back and think to yourself, okay.
How messy it is.
Don't worry, wait until you see what it's like on the reverse.
And there you go.
Oh, wow.
Have a rosé wine glass.
Doesn't that make you want to give it a go? Whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, older, younger, doesn't matter. Anyone can do this. We've got 2 left of the mega bundle for immediate dispatch. As I say, if you're ordering it and the immediate dispatch is gone, we do have an extended dispatch because we thought this might happen. That will be dispatched from the 29th of April, which is only 8 days from now. So we always say a week to 10 days for delivery anyway. So it's no big deal. Everyone can order this if you'd like to. There's 19 projects plus 2 wall art projects in the big bundle. So you've got basically the razor glass, the aperture cards, all 9 of them, 3 different styles, 3 of each. Plus you've got the extra bonus papers, 30 in the teal, the purple, the 2 shades of pink and the red, and then you've got 60 of the metallics, and you get a bonus free tape dispenser with 3 rolls of sticky tape included as well to stick all your papers down. All of that, there's never been a bundle that big before that I can remember, and it comes with ribbons, it comes with adhesive gemstones, it comes with double-sided foam pads, it comes with peel-offs for letters and numbers for personalisation, everything you need to make amazing cards that become then pictures on the wall in the future. Bethan, great to see you as ever.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm glad that we got through it in one piece.
There's one left for immediate dispatch. Talk about to the wire. Wow.
Yeah, so as final touches, you can add a little bow to the stem, like I see here. The colours tie in nicely. So that's what the bows are great for.
Mandy, great to see you as well.
Great to see you.
Great to see a family business thriving and booming generation to generation. Start it today. If you've never done it before, you'll get hooked. It's a lovely, affordable hobby, and you make wonderful wall art, wonderful pictures and cards at the end of it. Right, we'll see you in a month's time then.
Yes, see you soon.
Coming up next, we've got some Sizzix deals going on, clearance deals actually. 3 shows with Sharon today. Also coming up later, we've got Carla as well. So lots to look forward to here on Hobby Maker. Stay tuned.
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer and I'm looking forward to doing a live watercolour show on Hobby Maker on Tuesday the 22nd of April. I'm going to be launching my brand new watercolour book, exclusive live launch on Hobby Maker, where you can pick up not only a special 10th anniversary edition of this amazing watercolour book, but also an exclusive signed copy, yes, hand signed copies of the book. We've also got some amazing discounts on some of my previous books, so make sure you tune in on Tuesday the 22nd of April for some watercolour goodness. See you then.
Registering for a Hobby Maker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobby Maker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Everybody, good afternoon. Bank holiday Monday. Maybe you don't normally watch Hobby Maker, so you've got things to do, work, that sort of thing, school, college, but you've got Bank holiday Monday off and you're thinking, oh, this Hobby Maker looks interesting. Yeah, lots of new things that I've not really thought about doing before. Maybe a new hobby, a new pastime, a new way of raising funds, you know, for either yourself or for a charity or something like that. You know what? Crafting is taking the world by storm, more so now than ever.
It really is, isn't it?
I think so.
I think COVID helped with a lot of us taking up hobbies, and
Yep.
I think we've got a lot of new crafters from that period.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's certainly, our viewership's growing every week, isn't it?
Massively so, and thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all the messages that you send in as well. It's lovely to hear from you. Sharon is here, familiar face, of course, with Sizzix hat on today, but you've got your own brand, your own range now.
Yes, and that's going to be on Thursday.
On Thursday at 7.
The next
The
instalment.
next stage of Evelyn and Sage. Watch
Yes.
out for that.
Yes.
This show, though, and today's shows with Sizzix are all about basically clearance, okay? Some amazing deals on some amazing things. We've got stencils, we've got stamps, we've got dies as well for you. We've got Sizzix cardstock too at great prices. But we've got some bundles, which we're going to show you, and then we'll show you how to use them throughout the shows as well. But they're all at crazy, crazy prices.
Yes.
Let's start at our stencils first of all. This is a 5 stencil set bundle. And what I think is fantastic about these stencils, and it's a relatively new thing, layering stencils.
It is.
They're a game changer, aren't they?
They really are, because you will get a professional result even if you've never used one before.
Yeah.
They cannot, you know, they're kind of foolproof. You can't fail to get a beautiful result with these. And I love the mix we've got today, actually, because we've got some really fun different styles there. And they're all sort of ready-made cards, really. They're quite quick to do. And then you've got that striking design.
Now,
you just need to add a sentiment.
These are brilliantly priced normally at £15.95 each, or 99, £15.99 each. Okay, so if you were to buy all 5 of those, you'd be looking at a price of £79.95. But there are many, many layers to each of the stencils, which is, I think, where they come into their own. As you can probably see, each layer has got different cutout sections. So that allows you to add different colours, which you wouldn't be able to do normally, or you'd spend probably a whole day doing it, or trying to do it.
Yes, there's no way if you just had one stencil that you'd be able to get the colours in the right areas without overlapping them and getting mud. The layering stencils allow you to build up the colours, and there's no danger of sort of getting the ink in the wrong place.
Now, you've got 4 stencils in each. Now, although these are manufactured for the stencil and stamp platform from Sizzix, that's what they're made for, you can use these if you haven't got that, can't you?
You can, yeah. If you don't have the tool, all you're going to do is where the little holes are that you would put on the tool, you would just put a pencil mark on those and then tape down each layer. It's obviously going to take you a little bit longer because you've got 4 layers, you've got to tape them down and line them up, but you can do it without the tool.
Now, if I just kind of walk round here just to show you exactly what you're going to get. Here we are. If you look at this one here, this one is your lacy. So as you can see, you've got layer 1, layer 2, layer 3 and layer 4. Now, this isn't available individually, it's only available in the bundle, okay? So you add all your colours, whichever the colours might be, and this is the sort of thing that you can create and end up with. But it can be in totally different colourways. But how else would you get all those different colours on the petals and the leaves and all that sort of thing? It would be virtually impossible to do it. But because the stencils are cut in such a way, it makes it absolutely easy. Next to that one, we've then got our good place to land. So these are all your bird houses. I've not seen this one before.
No, I hadn't seen this one before. It's by one of our guest designers, Catherine Paula.
Yep.
And it's a very cute little birdhouse, a little bit different. And of course, I think you could quite easily turn those into little beach huts if you wanted to go that route.
Or it could be if you're like me moving house in the next few days.
Yes, that would be a nice new home card actually, wouldn't it, with the little houses.
If you look at the card next to it, you can see what these houses can look like. Maybe if you've got someone's colour scheme in mind, their favourite colours, what they've painted their house, or their favourite football team colours, all that sort of thing, you can use those to great effect. But that's how the stencil can look. Then down the bottom here, this one is spectacular. This one is called your Cosmopolitan Floral. Now this looks like a piece of artwork from a gallery. It really does.
This I would frame. I really love this one.
Me too.
It's a bit funky, isn't it? And I've gone with different colours for my card there because I wanted to do a different colourway, but you can see how striking it looks, and I think you'll have great fun with that one, experimenting with different colours.
Now, I've not shown you all 5 yet, but we've got the price down to £47.99. That makes them less than £10 per set of stencils, which is amazing. And just imagine that in a kind of a pop art style, like on the front of the packaging there. In the blues and the greens and the purples looks amazing too, but that in different colourways. Oh, wow. I'd buy this collection just for that one alone. Next to that, we've then got your Serene Sophisticate. So this is like a beautiful floral. Again, you can do one layer in one colour, another layer in a different colour. Next to that, we've then got the final one, which is your Fragmented Floral. So this is really kind of quite abstracty.
Very abstract. It's very arty, isn't it?
It is.
And I think that one you would really want to play around with the colours and try different things because it's quite quirky, isn't it?
And do you know what I love about all these stencils? One of my pet hates is when a stencil looks like a stencil.
Yes.
I just think that looks awful, but those stencils don't look stencily at all.
You would never know that was done with a stencil, would you?
Never in a million years. Now, £47.99, it's on two-way split pay because it should be £79.95, so we offered you two-way split pay at the full price. It's £23.99, your first split payment of 2. One today, one in 4 weeks' time. If you want to cut it in half and spread the cost of it, that's entirely up to you. If you just want to pay it in full, that's fine, but you've saved in the region of nearly £33 off the price. Yeah, about £32, £33 off the price today, so you're getting a couple of them free.
Yes, you are really. And I think these are, the fun thing about these is you're going to get a lot of life out of them.
Yeah.
Because you can play around with the colours and get totally different looks.
Over 10% of the stock has gone, and this is stock we hope to have for all 3 shows today. So if you want to get them, don't get them in the later show, get them now because it's the first time they've been on air today in this configuration with a brilliant saving. When they've gone, grab them and have so much fun with them. Whether you've got the stamp and stencil tool from Sizzix or not, you can use these, provided you layer them in the same place each time, you can still use that technique and that system brilliantly. So that's the first one we're going to show you. Now, the next deals we've got for you are the dies. The die sentiments, okay. Now we've got these. Now look at these.
These are so useful. Dies that give you sort of your sentiments, your alphabets, your nesting dies. These are the sort of bread and butter dies that you're going to use a lot. We've got a nice mix again today as well. This one is one of Stacey Park's, and very useful. You've got your thanks sentiments there, and you've got all the different ways to use it.
And one thing that's in there that you may not expect, if you're familiar with Stacey and her sandable cardstock, basically the core of Stacey's card is a slightly lighter shade of the colour that's on the front of the cardstock. So if you sand it back, you get a lighter shade of, in that case, blue. So that is an embossed die. It embosses the word thanks into the cardstock, then you can sand it back, or just emboss it if you don't want to sand it, that's fine. Then you've got the die to cut it out, so you can cut it out with the sanding or without the sanding. You've got thanks, big thanks, thanks a lot, thanks a bunch, thanks so much, and thanks a million. And they're all dies, which you can see there, that's the first one. Then you get the same concept, but this time in the hello.
It's nice to have the two together because obviously with that same format, and I do love the sanding technique. I think it's something a bit different, and it just works so well with all of the stencils as well, because of course with a lot of the stencils, all you're going to want to do is pop a sentiment on. So this is a great way to add a sentiment.
So you could say big hello, hello you, hello friend, hello sunshine, hello beautiful, little one. So that's the next one. They're normally $17.99 each, I believe, for those dies, which is really good value. Then the next couple, this one is your script sentiments. So
these next two are pretty much used every day by me, because I really like the font on these. They're a good size, and you've got all your basic sort of occasions covered with these. And they are just a nice size to work with and other things.
A quirky font as well, which is a bit different to probably what you've got.
It's a nice sort of scripty font, isn't it?
Yeah. So that one should be $12.99. And then this one is giving you even more. This is your variety sentiments. So look at what you've got there. Happy birthday. Congrats. New home.
We
new
need
baby.
That one for you, Dave.
Yeah, not new baby.
Not new baby, though.
Thank you. Love you. Thanks. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Father's Day. There we go. That's by Lisa Jones. So all of them should come to a total price of £60.96. And you'll use these, like you said, Sharon, every single day. You can get the lot today at a great discounted price. All of them for £47.99. And we'll even put that on split pay as well. Should be over 60, so it will be on split. And we've kept that split pay there for you as well. So it's £24 today and £24 in 4 weeks' time, or $23.99 if you want to split them into those payments. It's entirely up to you. That's fee-free and interest-free with split pay as well. That's ZOXC24. So if you're new to Hobbymaker, you've never ordered anything, all you have to do basically is phone the call centre. If you're a new customer, they'll set an account up for you. That's what I find to be the easiest thing. 0800 001 4433. Say you want ZOXC24. Whether you want split pay or not, just tell them you do or tell them you don't. Or you can do it on the website or the app as well. Just fill in your name, your address, which card you want to use to pay for it, and select whether you want split pay or not. It's easy. ZOXC24 for those sentiment dies. And we've got a few more to show you. Should we do the sunny sentiments, which are these ones here? Yep, these ones here. Okay. We've got about 4 or 5 bundles to show you, then we'll get into a demo.
Yes, these are fabulous from our Mr. Hughes. If you don't have these sentiment sets, I can't recommend these enough.
Yeah.
You'll see them pretty much used on most of my shows here, because Pete, being Pete, has put together some really nice sentiments for us, and he's also thought about what you're going to be using them with. And these really were designed with the stencils in mind, because when you've got the stencil background, of course, you've got quite a lot going on. If you're going to add a sentiment to that, you want something quite bold. So these are going to work beautifully over the top of the stencils to add your sentiment.
But as you would expect with Mr. Hughes, nothing is ordinary or simple or plain.
No.
You're going to get all these sets here. So it's a good day to be happy, rise and shine, make every day magical, sending hugs. In a world where you can be anything, be kind. That's the first one.
Isn't it?
I love them. And I love the fonts as well. They're
Yeah,
so arty.
lovely mix.
I mean, he's got the best handwriting ever, Peter.
He does, yeah. And it's taken ages for us to get these from Pete, because he used to design all his sentiments for his cards on TV on his computer and just print them off. And we were all moaning at him that we wanted them. So finally, we've got them.
So that's the second stamp set. Then you've got these, which are all similar but different. So just because you are special, on your special day, love and laughter forever after, just a note to say hello, happy birthday to you. And then the fourth set, these here. So there we go. You've got happy beauty. No, what did I say?
See the beauty in everything.
See the beauty
happy
in
day.
Oh, happy day. They're mixed up a little bit. There we go. Have a wonderful day.
Then we've got
Sending well wishes your way. They're really, really good, really perfect, and really quirky and different at the same time.
quirky and different, and you'll notice the different sort of sizes within there and the different layouts, because your sentiment is usually the last thing you put on your card, and you've kind of got a space where it will fit.
Yeah.
So sometimes you want something sort of to go down one side, sometimes across the middle. You've got the configurations there to make them work.
Okay, now you've got them for £11.99 each normally, which I think is an absolute steal for those. You get all four today for £24.99, which is virtually half price. It is half price.
That's a great deal.
Just over £6 each.
That's great, isn't it?
And these are big sentiments that will look great on a card, obviously, but they'll also look great in frames as well.
Yeah.
They could have them as wall art if you want.
And I can't stress, if you're going for the stencils, get these, because they literally were designed to work with them.
Perfect. So yeah, treat yourself to those stencils, get yourself these stamps as well. Think about how much money you've saved. Only one P&P for the whole day's order. So if you bought something from Bethan in the last show, you paid your $4.95 P&P. So all of this from Sizzix is coming from our warehouse. We stock Sizzix products in our warehouse here. So your one P&P per day covers all of your delivery charges. They'll arrive on different days in different parcels, obviously, from different people, but just one P&P of $4.95. $24.99 gets you all of those from Pete. And one more bundle to show you.
Another useful
stamps.
one.
Yes, very useful.
These are some of my favourites as well, actually, because they're a little bit more delicate, these sentiments. Yeah. And a lot of them, well, we've got a lot of occasions covered here. Beautiful fonts again. Also nice configurations that are going to fit in. But really, really lovely fonts, aren't they?
Love them, absolutely love them. Now, Lisa Jones is the designer, and I love the fact that they give credit to all the designers.
Yes, you'll always see the designer. This one's got a little bit of a sort of floral theme to it. And of course, this is a set I use a lot because you know me and my florals.
Yeah.
Lovely fonts as well. And
You
just
grow,
really
girl.
Nice. Yeah.
You're blooming lovely. You're one of a kind. What's up, Buttercup?
It's nice, isn't it? What's up, Buttercup? It's
Love
a bit
that.
different. And then we're back to Pete.
Yeah.
This is a nice one again. Pete always has such lovely sort of positive sentiments, doesn't he, on his? And I like the fonts on this. You've got the nice mix of the sort of different sized fonts.
Yeah. You've got the small kind of typewriter font, then the big, bold, beautiful. Be the rainbow, sending happiness, sending hugs, wishing you joy, really lovely. And then the last set here is this one. This is again by Lisa Jones. So her very distinctive writing, as you can see, have a wonderful day.
Yes.
49 stamps in total here.
A lot going on there. And the first Lisa Jones set and this one, you'll notice are the same font. So if you go for this bundle, you've kind of got a really good variety of fonts.
Should be $51.96. Look at what we can have, or let you have them for today. All four sets for $29.99. That is an incredible £7.50 per set. For sentiment stamps, you'll use again and again and again. I don't think there'll be a day goes by where you're crafting and you're not using one of these sentiments.
No, all of these sets are kind of sets that I keep to hand because you've got all the occasions covered. And I love the fact that in most of these sets we've got happy birthday because that is the sentiment I use most.
Yeah.
And a lot of sets that kind of don't have it.
But also, if you've only got like one or two happy birthdays, you get a bit bored of the same
You
font all
do.
the time.
It's
You want
one you
something
need
different.
a lot of. Yeah, it is.
Now, these are individually on the website as well, but of course the big value is by going for all of them, and there's not a single stamp in there you won't use day in, day out, I'm sure. So very, very good value. £7.50 a set it works out to. For $29.99, that product code is AMXC21. So those are our first four deals of these three shows we've got with Sizzix today. If you want to go for all four of them, nothing stopping you, just one P&P of £4.95. Right then, Sharon, what do you want to do
Can we
first?
have a look at the stencils?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do.
Oh, by the way, if we have got the stamp and stencil platform in the show as well, which is my hero product of last year.
It is award-winning. It's a fantastic tool, and if you are going for the stencils, this will make your life so much easier because you'll see as I demo, just how quick it is to stencil with this tool. Because
And we've got a deal on this today as well. Not $52.99. Remember, you are going to get your tacky sheet in there, which means you don't need to use magnets anymore to hold on to what you're working on. You've got the stencil adapter, which Sharon will show you how to use in a minute. And there are other tools coming out. There's the stamp and spin, which you can buy as an extra to do circular wreaths, and lots of other tools coming out to work with this.
More things coming. I don't even know myself what they are.
Sworn to secrecy.
I'll have to twist Pete's arm next time he's in to tell me.
Marilyn's in all ready for this one. If you haven't got it yet, add it to your order today. It's an award-winning board. It's $44.99, and that's what you're going to use in the demo.
I am, yeah. And I'll quickly talk you through it as I go, just in case you haven't seen it before and you think it might be something you want. So it is both a stamp platform and a stencil tool. So for the stamping, you've got this great big area to work with. And obviously you're just going to place your clear stamps or your rubber stamps. If you're using rubber stamps, you're going to want to place them towards the bottom, but you can still use them. And you've got a grid etched on here, so when you're doing sentiments and things, you can line them up and make sure they're straight. And the thing really that sets this apart from other stamp platforms is the sticky grid.
I love this.
You get a sticky grid with the tool, and then you can buy extras. They last quite a while, particularly if, like me, you put your release paper back on when you're done. It'll keep it nice and fresh.
Because this does away with the need for magnets. Magnets have got their place, but I've found, to my own detriment, sometimes they jump.
They do.
Sometimes you lose them.
And sometimes they're in the way. You know, if you've got a big background stamp and you want to literally stamp the whole front of your card, well, you can't really do that if you've got magnets holding the card in place. So this, you can first of all line up your cards because you've got the grid on it. So you know your card is straight before you even start. And then you're free to do your stamping. You would place your stamp on the lid. The lid comes right off, which I love because it means you can put it flat to ink up your stamp. And then it just slots into the hinges and you can stamp. So for stamping, it's brilliant. There's no edges because you don't need a magnet. There's no need to butt your card up against the edge to then hold it down with the magnet. So that means you can put 12 by 12 paper in here, wrapping paper. You know, you're not limited size-wise either. So for a stamp platform, it's already got a few advantages over others. I'm going to pop that lid out of the way because we're stenciling today. So for stenciling, you get this little adapter, and this will just slot over the hinges like so.
Yep.
Now, depending on where you've put your paper and how big your stencil is, you can move this around, you can bring it down. If you're repeat stenciling, maybe to make a pattern, you can kind of move it both across and up and down so that you can cover whatever size you want. So I'm going to pop that about there. And then you'll notice there's two little pegs here, and this is where your stencils will fit. So we're going to be using this one, the Floral Impressions. Yeah, I knew you'd like this one. As soon as, when I was making that card yesterday, I thought Dave's going to like this one. So the Sizzix stencils, you've got 4 in this set, and there is etched on each one the number.
Yeah.
And it makes sense to just go through the numbers. And then on the packaging, it shows you what is on each stencil. So it's very easy to see when you're trying to work out what colour to use, because you can see one coloured in here. You can kind of see, look at that big bit there. Well, I can see, oh, that's blue. This bit here, you kind of look for something. They've used red.
Now, this stencil set that is certainly our favourite. This is called Floral Impressions. This is now completely sold out individually. So those of you who wanted it have got it, but it's gone individually. You can only get it now in the bundle. We get all 4 sets.
So I'm going to work my way through the stencils. Now, all I need to do is pop my stencil onto the pegs. If you don't have the tool, what you would do is just put a pencil mark through those holes, and then when you bring the next stencil in, just line up the holes. But of course, you'd have to tape your stencil down, whereas I don't have to worry because mine's on the pegs. I might move mine up a little bit, actually. Yeah. So first stencil, I'm going to go a little bit different. Generally, I say the first time you get a stencil, follow the colours on here because then you can kind of work out where you're going. But I've gone a bit rogue on this one because I really had it in mind to do blues and greens. I don't know why.
Okay. We have had a lovely message in from Claire, who says, if you don't have this stencil and stamp tool, I would recommend you get it. It's so easy to use with the stencils. I love mine. Claire in Gloucestershire, thank you. Thank you for telling us what we know. It's a fantastic tool. It really, really is. But hearing it from you makes all the difference.
It's always lovely when you email in because obviously I'm paid to be here and tell you it's great.
Yeah, yeah.
but
Claire isn't.
Claire isn't. Now, I've got some Catherine Pooler inks. You can kind of use any inks you want, really, and you'll notice as we go through today, I've got all sorts of, I'm mixing and matching a bit because it's just about whatever colour you want to. And I'm using a brush because I quite like the softer look you get with a brush, but you can also use an ink blending tool if you prefer. An ink blending tool will give you a slightly more sort of solid finish, whereas a brush is a bit softer. And I'm just working my way around the stencil. The stencil itself is obviously like a smooth plastic, so my ink won't stick to it. So if you're a bit nervous about maybe you've got too much ink on your brush, start off the stencil and sort of come in.
Now, this is one of our hero products of last year. It won lots of awards along with a few other Sizzix products as well. And just when you think probably everyone's got it, there are so many of you coming through for this right now. Linda in Hartlepool, Janet in Surrey, Lynn in Staffordshire, Linda in Tyne and Wear, Marilyn in West Yorkshire, Beverly in Derbyshire. It's honestly, if it's time for you to upgrade your current stamping platform, or maybe you haven't got one, you're thinking this is going to tick all the boxes. This is going to do everything I want it to do.
It really, yeah. It's the sticky grid for me that's the game changer.
Yeah.
I'm not joking when I say I've got probably every stamp platform on the market because I bought all of them as they came out because I like to stamp a lot. So this is a game changer. So that's my first layer.
Perfect.
Now, if I wanted to add more colour, I can come straight back in and know that that's in the same place. And that's the beauty of using the tool because I can kind of flip between the layers if I want to. So layer 2. Just pop on the pegs. I should mention actually, you can get adapters. So if you've already got stencils, layering stencils, other companies do layering stencils like Lisa Horton, you can buy adapters that you just stick on those stencils and then they'll work with this peg system.
Okay.
So you don't have to just use Sizzix things with this. You can use any stencil you like really if you get the adapters. Onto green, and I'm going with quite a nice soft green. Now, I don't tend to clean my brushes. All I do is just give them a little brush off on some kitchen towel in case I've got a darker colour, a darker green on there from before. That's all I do.
So you keep your brushes kind of colour family.
I keep them for the colour family, and then I just make sure I give them a little brush off on some kitchen towel.
So one brush for your greens, one brush for your blues, one brush for your reds.
Yeah. And then I've also got these bigger brushes, and then I've got some of the smaller Lisa Horton ones for detail areas.
Okay.
And you'll sort of see me flip between the two. So we just work our way
Now,
around.
the stencil offer of which this is one of the 4, 30% of the stock gone, of the bundle gone, and it's supposed to be enough to last us 3 shows. So it's £47.99 if you want to go for the stencils. They should be £79.95. So you should be looking at about £15. No, is it £16.99 each? £15.99 each? £15.99 each stencil set. You're getting all of them for £47.99, all 5 of them. So under £10 each.
Which is incredible when you think each one's basically got 4 stencils in it. So,
exactly.
So that's layer 2 done.
Looking good
That
already.
Nice green. It's lovely, isn't it? Cleaning your stencils, you just need to give them a wipe with a wet cloth or a baby wipe. Now we're going to come in with a bit of a darker blue now, and I've got a nice sort of teal. Again, I can't remember when I last used this brush, so it could have, oh no, it's quite clean. I'll make sure I clean it after this because this is a really dark.
And these are Carolyn Pooler ink pads, aren't they?
Yeah, these are, we had them on actually recently. You'll find, if you look on this, they're probably under the Sizzix brand page. Catherine Pooler was here herself, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
Not so long ago, and we had a bundle of inks. I think we started off with a set of 12, and I think we ended up with a set of 10 because a lot sold out. But yeah, you'll probably find them on the brand page. And ink-wise, you'll see me flip between different brands because I just pick the colours I like. You will find some inks blend, give you a smoother finish. Oxides are great for stencils because they've got that sort of chalky finish. I like to use those a lot.
Yeah, they're a firm favourite.
You'll see me use in a second. I'm going to use a Lisa Horton ink. So They're also designed for blending. So have a play really. But I tend to, I don't stick to one brand. I just grab the colours I want regardless.
Colours are the most important thing.
Yeah, it's all about what colours you want for your design.
And this really is becoming like a piece of modern art that you'd see in a gallery.
It is,
on
isn't
the
it?
wall.
It's really cool. I mean, you could just frame this and it's just going to work so well for so many different occasions. So give that a little clean. Now the last stencil has got the centre of the flower, but it's also got some sentiments for you. So obviously the centre of the flower is lined up. The sentiments are designed really, you just place the stencil on your wherever you want it. I'm probably going to use one of my stamps actually. So I'm going to come in, I've got a Lisa Horton ink now for this because I wanted this sort of.
And Lisa, of course, is a guest of ours here at Hobbymaker. So if you want to see anything Lisa Horton, the brand page for all our guests is there at hobbymaker.com.
Yes, and I thought this pink would go really nice with those sort of blues and greens because it's a sort of purpley pink. But it's a nice subtle.
Another message coming through from Jennifer in Worcestershire. Hi Jennifer, stamping is my first love of craft. The stencil and stamp tool makes stenciling so easy.
It does,
Thank you for that, Jennifer. Absolutely. Yeah, spot on.
So that's my design done.
I love that.
It's nice, isn't it? So what I would do next is add a sentiment. And of course, I don't have to take this off of here. I'm going to use one of Pete's, I think.
Okay.
And the beauty is, with these sentiments, is of course, this is a really bold design. So these are quite bold sentiments. So they're still going to show up nicely on it. And you can kind of think, I don't think I'd want to cover too much of that sort of the centre of the flower. I'm thinking the sentiment would make sense to go here. So I can kind of find something that fits in that area.
So this is the Sunny Sentiments, isn't it, that we've got in front of me?
Yeah, this is Sunny Side Sentiments 5, this set I've got here.
They should have been $47.96. They are today $24.99, and you get all 4 of these sets that you can see here. And each of the verses has got one bold letter that kind of dominates the verse.
Yes, and it stands out really beautifully.
30% of this is gone as well. From Pete's
Surprised.
Fair Hands. He's got a lovely handwriting style which is adapted to these stamps. So you're actually stamping with Pete Hughes' words, basically.
Yeah.
And you can
I'm
make
so glad. I mean, we did all nag him for long enough to do his own sentiment.
Well, he left something in our presenter's dressing room for Rosie.
Oh, yes.
A little gift or something, because I walked in there and it said, Rosie with love, Pete. And I just thought, that handwriting is amazing. And it's exactly this handwriting.
Oh, there we go.
Look at that.
Isn't it lovely?
Beautiful.
And of course, the beauty of the stamp platform, quite often if you're using big, bold stamps like this, you might not get it perfect first time. And actually, there's a little bit less in there. You can come back in. You can even ink up your stamp, and if you want it darker, you can double
another
stamp.
thing about the stamping platform is there's no wiggle on it whatsoever.
No.
So it's always going back 100% in exactly the right place. Some stamping platforms have got a little bit of a wiggle to them, which means they're not always 100% accurate.
No.
This is.
And the good thing for us is, who's testing the products at Sizzix, and that's Pete. And I know he told me he went back and forth a lot over these hinges because he didn't want any wiggle room.
Yeah.
And it's quite, you can see the engineering behind that to have it so easy to slot in, but actually still be spot on with no wiggle room.
And the materials that are used to make this, as soon as you touch it, I mean, it comes with its own dust bag, for goodness sake, like a pair of designer shoes or a handbag would. I mean, it's that sort of quality tool.
It does. It's really sturdy. It's top quality, as you'd expect from Sizzix. So all I would do now is just cut that out and pop it on a card front, which I won't do now, but yeah. It would be just perfect.
There is no way anyone looking at that would think, oh, you did that with a stencil.
No, absolutely not. And isn't it such a pretty design?
That's just one of the stencils that you're going to get in the set of 4. 4 sets of 4, remember. And the stencils are coming back on the screen for you, but the tool there is $44.99. I think that's on split pay as well, if you want the Oh, it's not, beg your pardon. But these are an amazing collection. You get 20 stencils in total because there's 4 in each of them and you get 5 sets. And you can see the finished cards around it, what you can do with it. If your colour choice will be different, it will look completely different, but still as beautiful. $47.99 for basically, at the end of the day, 20 stencils is what you've got there for $47.99. That is RZXC24. RZXC24. Now, if you do want the tool, we're getting loads of messages through on this bank holiday afternoon. Lots of you saying just how much you love it. Maybe you've got a bit more time this afternoon. You can spend a bit of time watching TV and sending us messages. That's fantastic. We love to hear from you. A message from Lonnie. Hello, Lonnie in Antrim. Says, brilliant tool for art, really well constructed. It has a nice weight and really solid feel. I agree with you. Quality, it's at a value for cost. It is value for cost. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Lonnie. Thank you for your words of endorsement with that. But that's why it's an award-winning tool. And remember, there are a few accessories out for it already. There's a raised hinge you can buy, so you could be stamping into things like your journals or on your canvases. That's another extra. There's also the stamp and spin tool, which means you can use smaller stamps and stamp in a circle. That's out now. That's on the market. That's on our website. So there's lots and lots of things and new innovations coming to add on to this in months and years to come. So get the base right, and then you can add all the extra tools on.
You can, and you've got the base then for all the exciting things that are to come. You've already got the first part.
And it's not a big investment really when you consider what it can do.
No.
$44.99 down from $52.99. You're going to get in here the stencil adapter. You're going to get one of the sticky sheets, which should last you months, I would have thought. You can buy separate packs of those. I think there can be packs of 5.
I think it's packs of 5. Yeah.
So they're not expensive, but it means you don't have to worry about magnets anymore, which is a genius idea. $44.99 if you want the tool today that everyone's raving about, and everyone that hasn't got one wants one. AW1S13. Okay, now we have got cards and envelopes in the show, different colours. We've got, should we do the greens first? Oh, let's do the pinks.
We haven't got all of them on the counter, but we've got some to show you. This is Ballet Slipper, which is a lovely soft pink.
So this is Ballet Slippers Pink, is what they've called it. So there is your card blank, and there's your coordinating envelope as well. You get 10, and they're A6.
It's so nice to have matching cards and envelopes.
£2.49, is that all they are for 10?
Yeah, they're great value.
25p for a card and envelope.
It's great, isn't it?
That's really
And you'll notice the colour names. If you're familiar with Sizzix, you'll sort of be familiar with the cardstock and all the other products, the paints and whatever. These are the same colours. So these envelopes, if you're using the Sizzix cardstock, the colours are going to match.
Perfect. Okay, so that's the pink, pack of 10. We've then got orange.
This is one of my faves, this burnt orange.
Burnt orange.
Lovely colour, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. It's almost a terracotta, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really sort of warm.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Again, £2.49 if you want some Sizzix cardstock and envelopes. You know the quality is always going to be fantastic. The colours are always going to be fantastic as well. Add it into your order if you've already paid your P&P. LX1S08. Other colourways we've got in the show for you. We've got the
Lavender
purple.
Dust.
Lavender Dust is what they call it.
Love that.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And mix up your colours. Yeah, put a different colour
Yeah,
card
you
in a
don't
different
have to
coloured
use
envelope.
the same.
No.
Yeah, I do quite often mix them up actually.
You could put orange and purple together. You could put purple and pink together, possibly.
You
That would
could.
work. And then the only other colour we've got out here on the desk is green. I think there are some other colours on the website if you
Yeah,
want to
we've
have
got a
look.
couple more, but this is, I think it's Fir Tree Green, I think it's called.
Fir tree green. Yeah, there is
Nice
also a
dark
mistletoe green, a peppermint, holly berry, pink fizz. All on the website for you. All at £2.49 for a pack of 10.
Yeah,
Okay.
have a look. They're useful at that price to grab, even if you're just doing it for the envelopes, if you make your own card blanks, because they're good quality, they're nice colours, and of course the colours will match your cardstock.
And all the other colourways that were available, they'll be on our website for you right now. They're all going to be at £2.49. So if you want to build up an A6 card collection with matching envelopes, feel free to do that. If you wanted like 10 packs, for example, that would be £25.
Yeah,
with one P&P.
and the amount that you'd have then.
I know. You'd have loads.
You'd be stocked up for a while.
Right, another demo.
Shall we have a look at those lovely little birdhouses?
Oh, yeah.
Because I think that one's so cute.
So we're
And
majoring on the stencils in this, the first show.
We are.
So remember, that set of stencils is what you're going to get over there. So you've got basically 5 sets of 4. So there's 20 stencils in total, but each set is 4 different layers. So each layer gives you a potential to add a different colour. So we've got all of them there. Obviously, we've just shown the one bottom right of your screen on the demo. You've got all of the others there coming your way, and they'll work with the stamping platform, but they'll also work if you haven't got the stamping platform as well. So $47.99, and over 30% of the entire day's stock has gone, saving you today nearly £32 off the price. RZXC24. Now you can only get the floral impressions and the lacy one in the bundle. They've both sold out completely on their own. Others are available individually, but you're paying the full price. But they're all pretty low in stock, so be quick. If the bundle's the way to go to save the money, that's where you're going to get all of them, all 5 of them.
And they're, yeah, it's nice to have. Yeah, the reason we've sort of put these bundles together is we thought about different card making techniques. So for this show, we're sort of focusing on stenciling, but we've got other sets that focus on stamps and dies that go together. Obviously, we've got all the sentiments as well, and then we've got some that are sort of shaped cards and things like that. So
it's basically billed as a card making bonanza show, not card baking, card making bonanza show. But there will be different techniques coming up in the different shows later.
Yeah,
on.
we're going to show you as many techniques as we can fit into the day. So this is the lovely little bird place, good place to land. Little bird houses.
Or beach huts.
Or beach huts, yeah. If you just don't put the sort of little poles on, they would be little beach huts. So, and with the stripes, they definitely would look like that, wouldn't they? So it shows me on here what's on each one. So I can see, well, stencil 1, when I look at that, I can see that's what would be pink on here. So I'm going to follow the colours on this one.
Okay.
So we'll put stencil 1 on, and we'll go with a nice pink.
Again, this could be a new home card. It could be nice and summery, beach hutty style with blues and that sort of thing.
So,
or maybe you just love birds, bird watching.
Yes, I think, and there are, I bet you've got quite a few different sort of bird themed stamps and things that would go really nicely with this. We did have some, actually I was here the other day, we had some Tim Holt stuff, and there was a lovely bird silhouette set, which this would make a lovely backdrop for. That's the beauty of these stencils. They can either be a subtle background and you can put dies on top of them to be the focal point, or the design itself is so strong that you just need to add a sentiment. So it's up to you, really. Kind of depends on the colours you use, really.
Absolutely. And like I say, you can make it look nautical, you can make it look very spring-like if you use like lots of yellows and oranges and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I've gone with the packaging colours loosely here, and this is quite spring-like, I think. So that's pink through all of them. And you can see there's no real technique to this. I'm just brushing. So anyone could do this. So that's the first layer.
Okay, not obvious what is on the first layer.
No, it's not. And actually that looks a little bit faint on there to me. So I can pop that back on and I can come back in, darken that up. So that's the beauty of the tool. Look how quick it was for me to just, go back in.
Yep.
Of course, if you're taping down and you wouldn't get it back in exactly the same spot. So this is where these come into their own.
And also the taping very often means that you end up tearing your card by mistake.
Tearing your card, I'm terrible at that. Even when I sort of dab my tape off on my top or something, it's still...
But even when you take the card off of this grippy sheet, even though it's got an adhesive, a sticky surface to it, it never ever tears the card.
I've never torn a card on this.
No.
It's just it's just tacky rather than sticky. So layer 2, I can see, looking at here, this is my stripes. So this is going to be green. So we'll pop that on. And I'm going to follow the colourways that it gives me here. So I'm going to grab a green brush and we'll go with a slightly darker green. This is one of Stacey's ink pads. I think we've got these on the website as well. They're Jacquard Stacey Park.
Okay. What sort of ink pads are they? They're dye pads?
These are dye. Yeah, it really doesn't matter for stenciling, I find. You will find that things like your oxides go on really smoothly.
Yeah.
The dye inks will tend to look a little bit blotchy as they go on, and then it kind of sinks into the card. So don't panic if it doesn't look that smooth, because it will sort of sink in and look fine afterwards. You can see this one looks a little bit blotchy at the moment. but that will sink into the card. So
Also, think about how often you start a project and your heart sinks a little bit because you're thinking maybe it's not going quite right, it's not going as well as you'd like it to. You've got no risk crafting with stencils. No one can get it wrong.
no, it's completely foolproof.
Yeah.
It really is. It's so easy, and I have to say it's really relaxing.
Now, Claire's messaged in wondering what is the best type of card to use with the stencils.
Well, I like to use the Sizzix Smooth White card because it is smooth. I would say you don't want anything too textured because obviously you are basically ink blending. So any white smooth card will do. But yeah, this is the Sizzix one I've got, which Dave's got.
Which I've got here.
In his hand.
So actually, Claire, if you want the perfect card for stenciling and stamping on too, for that matter.
Yes.
The smooth cardstock, you've got your white, you've got your black, and you've got your cream, and you get 20 sheets of each, I believe. There's 60 sheets in total. Yeah, there we go. So
that's what I'm using.
That's what Sharon recommends.
Yeah.
Now,
it's also good enough to use. It's sturdy enough to actually make your cards from it as well if you want to.
oh, okay. So we've got the black. There's the black, and we've also got it in the cream as well. And we're going to go lower than the price on the screen. All 60 sheets should be £17.50, but if like Claire and Gloucestershire's already checked out, straight in Claire, nice one. Crafter in Greater London, today you can have it for £12.99 for all 60 sheets. So 20 of the white, 20 of the black, and 20 of the cream. It's 21 pence a sheet, and it's perfect for stamping and stenciling. There you go. And the quality is second to none with Sizzix. You can always put your trust in Sizzix.
You can. So I'm on to the next stencil, and I'm going to do this one in yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm back to the Catherine Pooler inks now. I'm just flipping between just whichever colour I want, and this is kind of quite a nice spring-like yellow. It's almost like a lime sort of yellow.
Mm-hmm.
It's very pretty. And you'll have great fun when you get these kind of experimenting with colours.
Yeah.
Because the results vary quite drastically when you mix the colours up. I've gone very much for a bit of a spring look here.
You can make it look very realistic if you do it in lots of different shades of kind of caramel and chocolate and browns,
Yes.
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But if you go a little bit kind of retro and a bit funky, pop arty. Now, the update on the stencils, how much has gone? Half the stock of the stencil bundle has now gone virtually, and there's hopefully enough to last us for 3 shows. That was the plan. I'm not surprised that they're going as quickly as they are. Once you've tried a layering stencil, you'll just want to add more into your collection. They're $15.99 each, and you get 5 sets for $47.99, so you get 2 sets free.
Last layer.
4th layer.
Now, on the packaging, it's red, but I've got a bit of an aversion to red. I don't know
Okay.
why. And I feel that red would be I've got more spring-like going on here, so I'm going to go
But you associate red with like either romance or danger, don't you, really?
Yeah, I feel red's a bit too strong for the colour scheme I've got, so I think I'm going to go in with spiced plum.
Okay.
Which will be a bit more subtle. And let me grab a purple brush. And this is the final layer, so this will just finish the card off beautifully.
Now, I must admit, I was beginning to wonder if everybody who wanted a stamping platform will have already got this, but we're having loads of brand new people through today
I
who
know.
are buying this.
Every time we get it back in stock, I think, well, everyone must have one by now, because every time we bring it on, it flies, doesn't it?
Maybe it's been on your wish list for a while, but, funds haven't allowed it or whatever, or maybe someone's offering to buy it to, buy it for you for your birthday or...
Yeah, it's a perfect gift. It really is.
And it's something you'll use every single day. You really will.
You will. And even if you've already got stamp platforms...
This will become your favourite.
This will become, the sticky grid is a game changer. If you've got any sort of those big background stamps that you want to cover like your whole card front with, you just can't do those with the magnets. So it's
although it's a larger platform than most out there, it doesn't get in the way. It becomes your friend and your helper.
Yeah, it doesn't feel cumbersome, despite the fact it's sort of even bigger than A4 actually.
And it's a great surface to work on because it's strong. It's not this bouncy plastic that will get on your nose.
No, and you'll notice the lid is, you know, as I say, I've got all the stamp platforms out there. Some of them, the lids are a bit flimsy and you kind of worry that you're going to crack it. I have cracked one, actually. There we go. So there we go.
Hey, look at
yeah,
that.
I think that's a bit more subtle than a red. But isn't that pretty? So then I can just cut that down, pop it on a card front, and I don't think you even need a sentiment on that. It's so pretty on its own.
Home sweet home, new home. Yep.
And for home decor, that would, you know, of course, you could have a great big 12 by 12 in there, and you could create your own sort of pattern background paper with that.
Well, remember the stencil set that we got for you today, 2 of the individuals have gone completely. So your lacy and the floral one, the floral impressions, both of those have gone completely on their own, but they're still available in the bundle. Okay, so the bottom right and the top left have sold out individually, but all of them as a bundle are still available at $47.99. Obviously you can still buy the others individually, but they will be the full normal price. But if you buy all 5, you're only paying for kind of 3 of them really, if you think about it. They're $9.59 each with a discount in the bundle. If they're not in the bundle, then they are $15.99 each, which is great value for 4 stencils. But today you're getting them for under £10, or you're getting 2 of those stencil sets absolutely free. And there's a couple in there that I've not seen before. I'd not seen that kind of abstract one before.
No, I hadn't, and I hadn't seen the birdhouses before either. So that's why I've demoed those, because I was excited to have them.
Okay, so RZXC24. Now, lots of you are going crazy for the stamp and stencil tool. This has been a firm favourite and a bestseller at Hobbymaker all last year. When it won the award in Frankfurt, everybody wanted it. And so it's consistently win awards because, when you've got people like Pete and yourself and all the experts at Sizzix coming up with these innovations, they're all talented crafters. They know what crafters want. They're not inventing things that no one's going to use, which sometimes can happen. This is something that's going to be a problem solver, but it can do so many more things than just stamp. It can stencil. It can also stamp and spin, the rotating platform. That's available on our website, which will just basically clip onto the top where the lid goes.
Yes.
And there's a hinge.
Yes, it's got the same hinge system, but then it's got like a rotating wheel that you attach your stamp to, and it means you can create wreaths, background sort of patterns. It's very clever. And again, it's Sizzix. It's really good quality.
Can I just show you, if you don't believe me, that it comes...
Oh yes, in the little dust
comes in its own dust bag, and it's only really very posh handbags or posh shoes that normally come in dust bags. But your posh stamp and stencil platform comes in its own dust bag as well, and it is award-winning. You've got the template there, which means you can position your stencil wherever you want. All the Sizzix stencils now and going forward would have the little nodules cut out, so they'll fit on there. But there are adapters that you can buy, little adapter add-on stickers that you will put onto your existing other brand stencils, which means you can use them on this as well.
I think you get a pack of 10. You might find them on the Sizzix brand page, but that means you can use any of your stencils in here.
But it's a thing of beauty, of quality. There's your grippy sheet. So it comes with its protective cover on it. Use that and put it back on there when you're not using it. It just stops dust and dirt and hairs getting stuck to it.
Keeps it lasting longer. And then on the reverse, it's even got sort of like a bit of a foam sort of cushion. So that really helps with your stamping because it gives you that little bit of cushion that you need with stamping to get a good, nice impression.
Now, I know for a fact, as soon as you buy this, you're going to be raving about it. And the mere fact that so many of you are messaging in this afternoon doing that just kind of proves how good a machine it is. Chris has messaged in, who says, simply the best stamping platform on the market alongside my Big Shot Plus. They are the tools I would not be without.
That's, I agree.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Chris.
No,
thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris.
Take it from our viewers, take it from the crafters who already own this, that just rave about it and say how good it is. It's going to be the best $44.99 that you can spend. And as it's something that's being added to going forward.
Yes, I love this about Sizzix. Sizzix have been around a long time. The Big Shot's been around a long time. They didn't just come out with a stamp platform. There you go, have a stamp platform. Now we're on to something else.
I think because we're still talking about the Big Shot now, probably 20 years after it first came on the market. I think we'll be talking about this 20 years from now.
Yes, we will, because it'll still be something we're all using every day. And who knows what other accessories we'll have for
Yeah.
it in the years to come.
It's not a fad or a
No.
trend that's come today and gone tomorrow. You know, it's here to stay. And there will be constantly things being developed by Pete and the team that will fit on here that you can use with it. So it's just something that's going to grow in its popularity and in its versatility too. £44.99. Everyone I know that's a crafter has one of these and got it very early on when it first came out. But if you haven't seen it before, if you're a new crafter or it's been on your wish list for a little bit of time, today's a good day to purchase it at £44.99. It'll be with you as soon as possible. They're in our warehouse, ready for dispatch straight after the bank holiday weekend. It'll be on its way. You should get it very, very soon. So that's AW1S13. And these people that are messaging in aren't messaging in because we've given them a fiver to do so or asked them. These are passionate people that just want to tell you and everyone at home how good this machine is and how good this stamping platform is. Okay, now going back to the stencils quickly, all 5 sets, you can buy 3 of the sets individually. The 2 that are out of stock is the bottom right and the top left. They're no longer available individually. All the other ones you can still buy individually at £15.99, but the bundle of the 5, £47.99. So that's the first bundle of our warehouse clearance sale today. That's what we're doing basically. It's a clearance show from Sizzix today, now, and at 5 and at 7. Okay, so we've got 3 shows with different bundles in them. That's the first bundle today of your layering stencils. Then the Sunny Sentiment stamps from Pete. The unmistakable hand of Pete Hughes has drawn all of these and written all of these, made them into stamps, and of course you can get the benefit of them too. But look at the stamps you've got here. There we are, look, you get loads in each packet. They should be £47.96. They're £24.99 this afternoon, so nearly half price. You're paying for 2 sets. You get 2 sets absolutely free, but they're so stylishly distinctive.
They are. You can tell they're designed by Pete, can't you?
Yeah.
He did come out with these about the same time as we started doing the stencils, because I think his reasoning for having some nice big bold sentiments was that they would show up on top of a stenciled background.
Yeah, they will. They will stand out. Definitely. Now, this other set of 4, this is 2 different designers are behind this, and they're similar but different to Pete's, very different in their look. So this one is by Lisa Jones.
This is
Then
more
you've
of a
got-
delicate feel, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Really pretty.
Looks really handwritten. Got love you, celebrate your day, sending birthday wishes, sending a smile. So all of those are individual stamps. And again, if you're stamping them with ink, stamping them and then using embossing powder, however you want to use them, you've got a thank you down there as well. Really, really lovely. So that's that one. Then you've got this set, which is, again, different. You grow, girl. Grow
Yes.
positive thoughts, born to bloom.
A little bit of a floral theme for this one.
I believe in you.
And I like the What's Up Buttercup. I think that's really sweet.
Yeah, yeah. I can hear Stacey saying that.
Yes, yeah, it is a bit
Stacey
of a
Parks
sort
would
of
say
thing
that.
Stacey would say.
Absolutely.
That's really nice. Particularly if you like florals like me, I use that one a lot. And then this is another one from Pete.
It works out, you've got about 49 stamps here. And again from Pete, you've got the one word which is bold and then the smaller type, either top and at the bottom of it as well. Oh, happy day, wishing you joy, find your wings and fly, be the rainbow, sending happiness, really lovely. And then the last set is this set just here. Which are those? Again,
Yeah,
from Lisa
another one
Jones.
from Lisa. And again, with that lovely sort of delicate font. I really like this set because you've pretty much got all your occasions covered in this set. And it's a nice font that sort of goes with anything, really.
And when was the last stamp that you actually had the chance of owning that said here for you? That's a lovely sentiment.
It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, just really nice, thoughtful sort of message.
Little one. Ellie, our producer, used to be called Little One.
Little one, I like that one as well.
Yeah.
I do like that on baby cards, little one.
That's what she says when it goes up to the bar. Little one, please.
Yeah,
No,
little one.
I don't think so.
No, I don't.
You get all 4 packs for £29.99, £7.50 each, which is pretty amazing.
Great value.
AMXC21. And then we've got the dies of the sentiments, which are, where did I put them?
Here.
Thank you.
These are so useful.
Very. And these are from Stacey Parks. So this is actually an embossing die. It will actually emboss into the cardstock the word thanks. And you can leave it like that, just embossed, it looks lovely. Almost like a letterpress, isn't it?
It is a bit, yes. You've got different options with this one. So you've got that sort of letterpress look that you can sand,
Yep.
but then you've also got the sort of shadow and the more delicate thanks. So you can sort of layer them up, use them individually, and then you've got the accompanying sort of words to go with it.
And you've got the hello as well, big hello, hello you, hello friend. Then you've got happy birthday, happy anniversary with love, congratulations.
Nice
and
font,
lastly,
that one.
there we go. New home, new baby, congrats, thank you, thanks, happy Mother's Day, happy Father's Day, and so on.
All the occasions that you're going to need there,
Absolutely.
really. Yeah.
$47.99 gets you all 4 packs of those dies. While stocks last, though, in this special clearance show. Keep checking out on the machine as well. I say machine, the platform, the tool. Yeah, if you want the stencil and stamp tool, one of the most raved about products of this year and last year. It's only $44.99 today. $44.99, and that's for all your stamps and of course all your stencils as well. Thank you, Sharon. See you at 5.
Yes, see you at 5.
Tonic next. Jodie is in the building, and we've also got Carla coming up as well with We Are. So lots to look forward to between now and 9 o'clock tonight here on Bank Holiday Monday.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobbymaker.
At Hobbymaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobbymaker, let's get crafting.
Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer, and I'm looking forward to doing a live watercolour show on Hobbymaker on Tuesday the 22nd of April. We're going to be launching my brand new watercolour book, exclusive live launch on Hobbymaker, where you can pick up not only a special 10th anniversary edition of this amazing watercolour book, but also an exclusive signed copy, yes, hand-signed copies of the book. We've also got some amazing discounts on some of my previous books, so make sure you tune in on Tuesday the 22nd of April for some watercolour goodness. See you then.
Registering for a Hobbymaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobbymaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details, and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobbymaker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hi everybody, happy Easter. Still okay to say that, isn't it?
It is.
Easter Monday.
It is, because I've got lots of chocolate to eat.
Hey, that's what we like to hear. Great to have your company. Hope you had a lovely time over the weekend, and it's not over yet. It's still Easter weekend, so enjoy the bargains, enjoy the fun with Hobbymaker this afternoon. With you through until 9 o'clock, as we are every day from 1 until 9, Hobbymaker every single day of the week. Now, we have got something that's brand new to us that you've never seen before, die sets that will allow you to make tonic creatures that have got the massive, cute appeal. But before we get to that, we've got something that's brand new, which is really exciting, from Tim Holtz.
It's a cheeky little number.
It is.
Okay. Now, when people say to me, Jodie, what are your desert island products from Tonic Studios? What do I say? Think about my desert island products. One of them is always my craft pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we have got the craft pick.
We've got a brand new to us at Hobbymaker, Tim Holtz endorsed craft pick, retractable. So obviously it's not a good idea to have anything exposed like a pokey tool or a craft knife or anything like that. So you can literally retract it for safety, which is always a cool thing. And I know the design of these aren't new. You've had yours for years. But to get that on its own, it's $6.99.
Yep.
To buy it on its own. So you're going to get your retractable craft pick, one of the hero products for any craft room. You're also going to get a craft knife.
You're going to get the craft knife. This is the same design, so it all goes back into the housing, so there's no excess sticking yourself, poking yourself with the knife, yeah? It all retracts into the handle. You've got the 3 extra blades in there as well.
Okay, so you're going to get 3 blades and the retractable tool. So that's your craft knife and craft pick sorted out. Then you've got, I've not seen this until today, a rotary cutter.
That's a cheeky little number.
It folds in, doesn't it?
It does. Let's have it out, Dave.
Go on.
Yeah, so they all fold in on themselves. Now, when you're folding it in on itself, please be careful of your fingers.
Yes,
all
absolutely.
right, because that little blade is exposed.
Yep.
So literally hold it in one hand and push it in with the other hand.
Of course, when it's in, it's then completely safe.
It is. Now, what I do with mine at home, I actually put a little bit of talcum powder inside mine. And it makes it a lot looser to be able to fold in.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yep.
So once this is out, you have got this little rotary cutter, nice little hole for your finger to actually sit on.
Yep.
Okay. And then you have got your rotary cutter to be able to cut. Okay. Really, really nice blade on it.
Okay, now this is not the main focus of the show, but we just thought we'd give you this as a little bit of a taster to our show. The reason that we've done it is because of the price we can let you have all 3 for. Should be £20.97 for all 3. And let's face it, you'll always use a pokey tool or a pick. You'll always use a craft knife, and now you'll always use the rotary cutter as well. You can have the whole set of 3 for £14.99. And remember, the craft knife comes with 3 spare blades. So the whole thing is only £14.99, a £5 each.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And the things that you use all the time, you know, I do go on about the craft pick because I use it for everything. I have so many of them and I wouldn't be without them. You know, one is not enough. You know, I have a couple in my glove compartment, in my glove compartment of my car. I have a couple in my handbag. I must have 3 or 4 in my toolbox over there because I use them for everything.
But how many times have you had, say, a craft pick that's had an exposed tool, exposed blade on the end, and you've ended up stabbing yourself with it? When you're not using it, retract it, it disappears into the handle. When you want it, you can have a small one, you can have a long one, whatever you need, but it's there for you, getting all the backs off your
yeah, so one of
pads.
the bonuses, you've got 8 different settings on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got 8 different settings on this little slider here. Okay, so you can have that blade as long or as short as you want it. So maybe if you are using it to pick your flowers up, you have it on a short one. If you are doing parchment craft, you can bring it right the way down and just use the little tip to do the little holes in your parchment. But if you're curling cardstock, have it on the long setting and actually use it to curl your cardstock. I use it for so many different things. But of course, as we know, Cush Grip makes your hands smile. Yeah, so it's non-slip.
We have got triple figure stock, so we're talking hundreds available here, but the stock is going down very, very quickly. 20% of the stock now in baskets and gone, so if you want to treat yourself to a new craft pick. You want to treat yourself to a new craft knife that's got a retractable blade rather than just putting your cap on top of it or whatever. This retracts, so it's much, much safer. And you get 3 spare blades in there too. Plus, you're going to get the new, I'd not seen it before until today, the rotary cutter that, again, it folds in on itself from a safety point of view. You don't want to have exposed blades around in any craft room for your own safety, but also children's safety, animals, pet safety as well. Many of you are going for multiples. Many of you are going for 2. Beverly in York has gone for 2. Who else has gone for 2? Quite a few of you. Carol's gone for 2 as well, and Alison in Surrey as well has gone for 2. So yeah, you're looking at, if you want 2, just under £30, and you'll end up with 2 of each of these. 30% now of the entire stock gone. AC4085. We'll keep you updated on that and let you know when it sells out, but I'm not at all surprised so many of you want this. And with the brilliant name of Tonic, you know the quality of the tool is going to be up there. Okay, now the main focus of the show now, bearing in mind we've had Easter, and we're still very much in Easter frame of mind. We're talking cute characters, cute bunnies, that sort of thing. Well, now, let's bring in some other characters. If you look over at the steps in the studio, the die sets that we're going to bring you from Jodie and Tonic, allowing you to make all of these characters. Not only are they cute, but they also can be used for storage. You can put little sweets inside them. You can put all sorts of things inside them. And all the dies you need to give them character, whether they're wearing glasses, whether they've got their eyes closed or open, long eyelashes or not. This die set, you've got a total, how many dies in there?
69 dies.
69 dies in there.
And what I want you to think of, the characters that you're seeing, don't just think of those, think of other characters, okay? I can see a bunny in there.
Yeah.
I can do a rabbit in there. You've got all the different dies to be able to do them. Maybe you just want to do it as a cat. You could do it as a cat. You could do it as a dog. There's loads of different ways of making this completely different.
Look what Ellie's done. She's taken the price down. Never before have we seen this at Hobby Maker. This die set's brand new to us. The whole set of 69 dies is £38.99. Now, I worked that out to be about 50 pence a die. But look at what you can do with them. With your coloured cardstock, you can make them into wise owls. You name it, you can do it with this. You can have so much fun. And if you do make to sell, imagine what you could sell those for at craft fairs.
These are beautiful, and there's such an ample size in here. So universal size, 2 chocolate oranges, okay? So they are, if I turn this one round in my hand, they're all based on an oval shape, okay? So let's face it, straight away, without any of the characters on there, you could have it as a pumpkin.
Yep.
You could do it as an apple.
As an
you
egg.
could do it as a pear. You could do it as an egg, okay? If I bring it round, you can see that we've started to get the characters in here. And now what happens is the top comes up and you've got that area on the inside here. Remember me saying you need magnets?
Yeah, that's why you need magnets.
You've got that closure.
You can put cat treats in
on there as well. They're just so sweet. I mean, we have got the owl.
Yeah.
So what about the owl? He's actually holding some little flowers. Yeah. But equally so, I love the trash panda. Let me bring a trash panda in.
Jodie, we've got 2 shows of this.
We do.
10% has gone already. We've had the price on the screen for literally a few minutes. I think everyone's realising sky's the limit. You can make, what would you buy one? I'd probably pay £5 for that, if not more.
They're just brilliant, aren't they, Dave?
Oh,
I mean,
fantastic.
look at the trash panda's tongue. He's even got a little tongue in there. Maybe you are doing teacher's gifts. Let's bring a teacher's gift in.
What teacher would not be over the moon at receiving something like this, even
So-
if it's just an ornament empty?
He's actually reading his little book.
Yeah.
He's actually got his little hat on as well.
Ellie, our producer, was saying you could put your tea bags in there if you wanted to. Tea bag gift.
Yeah, but then on top of that, if you're somebody like me who loves hedgehogs, yeah, the hedgehog is amazeballs. I love
Think
the
about
little old and wise there.
I know Heidi Hobson that comes here, she is a massive hedgehog fan. I think she does fundraising for hedgehog charities, making them for animal charities, selling them in animal charity shops, for example. You could easily get maybe even between £5 and £10 for each of those.
Absolutely. So you're going to get 69 dies.
Yeah.
Okay.
For 50p a die, basically.
So these are the dies that you're going to get in all that configuration. Yeah. Now remember me saying about the bunny.
Yeah.
You see why I say the bunny?
Yeah.
You've already got his whiskers.
What's up, Doc?
You've got his nose, and then this here that is essentially either the wing for the owl or the tail for the fox. That there is my bunny's ears.
Could it be the arms of a penguin?
It could. could quite easily be a penguin. It could be a Christmas robin. Yeah,
they are just
you
brilliant.
can make so many different things with this. You've got eyelashes in here. You've got glasses in here. You've got all your configurations. You've got different eyeballs in here. You've got the centers of the ears to make the ears pink. You've got all these different mouth positions, eye positions. You've got your twix-to-woo there.
Yep.
You've got your breastplate here that you can put your feathers in. You've got your little cheeks here. You've got a cheek there. I mean, that die there, I'd be doing that in pink. I'd be sticking it onto either some grey or some white, cutting round it, and then that's my bunny's foot.
Yeah. Over 20% of the entire day's stock has gone. This is only a product we are having on stock or in stock on air today for today only. It's only scheduled for this show and at 6 o'clock this evening. That'll be your only chance to see these live. If we've got any stock left overnight and you're watching a repeat, hopefully there'll be some stock for you. But at the moment, live at 3:15, over 20% of the stock is gone. Everyone's falling in love with them. Whether you make for your own enjoyment, for your family and friends, whether you make to sell, you can make a whole family of hedgehogs in different colours.
You could, I mean, you can imagine doing loads of different ones and having them in children's bedroom.
Yeah.
They'd be superb. Maybe your child's got a certain book that they like every night for bedtime. You could be making the characters out of these, you know, with no problem at all, really, really easily.
Now, what we would recommend, bearing in mind, if you're loving what you're seeing, and you are, because we're so busy for these, no colouring has been used. It's literally the coloured cardstock from Tonic that has been used. And we've got this colourway for you in cardstock, which is perfect. Forest Friends classic cardstock, so perfect to use for the fox, for the owl, for all these characters. These are the colours you're going to need.
Yeah.
And what sort of quantities are we talking?
Right, so the actual animal himself, I normally say to you to use a 240 GSM. In this instance, use a 216, which this is,
right.
Okay? Because your stout, your little nose, you need a lighter weight cardstock to be able to bend around his nose, okay? So in this collection, you're going to get 10 sheets of your ripened pumpkin. You're going to get 10 sheets of your brick red. You're going to get 10 of the butter yellow. You're going to get 10 of your old man beige. You're going to get 10 of your avocado and 10 of your pistachio in there.
Okay.
So 50 sheets, is it? 10,
50
20,
sheets.
30, 40, 60 sheets.
60 sheets. So these have been hand selected to work really well with these creature dies, okay? And you can have all 60 sheets for £11. So if you go on for the dies and you're thinking, hang on a minute, have I got the cardstock, the right coloured cardstock to create these characters? This is what Tonic have put together for you. 10% of the stock of this cardstock has already gone, and that's been on air for a minute. I think it's an absolute must. If you're going for the dies, go for this, because Tonic have made sure all the colourways work perfectly well to create the characters. EO4T97 is your product code. You're going to get such a great deal on the dies anyway at $38.99, so add that in. You've already paid your P&P of $4.95. There's no more P&P for you for the rest of the day until midnight tonight. £11. Now, we've also got a great selection of Nuvo drops, again, chosen for the colourways.
They're chosen to match the cardstock perfectly, okay? So if I just put those in front of that cardstock. So straight away, you've got your buttermilk in there, you've got your autumn red in there, you've got your pumpkin in there, you've got your spring green in there, and you've also got your black in there. Your black really is fantastic for eyeballs.
Yeah. Would you like to have each one for £2? $9.99 for all 5. Look at the way the colours work with the cardstock perfectly.
Yeah, really, really. I mean, just by adding the little detail onto, say, the florals, for example, just bring in a little blob of Nuvo into the centre of the little floral heads, emphasising the little... I mean, at the moment, that eye looks quite flat. If you put the Nuvo on there as well, it's going to give it that gloss finish. It does, and brings the eyes to life.
And of course, when they dry, it dries absolutely solid as well. So you're making your own embellishments, really. £2 a bottle. They should be £15, nearly £15. They are a third off. They're $14.95 down to $9.99. And again, Nuvo and Tonic have hand-selected those colours to work with the cardstock that we've just shown you as well. Now, we've also got the vintage collection.
Yeah, so where we had gloss and pearl, this is actually a matte finish.
Right.
So in here, you've got your different matte finishes. So in there, you've got your Pioneer Green, you've got your denim in there, you have got, what's that one called? gilded gold. I wanted to call it golden child then for some reason. You've got your Earl Grey in there, and you've also got your Regency green in there as well. So just to emphasise little decorations that you've put on there. Maybe you've put some flowers. He's holding some flowers. Maybe you've got him holding something that you can incorporate the detail, like on the side of the book there.
Look.
Maybe you want to put the little rivets on the side of the book.
Half price deal. £19.95, not today, they're down to £9.99, so that is working out at £2
That's
a
brilliant.
pop. £2 a bottle for the vintage matte finish in all those gorgeous colours. FY4T80, you know, not just for using with these characters, but for using in your everyday card making, they're perfect. They really, really are. FY4T80, half price. Love it.
Brill.
Okay, now we've also got the adhesive, the
You need some
120
sticky stuff, don't you?
Now this is the glue that you see Jodie use every single time she's on with us at Hobbymaker, and these are huge. Now, if you've got the smaller bottles, don't throw those away, keep them. But when you run out of them, decant from the larger bottles into the smaller ones. But you can use directly from the bottle here. This is two 120 mils, so it's 240 mil of the deluxe adhesive, and it should be £9.99 a bottle. Today, £13.98. £13.99, there you are, look. So saving you best part of £6 off the price if you buy the Duo today, NU4050, and everyone who uses this glue swears by it.
Absolutely. This literally is the toilet rolls of the crafting world. You never want to run out. Always have some extra ones in stock because it is the bee's knees. And once you've used the bottles, yes, you can throw the bottle away, but keep the nozzle because the nozzles fit on all the Nuvo products. So if any of you've got blockages in your Nuvo drops, you can use the spare nozzle from your adhesive.
Brilliant. Okay, well, that's on special offer today. Stock up, go for a couple if you can afford it, because you multiply your saving then. You'll save yourself £6 off each Duo. Now, we've also got luxury storage in the show as well before we get to demo, which we'll do in a second.
These are, honestly, I was down in Wales, 3 weeks ago down in the office, and I actually brought 10 of these back up because these are the best things in sliced bread. I store all my Nuvo drops in mine straight away. Forget the dividers. All my Nuvo drops are stored in these dividers.
And you can see where everything is.
They stack on top of each other, so you can stack them. I wouldn't go any taller than 3 high, but absolutely superb. But what you're getting is a multi-buy here. You're going to get the tray, but then you're going to get 2 different sets of pockets and dividers.
Okay, so these are your pockets, of which you get 10 clear sleeves, 20 storage sheets, and 24 adhesive labels. So that's your storage pockets. And you can see that they can go into ring binders, the Tonic ring binders.
Yeah, so inside here, you're going to get your see-through acetate. Okay, so let me get one of those out as well. So you're going to get your see-through acetate. Yes, that looks milky at the minute, but you're going to take the protective sleeve off, okay? And that's your stamp storage. So straight away, you've got your stamp storage. They will fit inside your medium die folders as well.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
So you're going to get those. But then you're also going to get your dividers. Now, what's the difference? Your dividers are not see-through.
Right.
And you also got your labels, yeah? Brilliant for dividing up, whether it be a manufacturer you want to divide up, so maybe you've got...
A theme.
Yeah, a theme in there. You could have all your masculines in there, put your divider in there, but you're going to get all your dividers as well.
Okay, so you get your dividers, you get your little see-through plastic pockets, you get the acetate inserts for them as well, your labels, everything, including the tray, for £17.99. Jodie's got all of hers. She raves about them. You've got them today. You've got £7 saving. I mean, the tray is, on its own should be that, I would have thought. TF4021. TF4021, if you can see that on your craft table, in your craft room, it may not be for the craft room. Maybe you want to use it for the office. It's entirely up to you. What you use those dividers for is entirely your call. But I've not seen this before until today. So if you fancy getting hold of it, a storage solution, and an attractive one at that, and it's TF4021. Now back to our dies that we're supposed to have enough to last 2 shows, because there's this show and the 6 o'clock show. 40% of the stock of these dies is gone. I cannot believe that they are working out to about 50 pence a die. You get 69 dies, but you know what? You're not being dictated to as to what character you make. because the dies are so clever. They make various different characters. You choose what cardstock and what colour you're going to use, how you put them together, what you make, whether it's an owl, whether it's a rabbit, whether it's, what else have we got there, hedgehogs, whether it's a badger.
It could be a fox, it could be a robin, it could be any sort of bird. You could give it a blue breast and it can be a blue tit, yeah? It's up to you how you want to decorate them. If you're thinking of a creature that's got a stout, you can do it.
Yeah, and also, don't think of them just being ornamental.
Nope.
They physically can be holding something. They could have chocolates in them, they could have bath bombs in them,
Yep.
you could put tea bags
Easy.
inside it, whatever you want to do.
But equally so, it could just be an egg that way round. It could be a pumpkin, if I
Yep.
just hold its ears so you can't see its ears. It could be an apple, a pear. You know, you decide how you want them to be.
A message from Teresa's coming through this afternoon. Get your messages in via the app or via the website. Always love to hear from you. What another brilliant die set from Tonic. I have so many different sets to keep me busy. Thanks for inspiring me, from Teresa in Suffolk. There you go.
Brilliant. Well, I'm going to go and play.
Okay. Jodie's going to go and play. If you've got any messages or you've got any questions, please do just send them in via the website where it says send the studio a message. You can do that on the app. You can do that on the website as well, which is hobbymaker.com. Now, I've got to quickly let you know that little opener that we showed you, that we opened the show with, where you get the pick, where you get 3 spare blades on your craft knife, both of them retractable, and you've got the rotary cutter. Half the stock of this has now checked out. Should be, what was the price? Should have been $20.97. Today it's $14.99. A little show opener gift for you. Really great. It's retractable, but so much safer. You never lose it. You can even have it around your neck if you want to. You can actually put like a lanyard through the hole at the top there, and you always know where it is. But because it's retractable, so much safer. IW4013 is the product code. 38. Oh no, hang on. AC4085 is the there we are, the tool collection on the right hand side there. £14.99 for all 3 things. That's if it's your first purchase. Open your basket, you paid your $4.95 P&P, the rest of the day shopping free of any more P&P. All right, Jade?
I'm feeling right posh today. I've got a chair, Dave. Feeling good.
VIP treatments.
So, it'll be no surprise to you, I put it together differently to what Tonic tell you to put it together. All right, because I find it a lot easier to do it this way. So we're actually going to make the little fox, okay? And this die cut here is actually the snout. And then the side pieces connect to that snout.
Ah, right.
Okay, so what I do before I do anything is I connect these 2 little brackets here to that long one there, because it needs to be dry before you can continue.
Right.
Okay, so just taking my adhesive, I'm going to put a little blob of glue just onto there, and then I bring this in and I level it up so that it's flush with that end, and then your best friend is going to be some little pegs. Yes, you can sit and hold it if you've got time, but if you haven't, a little peg just on there, just to hold it.
Okay. And we sell those. I know Crafters Companion do little pegs. Do
Yeah.
Tonic do little pegs?
We don't,
Oh,
no.
okay. They'll be on our website though if you want to have a little look.
Yeah, so just come in and put in that little level onto there, and then I just bring in one of those cheeky little pegs and just clamp it shut and then leave it, okay? Because that literally needs to dry. So let's put that to one side. So we're going to start with the bottom of said box, and that is these ones here.
Nearly half the stock gone on the dies. If you want them, be quick.
So taking the large shape, you're going to place these all the way around, okay? So come in and give all your panels a little bit of a curve.
Another use for the tool.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave, it's the best thing since sliced bread. It really is. As I say, I have loads of them, and people joke that my handbags got them in, my glove compartments got them in. I just wouldn't be without them.
Never leave home without one.
Absolutely. It's amazing what you need one for. So, I mean, the other week I was in a multi-storey car park putting in money in the car park. The money got stuck, couldn't get my fingernail in, so I went to the car, got my craft pick. and poked it through the machine, you know, it's just stupid little things. Now, because my fox has got a tummy panel, don't forget to cut the panel out of a different colour.
Right.
Okay, so taking that now, we're going to take that hexagon and I want to start with my tummy.
I'll tell you something, if you made a selection of animals like we've got in the studio, they would fly at any craft fair.
Absolutely.
At any season.
Absolutely. And if you are doing fundraising and things like that, why not put a paper hook on the head and you could do a hooker animal?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, like a hooker duck?
Yeah.
So we're going to do that one.
But I know so many of you do raise funds for animal charities. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect for that.
Making sure that everything's bent and coming. But remember lighter weight cardstock for this, okay? Because you've got a lot of curves to go on this. And if you've got the heavier weight card, especially around the snout area, it can be quite difficult to stick together.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're also going to get in the collection florals as well. You've got all the flowers to be able to decorate them.
And of course you can use those away from the characters.
Absolutely.
But
maybe you've got things like you know, you can get like polystyrene acorns and different things like that. So you could make a squirrel out of one and give him his little acorns. So coming all the way down to that little edge, bend them over, all the way up. But remember to always put your tummy panel in as well, because your tummy wants to be that different colour.
Yeah.
What would we rather be, a fox or a squirrel?
That's a
Dave,
question.
what would you like to be?
I think probably a squirrel. A red one, not a grey one.
I want to be a raccoon.
A raccoon?
Yeah.
I could see you as a raccoon.
Because I watch all these videos on Facebook of dumpster divers in the States.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to be a raccoon that could go dumpster diving.
Do you know what? I could see you on Race Around the World. Would you ever do that?
No.
I could really see you doing it. It starts again this week, doesn't it?
I don't know.
One of my favourite programmes. Love it.
So that onto there. And then the latter one is going to come into there. So the latter one going in.
To be fair, whatever your favourite animal is, you could probably make that animal out of these dies, what they give you die-wise.
Absolutely. There's lots of individual bits and pieces you can do with this, okay? So while that dries, I'm going to come back to my snout.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to take my little pegs off, and we're going to, can you see how I've bent that one up? So it's got a curve coming up, and that's got a curve coming out, because you're going to stick this in now. Make sure that they're bent, whoops, and you're going to stick that front section into there. So the best thing to do is get that top one in place first. Don't worry about these bottom ones a minute, and stick a peg on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just put a peg on that one, and then come in and manipulate these ones.
Right, got you.
Okay, so your peg is actually holding that top one in situ, so you can just literally come in and just tickle those ones in there, and that's going to allow you to get a really nice tight finish on his nose, because let's face it, you don't want a holy nose.
No. The last thing you want.
Absolutely. So just come in and just hold that nice and tight on that inner bridge. So you've got that really tight finish there. And we're going to do the same on the other side now. So a little bit of glue. Get that top one in properly. So bring that in, bend it back on itself so you've got like a little curve. Get that first one in. Get your peg and stick your peg on so that holds it in. So then you can come in and you can just literally hold the bridge of his nose until that bridge of his nose is dry.
Is that always where you start then? Nose first? Right.
Now the instructions don't tell you to do that. The instructions tell you to do exactly the same as what I've done here.
Yeah.
And this is the last step.
Right.
Well, I can't get my fingers in there to do that.
Right.
Yeah. So I do it this way. So I make sure, because let's face it, that's going to be the bit that you look at first when you're looking at it. So you want a really nice tight finish on that bridge. So we've got the bridge, and now we're going to come down and do a sort of under chin.
Yeah.
So get some more pegs. Let's make sure that that one's working. And we're going to come in, and you're going to bend that back on itself. So you've got that under bridge there. So make sure that that's nice and level.
The colour of the cardstock you're using as well is important. That's why going for the Tonic cardstock, the classic card we've got in the show, they've hand-selected those colours to work perfectly with these dies. Well over half the available stock of the dies to make these characters has gone. Wow.
So,
busy bank holiday afternoon?
Absolutely. So I'm coming in, I'm pegging that bottom section, and once again, I'm holding that bridge. Yeah, so that my little snout is really nice and tight, okay? So just make sure that all that is dry before you let it go, because look how nice and tight that front little snout is, okay? So just gonna hold that one just a little bit longer. Get your finger on the underside, and you can push those glue tabs into the cardstock as well. So I've now got what essentially is the front of my little fox, badger, whatever, okay? So putting him to one side, I'm going to come in now and I'm going to start to do this. So literally this bit is a rinse and repeat process. So what I do is I come all the way to the very top one first. And I'm
like
going to...
you said, you know, this doesn't have to be a character. This could be an egg.
It could. So I get that top one. I'm actually going to bend back those little tabs. I'm going to come right up to that very top there, and I'm going to take my peg and I'm going to peg that top one, and then I can come in, I can sort out then the rest of them. So literally keeping that all nice and tight down there. So let's get some more pegs on the situation.
Yeah, your pegs are going to be your new best friend, definitely.
Yeah, can never have too many pegs, Dave. Yeah, so that one over there. And we're just going to rinse and repeat this now until all these are stuck together. So all the way up, bend that one out, go all the way up, get that top one aligned. Don't worry about the rest at the minute, just get that top one done. Bring your peg in, and then come in and sort the rest out. Yeah,
perfect.
Because otherwise you're trying to hold too many bits and pieces.
And to be fair, none of these characters are going to take you a long time to make.
Nope.
Probably, what, about an hour from start to finish?
Absolutely. What I like about Tonic's packages, in there, it actually gives you a full cutting guide of how many pieces you need, in what colours you need, and everything else. So do all your cutting, clear the decks, and then you can come back and do all the sticking when everything is cleared down. So now I'm going to come in and sort that one out. So remember, this front one's his tummy. So you can come in and you can manipulate that so that all those sides are stuck. And the pegs are just going to hold everything in place for you.
I'm the same as you, Jod. I love construction. I love the fact something three-dimensional that's gorgeous can be made from a flat sheet of card.
Yeah, it amazes me. That's what really drew me to Tonic stuff.
Yeah.
So bring the next one in. And as I say, you're working your way. Oh, let me just bend that one back a minute.
And the thing is, there's no trial and error because the die's done all the accurate cutting for you. There's no measuring. Everything fits together perfectly. You know, there's no mismatch. Everything just works perfectly every time.
And you can see why, that lighter weight cardstock now is perfect for this, because you're literally shaping it as you go round. You're actually using the curvature of your finger on the inside edge to actually hold it. I mean, straight off the bat, this doesn't have to be part of this design. This could be a plant pot.
Yeah, could be a cup.
Yeah, it could be so many different things. It could be just a little box that you're going to put on your desk to actually keep all your bits and pieces in. Yeah, it could be your elastic band holder.
I mean, the shape of the base reminds me a bit of like Humpty Dumpty.
Yes, it could quite easily be Humpty Dumpty. Yeah. So There's actually a cartoon character as well in there that is this shape, and I can't think of what cartoon it is. Is it Captain Underpants, is it? I don't know.
Captain who?
I don't know. She said Captain Underpants in my ear roll. I don't know.
I
Are
knew
you
that- I
getting
never
me
knew
to
that
say underpants on air?
I never knew that was a character, I'll be fair.
So let's place that onto there. Hold that one. Let's get some more pegs.
So you're using the larger and the smaller pegs, whichever you've got to hand, really. And this Nouveau glue, remember, that we've got on offer today, that's proving popular. Perfect for construction.
It is. Just take your time, you know. There's no rush to get to the end. Just take your time and work your way around. Okay. So I'm going to put my peg back on there, and then get your hands on the inside edge. And this is why, you know, I say I do it differently to Tonic, because I like to be able to get my hand inside and hold it all. Yeah. So last couple coming up here. I mean, don't put too much glue on, but you want enough to be able to stick it, but just little tickle it, the glue tab. Bringing the next one in. Bring in that top edge.
I mean, although this is the base of the character, like you said, it could be a cup, it could be a little plant pot holder, whatever you want it to be.
It could be so many different things. It really could. So just holding that one there, one more peg on that side. So let's do this one. And then bring in that last one right up to the top of there. Just hold that one. And then we're going to stick that onto there, and then just manipulate that last one so that you've got the bottom of your character. So that's how you do the bottom. So we've got the little panel at the front there, okay? So let's just put that one to one side, because we need to do the top section. Now the top section is done with the smaller one. Can you see that that's your base die, the larger, and then your top one is done with that smaller one. And once again, just use your craft pick, just literally come along and bend these side panels. So you're going to need 3, 4, 5, but you're going to need 2 of these. These are your side panels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget those new tools that we showed you at the start of the show. They're still available. The rotary cutter, the 3-bladed craft knife, and the retractable pokey tool is there for $14.99. Brand new today.
So you're going to come round now. You're going to stick these side panels in all the way around the side here. The last couple coming up here.
Now, loads of you are watching Jodie and the demonstration, obviously, but loads of you are sat with it in baskets at the moment. Please check the basket out. That is what confirms your order. I know we say it a lot here at Hobby Maker, but it's true. If it's in your basket, it's not yours. Only when you check out your basket, it's yours. And hours and days and weeks and months of enjoying making the characters will be on its way to you. I mean, it's a small investment for something that you can probably sell for between £5 and £10 at craft fairs. Even if it's not for your own profit, maybe it's for charity. It's something different that's going to attract everyone's attention. I mean, as soon as I saw it in the studio today, I just went, oh, that is so gorgeous.
So, can you see how we've got those 2 side panels on either side? That's because this section here, my face goes in there. Okay?
Yep.
But I don't put my face in until the last minute. That sounds all right, doesn't it? That sounds so wrong. But you know, that's your last bit. Don't you look at me like that, Miss Bagshaw. So let's come across, and we're going to place now all these panels together. So literally bend them over, and we're going to bring that, oops, that one's still wet. I'm going to start with that top one there. Make sure that he's in place. Let me bend those back. Let me get my pegs. More pegs. Let's get some more pegs.
I hope no one's doing the washing at your place this afternoon.
Wooden pegs are a lot better than the plastic pegs.
Right.
They don't tend to leave as much impression in cardstock as
They've
the
got
white
more friction as well to grip, haven't they?
Yeah. So that's one side there. Let's come in and let's do the next one. Bringing in that last one. Come up the side. Remember, just take your time. There's no rush. Unlike here on the TV, you're going to take your time at home. So that side of there.
Like we said, it may be a character, it may not be. Maybe you just want the shape of an egg. Well, that's what this is going to give you as well. You've probably got quite a few eggs in your home already, but
I just think they can be really. I know what it's that egg-shaped character's from. It's from SpongeBob.
okay.
The lady that runs the driving school on SpongeBob.
Right.
I don't know what her name is.
Because he's square, isn't he? Obviously.
Yeah, but no, she's this sort of this shape.
Right.
But I don't know what she's called. She runs the driving school on SpongeBob. So let's just hold that. Do you know what's the name?
I don't watch it.
Oh right.
It's not serial killer, Jodie, I don't watch it.
So let's hold that one down. Mrs. Puff.
Mrs.
There we
Puff.
go.
Would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So let's push that one back there. So let's just get that side. Holding that one in situ first so that it can actually grab. Put our little peg on and then come in and manipulate those little side panels to make sure that everything is stuck on those sides.
When they first sent you these dies, did you just go in without looking at the instructions, do it your own
Well,
way?
I don't get pictures, Dave.
Oh, you just get the dies and that's it?
I just get dies. And I'm like, what is that?
What do I do with this?
Because it didn't... Normally, when a box comes, you can generally see the shape of it. But when this came, it was just like, well, what is it? Yeah.
And then it's left up to your own devices to put it together to make things.
I had to ring them up and say, what is it? They told me. And then generally, if I can't work out what goes where, I'll generally ring our Vicky up and speak to our Vicky.
Right.
She might have done the packaging for it or something.
Right. 60% of the stock gone, and there's,
Wow.
well, supposed to be enough to last 2 shows, this one and 6 o'clock. And also, lots of you that are going for the dies are going for the cardstock too. Half the stock of the cardstock's gone. Just in case you didn't see it earlier on, the guys at Tonic have deliberately chosen 10 sheets of each of these colours to be really good colourways to use with the dies, so you can easily make the characters. You get 10 on each one, 60 sheets, only, how much was it? £11. £11 for 60 sheets. Those 6 colourways are what you're going to get, 10 of each, okay? For £11. EO4T97 is your item number. Perfect colours to make all the characters from.
So, can you see now how we've got what essentially looks a bit like an igloo?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm now going to bring my face in. So take those little pegs off of there. I'm going to bend these little glue tabs like so. Be gentle because it's still very, very wet. And I'm going to bring my face in and start with my face in that top section.
Right.
Okay. So place my...
So the tab at the back, at the top goes underneath.
It does. So I hold it up in the air. Oh, hold on, that's come unstuck. Let me just hold that for a little bit. So I take that top tab and I place it in. I've got my finger underneath the tab. And I place it in and just hold that on that top tab. Okay? Because therefore I can get my fingers on the inside edge. Okay, now we're going to let that dry. Let's put that to one side, because that face has got to be dry before we go any further. So let's bring in now my body. So take my pegs off my body, and we're going to bend those tabs back in. Now at this point, if you are going to put a magnet in, you're going to put one piece of your magnet in now, okay? And your magnet is going to go underneath on the top of there.
Right. And we did do magnets from Tonic last time I did a show with you, Jodie. I don't think we've got any stock at the moment, but we'll try and get them back in for you.
So we're going to place this little hexagon now onto that panel. So we're going to hold that a minute. We're going to come round. Yeah, this is the top of my box.
Ah, right.
So I'm going to put my glue on all these panels now. Let's turn it round.
I bet that's really quite strong when it's all put together, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So now I've got my glue on, so I've got my front on, so I'm going to concentrate on my back one.
Okay.
So bring it over, get your back one in situ, making sure that that back one is nice and level. And then you're just going to manipulate everything until it all slides into place.
Right.
And you're just going to use your hands to cup everything so that everything fits.
Like perfect jigsaw.
Yeah. So you just literally squeeze it until everything joins in on itself. So that there now is the bottom. Okay?
Yeah.
So let's come back to our actual top now. So taking off my pegs, like so. Not going to worry about my head at the minute. So I'm going to come in and bend all these little panels over. And once again, I'm going to start with the back one. So same shape. And I'm going to start with that back one first. Take the actual shape and line that back one up. And we're really doing the same sort of rinse and repeat process here, but the difference with this one is you're actually going to manipulate and glue these cheeks at the same time.
Right.
So.
Did you make most of these, or is it?
No, I've not made any of those.
Oh, okay.
No, I've not made any of those. Mine's at home.
I bet the DT team had a blast making these.
Yeah, they're fun on the day.
Oh, absolutely. They're fun to make, and they're fun once they've been made as well.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as you're making them, you can actually personalise them as well.
Yeah.
So can you see now how I'm putting my glue down these actual inner bits here as well? Okay, because what I'm going to do is going to bring my face over, so pull his cheeks out. So these cheeks clear that front section and bring in that base. And get your base actually stuck down, first of all, and then you're going to pull these side panels back out.
Right.
So that side there, get that one stuck, and then come in and manipulate all these sides into that. Work one side at a time, push his cheek panel out, look, and get that cheek panel in there. It finds its own way.
I'm just wondering how many of you are actually, recording this show, or you want to watch back the show a bit later and record it, or I think, a lot of people do record our shows for the demonstrations and watch them back when their dies arrive, but you do get full instructions with it, obviously, but this is Jodie's way. It's a bit of a more unique way of doing it, but an easier way you found it.
It is, because it means I can get my hands inside, Dave.
Yeah.
I can't get my hands inside any other way. So my face has come undone. Let me just hold that for a minute and bring my face back in. Just pull that over. Let's get some more glue on that one there. So then that just sits in. Just give it a little squidge. That sits in there. Once that is in, you can then come on the inside and fold these little ovals back over.
Gotcha.
yeah? So once they are over, you can actually see the beginning
He's starting to take shape.
of his face. Yeah, his face is brill. Yeah. Now in that collection, you've also got dies that are going to give you the extra bits of detail.
No other
You know,
company
down his nose and
No
everything.
other company does anything like this. Tonic is unique at construction, whether it's handbags or boxes, lanterns, or in this case, characters, animal characters. They are just so gorgeous. And at 59 dies, I think it was, or was it 69? No, 69 dies. It's just over 50p a die, isn't it? It's incredible, absolutely incredible. IW4013, IW4013 is your item number. If you want these dies that make all these characters, and you can make as many of them, you can sell what you make for good causes, charity, animal charities, or for personal profit, that's not a problem.
So, if you are frugal, okay, you can get your base core creature out of 3 sheets of card.
Okay.
And that's by manipulating your dies in different ways on your cardstock. Okay, so 3 sheets of card will do your base construction, and then whatever you want to decorate it.
So, okay, in that case then, if you go for the paper or the cardstock we've got in the show, you can do 20 of the characters' bases from that cardstock because you get 60 sheets. So that's pretty good, going for £11. So you could do 20 character bases for £11 is what Jodie's saying. And how you decorate them, what you decorate them with is entirely up to you. So it hasn't cost you much. Once you've initially bought the dies, you're only looking at like, I don't know, £1.50, something like that in cardstock to make it.
He's starting to come alive, Dave.
He is.
He's starting to come alive. Right, I'm going to give him a different colour tummy as well. So we're going to add a little panel onto said tummy. Okay, now we are running out of time.
Yep.
So I'm just going to show you very quickly. He's got his nose. So let's just bring his nose in. So his nose is going to go on the end of his little snout.
We have got another show with this at 6 with stock that's left, if there is any left.
Okay, we've got his little eyes. So let's just bring his eyes in. So we've got his eyelashes that are going to come to the outer edge. So look at his little eyes. Beautiful little eyes. He's saying hello. And then of course he needs his little whiskers. Or should I stuck those to his nose first? We'll just take his nose off a minute.
He's having a bank holiday snooze, why not?
He is. Yeah, so now I'm going to stick his little whiskers onto his nose.
Let me just give you a few names of people that have it in their basket at the moment. Wendy in Neathport Talbot, Sarah in Somerset, Haya in Greater London, Sue, Tina, Sue in West Midlands, Suzanne in Merseyside, Denise in Northamptonshire, just a few other people that have it in their baskets at the moment. Please, you check out, that confirms your order. If you don't check out, you leave it in your basket, it's not yours. The stock hasn't been allocated to you.
So let's just straighten his nose up so he's got his little nose in. Now the way you join the top to the bottom is this little bracket here. All it's going to do is going to sit on that outer perimeter like so. You're going to fold it over, put your glue on that one, and then that comes and sits straight onto the top. You're going to hold that in situ, and then it's just a case of adding his arms, his tail. So you've got his little tail that's going to come on and sit around the front here. You've got his little hands as well, so we can just add little arms onto the side as well, so he can be holding flowers. But that's how you do his snout.
And you've done that in about 45 minutes.
You just take your time. As I say, your best friend is going to be pegs.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to hold all those individual little pieces.
Maybe you've never ever thought of being able to do anything like this, and you've seen them maybe in craft shows or whatever, and you're thinking, oh, whoever's done that, whoever's made that has been so talented. It's the dies that do the heavy work for you, and then you just basically put them together with the characteristics you want, the type of eyes you want, whether he's got sunglasses or glasses on, Whether you want to make them into an owl, a cat, a hedgehog, they're just absolutely brilliant. They really, really are. 69 dies for $38.99. Jodie's back with more demonstrations at 6 o'clock. Any questions you've got, make sure you kind of send those through for that show as well. Carla's here next with the Mink Cinch, which if you've not seen it, it's the one-stop shop for laminating, hot foiling, and also doing your book binding thermally. So that's coming up. And we've looked online. We've tried to find the Mink Cinch anywhere else. We cannot find it anywhere. So we have got, as far as we're aware, the exclusivity here at Hobby Maker. So whatever you do, don't go anywhere. Thank you, Jodie. Brilliant.
My pleasure.
demo.
I'm playing.
I know you are. And we'll see you with more from Jodie at 6, but more from Carla after a short break.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobby Maker.
Hello, my name is Matthew Palmer, and I'm looking forward to doing a live watercolour show on Hobby Maker on Tuesday the 22nd of April. I'm going to be launching my brand new watercolour book, exclusive live launch on Hobby Maker, where you can pick up not only a special 10th anniversary edition of this amazing watercolour book, but also an exclusive signed copy, yes, hand signed copies of the book. We've also got some amazing discounts on some of my previous books, so make sure you tune in on Tuesday the 22nd of April for some watercolour goodness. See you then.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Registering for a Hobby Maker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobby Maker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
At Hobby Maker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobby Maker, let's get crafting.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. Hope you're having a lovely bank holiday afternoon with us at Hobby Maker, with you till 9 o'clock tonight, all the way through, double bubble.
Aye.
Hey up, love.
I think I've just kicked some over, Dave.
I think you're right. You're right.
I've been here for a year.
It's been ages.
Yeah, it's been ages. I think they threw me out.
No. No.
I'm here now.
Just saved you for the bank holiday, that's what we did. Right, now what we got for you in the show today is revolutionary. This machine is genius. It's not been on air since our birthday, which is back in March. If you love the idea of thermally binding a book that you're making, a journal, whatever it might be, a diary, anything at all, this machine will do it for you. And you might think, oh, nothing new about that. I've seen that before. This is the Mink Cinch. So this is not only a thermal binding system, but it also is a laminator and a hot foiling machine as well, all in one.
All in one. It's
one.
amazing. It's cold lamination and hot lamination, foiling and bookbinding. So it's your all-in-one tool. It's incredibly impressive with quite a small footprint, which we like as crafters because who's got the room? And it is just really easy to use, which we'll show you as we go through. If you've got any questions, let me know. If I know the answers, I'll tell you. If I don't, I won't make it up, I promise. I might do a little bit. But.
Just to let you know, we've got lots of the accessories as well. Just to give you an idea of what you're going to get to get started. You've actually got some foil in there. You've got some pre-printed illustrations, which you can foil straight away. That comes in it. You've got your laminating pouch, which is reusable.
Yeah, it's not actually a laminating pouch. It is to a degree, but if you laminate with a laminating pouch, obviously it seals it, right? That's the whole point of laminating something. You'd put some cardstock in it and laminate round it. Ellie loves laminating, apparently. This obviously doesn't. I can use it again and again and again and again and again. So it just keeps going, and it's 12 by 12. So it doesn't really matter what size your project is. I can do tiny ones in here. I can do mahoosive ones in here. And you'll see as we go through all the foiling that goes through.
And you also get your adhesive spine as well to get started. We do have lots of other spines in the show, decorative, different colours, different shapes, that sort of thing. But you get one of those in the pack to get you started as well, with a little bulldog clip too. So that basically is how you bind your book, whether it be a book that size, whether it's a book this sort of size. See, all of these adhesive binders are available in the show as extras. So if you've already got the machine, but you want extra spines, have a little look on the website. The price on the screen is what it should be, $159.99 for all of that and the machine. But today we're going to give you a special deal. We've looked online, we've looked around to see if we can find this anywhere else in the UK. We can't find it on any website anywhere else. $129.99 to laminate, to foil, and now to bind your own books, not using cord and not using, the kind of, what do you call them, the strands. This is using glue binders, which this will heat up and melt the glue to give you a perfectly bound book.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is professional binding,
Yep.
as opposed to doing your Coptic stitching or any kind of wire binding. This is actual proper, what you would find at home in your books. So if, for instance, you've got a paperback that's falling to pieces, you can put another strip in, you can fix that. So it's got lots of uses for that way as well, for upcycling, doing those sort of things. But we can make all the books, and you can do some pretty hefty ones as well. Before we get going though, can I just say, you know that bag of glue strips?
Mm-hmm.
Next to it, Dave, aye.
These.
Go buy ahead. Go buy ahead while you can. I'm just telling you.
Okay.
Because I know we will be going
These are going to go to a crazy price. Now, how many did you get in a pack? 75.
Loads.
There's 75 glue strips. So if you want to make your own binders and you just need the adhesive to go in the middle to bind your pages to your book, there's 75 different size glue strips here, and we're going to give you the details for these in a second. But if you want the actual machine, it's MS4650, and it's $129 today, and it's also on split pay. $129.99 on split pay means you only have to pay $25.99 today. We've got the details on the screen there of the glue strips. It's $34.99 for 75 of them.
Incredible price.
It's about 75p each. And they've got different widths for different, obviously, thicknesses of binders and thicknesses of books and so on, thicknesses of journals. So, yeah, this is a great opportunity to bulk buy your adhesive. You've got 30 of the 6.5mm, 30 of the 12mm, and 15 of the 25mm strips, OK? All of that for $34.99. For those of you who have got the machine, stock up on that today. This is going to go quickly.
Yeah, it's going to go really fast.
Yeah.
OK, so let's have a look at your thermal cinch. Am I right to do that? I got a bit excited then, Dave.
You get excited, yeah.
I just want to show you the front of it. Is that cool?
Yep.
Can I show you it there? Right, it is sexy, you're not wrong. So we've got all of your instructions are on board. So you don't have to try and work it out. You don't need to get the manual out. Everything you need is on here. Tells you which buttons to press out of the 4 for your laminating, your foiling, your book binding, and it tells you which order. So some of them you have to press it twice. That's for your binding, for your laminating. And then you'll see it says press twice. And then in a very old-fashioned way, Dave, if you want to foil, press thrice. Thrice.
Thrice.
So you need to press it thrice for doing what we're doing right now, which is foiling. You then let it heat up, and when you first get it home, just to let you know, it will have kind of a smell on it that's just as it's obviously heating up for the first couple of times. You know this anyway from irons and stuff at home, right? They just have a little bit of a whiff.
Yeah. But it's
bit of a waft.
It's a pleasant aroma. It's not a nasty smell at all. It's like, actually, if you've got a laminator or ever used a laminator, you'll know that distinctive smell as it's warming up. It's that sort of smell, basically.
It is.
Yep.
I just don't want people panicking at home.
Yeah, do not panic.
I mean, you can, but you don't need to. Right, let's just do something small to start with, and then we'll go on to something bigger.
And by the way, it's by We Are Makers American Crafts, so you know it's top quality, manufactured to very, very high standards, and the relationship we have got with American Crafts and We Are Makers is second to none. So that's how we can get you a deal like this. A 3-in-1 machine for $129.99.
Yeah, and it flew out last time as well, so we don't know how long we'll have the stock for. We've had to get more stock since the last time, so that's why it's been a while. It's been a second.
And this stock is in our warehouse now. You're not going to have to wait to come from America.
No, we've got it, Dave.
It's already here, all ready to be shipped straight away.
You need to use laser ink. It's really important that you use your laser ink. If you try and use inkjet, it won't work. Laser ink it obviously leaves like a coating, which allows it to heat and it allows the foil to adhere to it, and that's why you can use it. If you don't have a laser printer at home, most libraries, most businesses all have laser printers that you can use. I think even W.H. Smith these days has one.
Photocopies
are laser. So if you are, sort of going that route, there's loads of ways and means of doing it. To be honest, laser printers these days are pretty cheap. I've got a brother one at home that I use and I love. Right, I'm just going to smush this out. Listen, best practice is to washi tape this down.
Okay.
And just make sure it's absolutely smooth. I'm not going to worry about it for demo just because we're going through things quickly. But when you're at home, just make sure you've smoothed out all of your foil onto here. It'll just help with the adhesion. So on mine, you might notice there's a few wrinkly bits. That's just because I haven't stuck it down. You really do need to sort of put it in. I'm just chucking it through bottom.
I tell you what, it's whisper quiet. There's no noise to this whatsoever.
No, you could do it at midnight, Dave.
You could, and you probably will. You probably would.
I mean, it's a possibility.
Very strong possibility.
Depends what else I've been doing, Dave.
Yeah.
It depends what I'm wanting to foil at that time in the morning. Exactly. Or laminate.
Exactly.
I do like to laminate certain things.
Now, loads of you have got it in your baskets. All you have to do is either give us that first split pay of 5 or pay in full if you want to on debit or credit card. If it's your first purchase, welcome to Hobby Maker. It's great to have you with us. You can call the call centre free. It's a free phone number. The call centre's upstairs. It's a UK-based call centre. They're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And just say you want split pay and they will give it to you for $25.99, the first split payment of 5.
Yeah.
Or you can pay in full, debit or credit card. Simple as that. And you're part of Hobby Maker then. And you can be laminating, you can be foiling, and you can be binding your own books and diaries and journals and planners.
You can do whatever you like, which is very exciting. Listen, it's one of those machines that once you've got it, you won't stop using it. And it's one of those tools that you'll use forever. So you don't know, whatever's happening in your life now, you'll have reason for it. But then, I don't know, grandchildren might come along, children might come along, where you're making those little books about their sort of journey through the world, as we do, which I started with both of my children. I managed to keep up until they were about 7 months.
Right.
And then Abraham keeps saying to me, why is there no photos of me? I'm like, because there was photos of your brother. He was first. I was very busy when you came along. That's just how it goes. So, right. And then once that's gone through, now obviously mine took longer because I'm using the massive sheet. So it's taking the whole thing through. You can use smaller sheets at home. If you're using this one and you think you will only ever do smaller sizes, you can, of course, cut into it. No problem. But look at this. So now, you see that foil?
Look at that.
You can do that, David B.
Look at that. So it's got to be laser printed. That's the
How
first thing.
beautiful is that?
And look, it goes through very, very quickly, and it's a perfect, perfect foil.
Isn't it pretty?
Yeah, exactly.
And then, of course, you've got like your negative on here. Now, I will say, don't waste your foil. Like, obviously, I'm demonstrating, so it's different here. But I would be cutting these little bits off. I would be foiling all kinds of things. Think of the wedding invitations that you can make. Think of all of the different things that you can, you can go ahead with foiling. There's so many uses for it.
Now, today is Bank Holiday Monday, a special day. And you thought that $129.99. I thought that $129.99 was going to be the price. That's what it says on my sheet, $129.99. And Diane's checked out, Jenny's checked out, Cheyenne's checked out, Tracy, Jeanette, all checked out at £129.
Get ready, people.
Those of you that I've just said, I called your names, you are not going to pay $129.99. It's a special bank holiday afternoon. It's Easter weekend. We can do better than that. We can do better than saving you £30. Don't wait for the clock to get to zero.
Go, run.
We've got hundreds. We've got hundreds in stock in our warehouse next door, here, just outside Birmingham. But get it in your basket and check out.
Run.
Whatever it goes to, it will be on 5-way split pay. But it's going to go below $129.99. What is that the price you did last time? $129.99.
I don't know, Dave. I've slept since then.
Okay. I didn't do the show last time. I have done this show before, but I can't remember what price we took it to. It should be $129.99 with a £30 discount, but I said to you we've got a unique relationship with American Crafts and we are makers. What they've done for us for Bank Holiday Monday is nothing short of crazy and exciting and wonderful. You are going to be delighted at this. If you make your own journals and planners and you want to bookbind them professionally using heat and glue, this is the machine for you. If you want to wonderfully foil, hot foil and laminate, this is a machine for you, all in one at a birthday special, well, a bank holiday special price.
Yeah.
Of $99.99.
Thank you very much.
5-way split pay, that's £20 to pay today, or $19.99 today.
Oh.
$19.99 today, that's all we ask for, plus your P&P of $4.95. You will get that starter kit. You'll get that starter kit. This has sold hundreds. Last time it was on at birthday.
We got the world launch of it. I don't think you can get it anywhere else in the UK at the moment.
Nope,
I think we are the only place that's currently doing it, so you will only be able to get it here right now. So it is exclusive. We launched it, I think, worldwide. We were the worldwide launch of it, which is really exciting, but of course it just sold out. And I know loads of people have been asking when we were going to get it back in. I didn't think that they would drop it down to the birthday price again, because we did say that was a very special price.
Well, I didn't do the show on birthday, but evidently it did go down to this price. And birthday prices normally are unique and they never get repeated. We're doing it for Bank Holiday Easter Monday special, $99.99 with 5-way split pay. You get your accessory bundle to get you started with some gold foil, some laser printed welcome home sheets there. You've also got one of the binders that's got the adhesive included in it. But remember, those strips I showed you earlier on, they're just the adhesive strips that you can put them into your own binder if you want to make your own. But when a binder is used, look how gorgeous that is. Foiled on the front and then bound with one of those adhesive strips. We've got these in the show. They're available on the website if you want to have a look.
You know what else we've got on the show, Dave?
Go on.
Tassels, Dave.
Oh no, you spoil me for a... You know
got
what I'd
some
like?
nice tassels for you, Dave.
Thanks, love. Oh, now, tassels will come up soon. I'm getting excited, sorry. Okay, a message coming up from Tracy in Greater Manchester. Hi, Dave and Carla. Missed out last time, so pleased, doing a happy dance. There you go.
And to get it at the same price, Tracy. Thank you very much. We liked them apples because that's what we're here for, right? Always joyful to get We Are Memory Keepers on Hobby Maker because you always know you're going to get the lowest price. Anyway, anywhere, that's because we can do these deals.
Yeah.
And so it's special when we get these things. Now, obviously, Hobby Maker is a business. It still has to make money, so we can't always do the stupid prices. But what we do is take advantage while they've got them. So if they're doing it for 99 quid, now they won't always do that. Liam's going to put it to its normal price. Of course he is. It's a business. But there are certain days where we can get certain treats, and today is one of those days.
Easter Bank Holiday Monday is one of those days, matching the birthday launch that we did back in March, $99.99. There are so many of you putting this into your baskets
Good
right
luck,
now.
guys.
Even if you don't normally foil anything or you haven't got a laser printer, doesn't worry.
It's a laminator.
It's a laminator, and it's also a bookbinder, an electronic thermal bookbinder, and all you need are the glue strips, of which you get some to get you started, and we've got loads of other binders in the show, the spines, that have got the adhesive included in them as well. You just cut them to whatever size you want your book to be, pop them in, well, we'll show you a bit later on how to use it. But at $99.99, it's an absolute steal. You're saving £60 off the price, and we are pretty sure we have it exclusively here, because if you Google it, there's no one in the UK that's retailing this. We have it here exclusively at Hobby Maker, and the deal they've done is phenomenal. They're in our warehouse next door. You haven't got to wait for yours to come from the USA. We've done the shipping already. It's next door in the warehouse.
Here.
It's here.
I'm going to kill Liam because he's put something through this machine. Liam's put something through it and it keeps leaving what looks like. I wonder if he's made a toasty in it. Because it looks like cheese.
It does look like a toaster, to be fair.
Looks like cheese is coming out. I don't want somebody else's cheese that's old. I don't want anybody's old cheese. No. I don't want my old cheese.
Now, Fran's messaged in. Hello, Fran, good afternoon. Fran says, can the journal be larger than A5? Can the journal be thicker than an inch between the covers?
It's as thick as... It's as thick as that. I don't know. I haven't measured it. It's as thick as the mouth. I'd say that is...
A bit bigger than an inch, probably an inch and a half.
Well, an inch is 2.5 centimetres, isn't it? Hold on. Hold on. Well, you can get it thicker than that.
Right.
It's pretty thick. It's pretty thick. Can you do bigger than A5? Yes, you can do A4.
Right.
In fact...
I mean, this is A4,
12
look.
by 12.
That's A4. That's A4, so yes, you can go up to A4.
Oh, you can definitely do that.
Yeah.
I think you might be able to do 12 by 12 booklet.
Okay. Now, we've got another message coming through from Sharon, I believe. Hello, Sharon. Afternoon to you. Sharon says, hi, Carla and Dave. I bought my thermal cinch after using it with Carla at Craftopia last year and absolutely love it. That was a fantastic
that's the
workshop
lovely
weekend, wasn't it?
Sharon, yes.
The price is amazing. Sharon, thank you. It is amazing.
Thank you. It's an amazing price. And the fact that we can just keep going through. Somebody's asked a question, by the way, that was said in my lug hole. Is there a timing difference between when you print it, Nicola? Is there a distance between when you print it to when you foil it? No, it's whenever you want. So you can do it straight away. You can do it a week later. I printed all these yesterday. It's whenever you want. So long as it's done with a laser printer, you're absolutely canny. So if you go and have that done somewhere else because you don't own a laser printer, then you can go through and
Just to
sort
clarify,
it.
most photocopiers in convenience stores, that sort of thing, will be laser printers. If you have anything that you've got printed off that's not laser printed, take it to a photocopier. That should convert it into laser printing for you, and then you can use it in your foil machine. 20% of a huge stock has gone. We've got literally hundreds of these available, but they're going quickly, and this is a special Bank Holiday Monday afternoon special. If you tune in tomorrow and order this tomorrow, I can't guarantee that price will still be there. It probably will be back up at $129.99.
I don't think Liam will keep it that. It makes no sense to keep it at that price because we don't need to. Is effectively that sounds awful, isn't it? But the truth is, it is a business.
It's a one-day offer, either till midnight tonight or until the stock sells out. Simple as that. Now, the glue sticks, if you want those glue sticks, the pack of 75, where you get 30 of the 6.5 mil, 30 of the 12 mil, and 25 of the 15 of the 25 mil. Should be $49.99 for 75. And all you do is you put the glue stick in the spine of your cover.
I'll show you how to do it in a minute. You can cut them as well. So if some of them, if you're making small books, you can actually cut them so you would get double the amount out of them.
EC4663, okay? EC4663, this is on two-way split pay. I mean, that's bulk buying your glue strips, isn't it? And it's a really strong, powerful glue that keeps all your pages together. £13.49 or £17.49 on split pay if you want to add those in today. I'd go certainly for the machine and these, and maybe some of the the decorative binding spines we've got on the show as well.
I love it when we have days like this. You know, when you get to do things that are a really great price for the customer, I think it's really nice to give back to you guys. So for me, whenever I get to do We Are and they're doing stupid prices, always my favourite day because I know what the value of this is. I know how amazing this tool is. So it's lovely to be able to share that with you guys.
And we have got extra foil today as well. You are going to get some foil in the machine as well as a bonus, but you've got silver, you've got rose gold, and you've got gold. And these are all 10 feet by 8.5 inches wide, 10 feet long. So you've got 30 feet of hot foil here. $29.97, XKXC93 should be that price. Today you can get all three for what price? $12.99. So that is £4.33 per roll.
What are you saying to me?
$4.33 for 10 feet of foil.
You see, look at my angel is foiled.
Look at
How
that.
pretty she is.
Isn't she beautiful?
Isn't it great? It's just such a great tool. I'm going to actually talk about something else as well, just be really annoying to Ellie, because I like to annoy her, because she hasn't seen me for a long time, so it's time that I tormented her a little bit. We've got a stamping kit. Now, one of the things, see, I just like to torment the staff. The stamping kit, okay, so what this is a bottle of toner ink, and you've got a whole kit here for you to be able to use the toner ink on your stamps, and then you can foil all of your stamps.
Hello. Game changer.
Game changer. So all of the stamps that you've got, like be that sentiment stamps, be that anything at all, you can literally use this, and it's got all the instructions inside it, and you can then foil every single stamp you own, which is incredible, right? That's what we want to be doing. We want to be making the most of our craft products.
Ink your stamps as you would do with a conventional ink pad, but we ink it with this. That then is the right ink that allows you to hot foil all of your stamps, okay? £14.99 is all this is. You're going to get the toner stamp pad, you're going to get the toner stamp refill pads, 59.2ml bottles of toner ink, and you also get the measuring cup as well. All of that in there now means that all of the stamps, whether they be polymer, rubber, whatever, can now be used to foil. $14.99, 50% off the price from Heidi Swap, who is a brilliant crafter from the USA. She's known for a hot foiling machine herself. Today you can get it for $8.99, not $17.
Oh, I like that.
$8.99. So now all of your stamps can be used with this toner ink, and you can use the foiling on what you've stamped. Hundreds of these went the other day. We've got them here today. Convert your stamps and use them for more things.
$8.99, is it?
I know.
That's a bargain.
I know. Do you have to let it dry?
All the instructions, it's been a while since I've used it, so I don't want to pretend I remember how to do it, because I don't. I know you've got to clean it afterwards, and it's ever so sticky, I remember that. It's easy to use. There's a little cup, there's full instructions. You pour some in, there's a little mat that you put, so you can see the rubber mat on your screen, the green things. I'm pretty certain, if I remember, you put the green thing inside the white little folder that you can see there. You put a cup full of the ink over one of those pads, put your stamp onto that, like with an acrylic block, stamp it out and then foil it, but wash your stamp is all I'll say.
Okay, $8.99 for the kit that allows you to foil whatever stamp you've got. You can now use it for foiling. $8.99. That's a throwaway price.
Awful cheap.
ZP4647. And can I, while we're on the subject of toner ink, can I also mention that we've actually got these pens as well. Now, these pens you can now write with toner ink.
It's so cute.
So whatever you
get
write,
the littlies to write.
Whatever you now write, you can foil.
Just write something out, draw something out, sketch something, and then you can foil it. They're great. Actually, do you know, I think somebody asked this the last time we did the show. I reckon if you had your universal pen holder in your scan and cut, I think you'd be able to use a scan and cut to draw something, and then you'd be able to foil it. But you'd need the universal pen holder, which if you've just bought the new scan and cut that we've had here with the Disney one, it's got the universal pen holder in the calligraphy set.
Okay, happy days. Now at the moment they are £6.49 each. Game changer. Do your signature, foil it. Get the kids to scribble, foil it. What about if we can let you have both for £2.50 each, $4.99 for both? I know.
Hello.
Pens with toner ink in them, so now you can foil whatever you write, whatever the kids write, whatever you draw. Wow. QRXC09 at a throwaway price, £2.50 a pen. Where would you get a toner ink pen anywhere else? I've never even seen them before.
I actually looked for one the other day and couldn't find one.
No.
I didn't actually realise Hobbymaker had them, otherwise I might have purchased one from here. However, I didn't.
Okay, whatever you do, everything to do with this machine is on our website now for you. We've got lots of different thermal cinch binders and spines and all sorts. If you want to have a look at those, you can see them on the website. We'll go through them for you a little bit later. We've even got the tassels in the show, like you reminded me.
You like a tassel, don't you, Dave?
But in a journal, fantastic.
They are cute in a journal.
Okay, Leslie says, hi Carla and Dave, happy Monday, Carla. Can you laminate the front and back of a cover of a book? Thanks from Leslie. Yes.
Laminated.
Yes.
These are laminated covers, okay?
This is laminated
So they have
too,
been
isn't it?
foiled. Yeah, that's been laminated too, been foiled, that's been laminated, the front and the back, and then you can seal it here. Now, the great thing about the Mink Cinch is that not only can we do our own, so when you buy these, there are little adhesive strips on the back, so you just make your own book covers, right? And you just put these on, and that's absolutely great. So you might already have book covers that you want to use. But one thing we're going to be looking at today are some of the spines. Now you get, I think, one of these in the kit when you buy it, and there might be a couple. And they look like this. They've got little points in them that are scored just down the middle here. There's 2 score lines in them. When you turn it over, it's already got your glue strip down the centre of it. And it's also got then 2 self-adhesive tabs here. So all you need to do is bend it onto spine. I feel very northern, you know. I've been speaking to Jodie and she's brought out my whole...
Brought it out of you.
She's brought me northern out. It's never a good thing. Years it's taken me to get rid of that accent. Spend 5 minutes with Jodie, it's back.
It's back again.
Right, so I've got this here, and so your spine is ready. Now, I'm going to tell you something. It's a tip and a trick. It's the thing I do when I'm at home because I think it's really useful. Before I ever do anything with these, I do another score line. So I might do that about 1/4 of an inch in from here, okay? So I'll do another score line just down the front. Just makes it easier when you can turn those pages. I find it's a godsend. You guys might not want to do it. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying that as a tip and a trick, 1 extra score line down here really changes the game for me personally.
Okay.
Whether it does for you or not, you'll find your own way, of course. Now, that strip, obviously, in here, means that I need to make a book that fits that size. So I need the right amount of pages to fit that size of book. Now, what I don't want to do is go any bigger. Smaller I can get away with, bigger I most certainly cannot. Because if I go bigger, the pages aren't going to stick.
Right.
Can you see down there? Look at that. Got a little pokey hole.
Yep.
And so you can see just down there where my pages are sitting on that glue strip.
And does
I
it
need a
does
firm
it matter what
hold.
sort of pages they are, what GSM or anything like that?
No, you can do what you want. So you can make your own sketchbooks. I think that's really lovely that I can put watercolour paper in here and make my own sketchbooks. And I might want to do mixed media sketchbooks, as in have some pages that are lined for writing. You know, if you were doing like sewing patterns, that sort of thing that you've had, where you want to write notes for what you've done. And so you could have some with lined papers, then you might have some with watercolour papers, mix and match it all in to make the books that you want to make, not the books that anybody else, you know, says you should.
Now, obviously, that spine is a bit bigger and longer than the book itself. Would you cut it before you put it in the machine? Or?
It's a bit rude, Dave. I'm just saying. Yeah.
You do? Yeah, right, okay.
I just do it this way. Now, you can use scissors straight through. You need to be neater than I am. I'm not bothered for demonstrating purposes. You'll cut it neatly. What I actually tend to do is measure it out, and then I will normally use my trimming board just to trim it off, because it'll go through the glue strip fine. And because that glue's not melting, it's not affecting the blade that you're using. So it goes through no problem. Scissors, if not, it's not an issue. What is an issue, though, and you're going to kill me, I need that bulldog clip.
What, this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they going to shout at me in the warehouse?
No, they'll shout at me.
It's Brian. He'll be nice to me. It's fine. Right, let me just trim a little bit more off that because it's annoying me. Hold on.
So this is included for a very good reason.
Get yourself some bulldog clips. Really helps. So what I want to do is just tamp that down so that I know it's absolutely where it should be. And then I'm going to secure the pages. Just about, up, Dave, back, just about there, all right?
Yep.
Fold that in. It's just so they stay in place, because otherwise everything moves and it gets right on my nerves. Then I'm just going to put this in here. Make sure it's flush to that spine. Now, I don't know how close you can see, but where that is, you can just see the glue strip sitting flush with the papers.
Gotcha, yeah.
And all we're going to do is melt that. Now, the way that we get that to do is you've got little adhesive strips here. Hang on.
So that's like double-sided tape that's strong, that will hold your spine in place.
So all I'm going to do, once I've got this and my papers are all nice and straight, make sure I've got the right side here, there. And then all we're going to do is just butt this to this side first. Make sure that glue is touching all of your papers, all right? Take your time. Don't do it fast. I'm demonstrating. I have to go speedy. Stick your first one down, and then once it's in place, we can then open it up and we can do the others. Now, we have got some gorgeous, gorgeous spines for you. I think, do we also have those? They're my fave, Dave, with your hand on.
This one?
No, no, up, across.
Which one? Those.
They're great. You can pop these in and you've got like a stencil for your journaling. So all your little elements are here. We've got the little arrows, we've got your little stars, we've got a ruler, you've got little lines that you can do for your journal. So you can make your own journals and it's absolutely incredible. So all of the little things, it's glorious. What this tool does is allow you to progress with your crafting as you get further in.
These are the stencil bookmarks. So if you want those, how many do you get in there? Get 4.
They're so
4 of them,
cute.
which can be, again, a bookmark inside your journal, inside your jotter, whatever you're making. If you fancy those, these are always the best seller. $9.99. LK4689. So under £10, £2.50 each.
That's a good price, isn't it?
Really good price. And we have got lots of other decorative spines in the show. I know Ellie, my producer, wanted me to show you this. If you didn't want the 75 pack of the glue strips, maybe you want the 12 pack. We've got that available for you. And you're going to get them, I think they're all the same width, aren't they, these?
Yes.
Yeah. So there we are. Thermal glue strips, if you want a pack of 12, should be $14.99. You can trim them down. They're going to be virtually half price this afternoon.
Oh, we're doing some bargains
We're doing some real bargains, absolutely. DG4645, $7.99. That's if you want to use this with your own style of spine. So you can make your own spines if you want to, or you can buy them pre-made that we've got in the show. All the different options are there, the different colours, We've got some that have got floral patterns on them, some that are block colours, some that are monochrome colours. They're all on there on the website at hobbymaker.com.
They're talking some scribble in my ear. Right, this is ready to go because I've got a green button on the front of it. So it says, right, we're ready to bind. So I've changed it and I've gone to the binding here.
Yeah.
Now, underneath, it tells me where I need to be for binding. So here it says prepare your binding, so get it warm. And then what I'm going to do, now that I've got this where I want it to be, I'm just going to make sure that's tamped down. I'm just going to seat that inside the machine as far down into that toaster as I can get it. Now there's a little metal plate on the bottom and I'm just going to make sure that's seated. As soon as that is done, I can then, it tells me on here, you need to press the button again for binding. So we're here, okay?
Yep.
And it's saying of the 4 buttons, now that I'm ready, I just need to click that one. It'll start flashing red, and when your binding is finished, it'll just beep at you, and that means it's just timing the heating for it. It's not actually doing anything different at this point, it's just actually timing my heatings.
So the solid glue is now gradually being melted and being coated on the pages.
Like a great big cheese toasty, that's exactly what is happening.
Okay.
So that's going to do that. Now, it's got a fancy little tray at the back, which I'll show you once this is done, and that's where you rest them to cool. Now remember, what we're doing is liquefying that glue, and glue is sticky. So what we need to happen is to make sure we don't open those pages while that glue is still hot. It's really tempting. It's very exciting when you've just, you know, made yourself a book and you want to like do all the things, but you're going to ruin your book because the glue needs to set again. We put it to liquid form. As it cools, it will go solid again, and that's what's holding your pages together. So it's really important to let it do its process.
And that's what the rack is for on the back of the machine.
Yes,
right, okay.
which is like, it's like your toaster. When you take it out, right, put it down onto the counter, spine down, and just do a little wiggle, a little jiggle. That glue is still hot. What we're doing is making sure it disperses between the pages and making sure that it's an even spread of that adhesive. And then once I've done that, and I like to just tap it down, rub it along, and then at the back, I've got a little tray that holds my book. and I just allow it to cool. And I'm going to let that cool for about 5 minutes. Okay. Once that's done, then it's good to go. But you've got to let that glue solidify again, okay? That's how easy it is to make your own books.
It's so quick, it's so easy. You can choose the length of the book, the height of it, the width of it, whatever you choose. But remember, it's all about the thermal cinch heating up to exactly the right temperature to melt that glue, to get it coated on each and every page that you actually want to bind. And remember what you're going to get in the bundle. Let me just show you here. You're going to get one of the block colour, well, there's two actually. You get 2 of the spines. Is it 2? Yeah, 2 spines, I think, or 3. Actually,
Dave.
There might be 3 in here. I'm just.
You might get a few, Dave. Let's have a look.
Okay, 1, 2. Yeah, you got 3.
Look
So
how
you get a
pretty
blue
they
one,
are.
you get a pink one, and you get a craft card one. So they are all potentially spines for books that you want to make.
It's also potentially, if you're making small little wee books as presents for Christmas and stuff like that, you could actually get at least 6 out of there.
Yeah, you could.
You can do hardboard books as well. Can I just show this? Because I think this is just divine.
How cute is that?
Cut with a die. So think of the dies that you've got, the shaped dies that you've got. This is cut all the paper and the outside with dies, and then it's made obviously this cute little book, which is ridiculously sweet, right? And so you can do it this way. Now this is where we're using our own spines. So you use your own spine and then you use those glue strips.
Yep.
So instead of using one of the spines that are in the, you know, packs that we got, you can actually go ahead and make your own, which I think is sweet.
Now remember, with the actual cinch itself, you're also going to get, remember, some pre-printed imagery, so you can foil that straight away because that's been printed on a laser. You've then also got some foil to get you started, some gold foil. That is your carrier sheet for your foiling.
Don't lose that.
And for laminating as well. But you do get 3 spines, which, as you said, Carla, can be cut down to make potentially 6 smaller books, with the glue included as well. So that's your starter bundle with the actual machine, and it's under £100. It's $99.99, and it's on 5-way split pay. So today, all you need to pay to get laminating, to get foiling, and to get you know, binding your journals is $19.99. That's the first payment of 5. Okay, and we can't find it anywhere else on the World Wide Web. If you want to Google it and have a little look, or whichever search engine you look for the mixed cinch. We can't find it anywhere else. As far as we're concerned, we have it exclusively here, certainly at this price. It's because of the relationship we've got with American Crafts and We Are Makers that we can do it at this price, $99.99. And don't forget all the other spines that are on the show, whether you just want the glue strips on their own to make your own spines, or whether you want to have the spines that have actually got the glue strips included in them, they're all on the website at special prices as well. We will run through them in a minute for you. Julie's got in touch. Hi, Julie, in the West Midlands. It was such an eye-opener for me when I got mine at how easy it was to make my own books. Amazing. There you go.
Julie, your message is far more powerful than anything that Dave and I can say on here. It's true. It's so easy. I mean, that's the point. And it's that sort of thing. If you go into, I don't know, Tesco's or wherever today and you buy yourself a laminating machine, that's going to cost you the best part of 30 quid probably anyway. So the fact that you've got a cold laminator, a hot laminator, a foiling machine and a book binding machine all in one, take that to pieces, 25 quid at all. That's nuts.
It is nuts. Nadine has sent us a little image. Thank you, thank you ever so much, Nadine, for sending this in.
Look how gorgeous they are.
Made these today, both foiled, laminated and bound. Love the cinch. Thanks, Nadine.
Nadine, they're beautiful.
They are beautiful.
Absolutely stunning. I love your foiling there as well.
Absolutely.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Because we can get to make so much with these. They're gorgeous presents for people as well. And sometimes, if you think of it as in terms of if you were to go on to the Zon or somewhere like that and buy yourself some, let's say, printer paper, right? And cut that up, it means you can make really beautiful gifts for really cheap. And at the minute, that's a nice place to be, right? Because obviously, you know, the economy is what it is at the minute. So to be able to provide gifts that are a really good value with a machine that you'll still be using 20 years down the line, because you'll still be making books, but for different reasons. You'll still be foiling, but for different reasons. And you'll always want to laminate. Who doesn't want to laminate?
I know.
Making whiteboards, you know, you're making your own whiteboards for your craft room with a laminator, a piece of white copy paper inside it, laminate it. You've got a little whiteboard to write your notes on. Laminating is a useful tool.
Now, let me show you some of the spines that we've got for you as well, some of the block colours. Now, in this one, you're going to get 6 spines, which you can cut to whatever size you want. And you've got your pink, you've got your orange, your purple, 2 shades of green, a teal, and, of course, a darker orange there as well. So these are the ones that have got the strip of adhesive in the middle that the cinch will obviously heat up and melt for you. And then you've got the double-sided tape either side, which sticks to the binder. So you'll end up with a binder spine just like that. So beautifully done. So those, you get 6 of them. And they're £12.99. Again, they can be trimmed down to whatever length you wish, but they're full size, probably A4 in height, aren't they? I would have thought. Yeah. So that's the rainbow ones.
I think they're 12-inch.
12-inch, okay. Then we've got the other ones, which are here. These are your thermal cinch neutrals. So 6 again, but the colourways that you've got there, you've got a brown, a kind of a craft card colour, you've got a charcoal grey. If you rather like the kind of monochrome and the neutral tones, those are the ones you're going to get. £12.99 for 6 of them, OI 4697. The next ones we've got are your cinch spines with labels on them. So these have got various little printed elements that you can fill in. This book belongs to so-and-so, so you've got basically those. If I turn them around, you can see where they're printed. So if you want these, we'll do these for £12.99 as well. Again, 6 of them. PG4680 is your item number. And then the ones with patterns that we've got, which are really funky. This one is, one of the spines here is in this pack. Look how funky this one is.
Look how gorgeous that is.
Really kind of 60s.
It's really nice. Listen, AC have got really good taste. They do lovely stuff. And we get the pleasure of having all of that lovely stuff. And they're just so beautifully done, aren't they?
So that one's the retro, and those are the shapes and patterns you're going to get on the retro ones. So 6 of those, we'll do those for £12.99 as well. And it tells you on the back how many pages potentially you can put in these. Created to bound books within 30 to 50 pages, okay? So, and again, you can cut them to whatever length for the book that you're making or the journal you're making. So that's that one. And the only other one that I've not shown you that we have availability for is the floral. So here's the floral, very kind of William Morris inspired.
Yeah, they're really beautiful, aren't they?
There we go, look.
You can do really pretty things with these. I mean, you can use your own papers at home, but these are all done for you. So you've got that tape. It's worth having them so you can see how they've done them, so you can use that sort of method for yourself when you're bookbinding. It's just a really easy process, and they're beautiful when they're done. The books are exceptional, aren't they?
Only £12.99. Remember, they're 12 inches in length, so if you want to do 2 6-inch books, maybe that's probably a 6-inch book, I would have thought. So you can use 2 spines out of each strip if you want to.
I mean, look at that one's quite tiny, isn't it? I think that's
cute.
probably 4 or 5 inches. What do you reckon? Actually, is it?
Probably about 4.
4 inches?
Yeah.
Look at that.
And look, it's not pages, it's actually envelopes that have been bound in here.
How pretty is that?
How cool is that?
Just absolutely gorgeous. I love all of the... Look at this. He's so handsome. Look how handsome
There he
he
is.
is.
How cute is that?
Look at him.
So perfect hot foiling, provided it's a laser printed image. Perfect laminating, and now perfect heat binding as well. The thermal cinch, remember, it is $99.99. It's £30 less than it should be. We're coming back at the birthday price. Our birthday's beginning of March, and we do incredible, insane things for that birthday week or fortnight. This was one of those insane things that we've been able to bring back in the month of April, a month later, and we've kept it at that price. Because it's a bank holiday weekend, a special bank holiday Monday, we're bringing it back to you. We've got all the stock in our warehouse next door, so it can be shipped straight away. You haven't got to wait weeks and weeks and weeks for your machine. MS4650. MS4650. Remember, it will hot foil, it will laminate, and it will also thermally book bind your books for you as well. Whether you're doing books of this size.
Look at him.
And a foil rabbit on the front. And remember, if you haven't got a laser printer, don't worry. Just take an image to your local photocopier shop, your convenience store that's got a photocopier. That will be laser, so you can convert it to that. But remember, don't forget, we have got the incredible opportunity for you here with Heidi Swap, who
That's
is
a stupid price.
She's a hot foil queen in the USA, Heidi Swap. This converts your stamps to be able to use this toner ink so that you can then hot foil with it. So there's your ink, there's the pads, everything you need in there, and a special price today. So whatever stamps you've got, $8.99, 70% of this is now gone.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
I did think at that price, it's a stupid price.
It is a stupid price. $27.99 down to $8.99, about a 70% reduction as well. But grab this. Hundreds of them went last time. Just as many are going today at £8.99.
Can you pass me those pens? I'm going to have to open them, Ellie, if you want me to show how to use them.
Yeah, that's all right.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Can we just celebrate the fact that my fingers come back?
Yay!
It's a queer shape.
I've missed it.
Look, There's definitely a good diagonal portion missing.
Yeah.
We definitely only have a little bit of finger, but I've got most of it back. That's quite exciting, isn't it?
Now the pens, remember, this is toner ink pens, so whatever you write or whatever the kids write can now be foiled. £4.99 for £2.50 each.
Is it?
£2.50 each.
Did you tell me that earlier? Was I listening?
Yeah, probably
I think
not.
I was listening to you,
No,
Dave.
you never do. By the way, if you do want your tassels, if you've got a passion for tassels like I have, these are great to obviously put into your journal.
And what's lovely, you don't have to wear leather chaps with yours.
No, that's very true. When's the best time to attach your tassel?
Well, you attach your tassel with some adhesive on the inside, so you're not doing it necessarily to actually put it through with the wet glue. You can. I don't, because here's the thing. If the ribbon is in the place or where my papers are and it's going through that wet glue, it's going to stop that bit of the paper getting bound. So you just bind it on inside. You can use red liner tape, anything like that. Bind it inside and they go on the inside of that.
Okay, well, Samantha's in already, loving her tassels. £9.99, you've got 6 of them there with a lovely kind of silk ribbon, and it's like a leatherette, isn't it, the tassel? I think it is, yeah.
Don't you be looking too closely, Dave Bradford. They'll be checking that they come back.
£9.99 is your price if you want those. And when they're added into a book, it does, well, I was here. Look, they do make a lovely little addition, don't they?
They're really sweet.
Yeah.
That's not the tassels you're getting, that's from a different collection. I made that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that's for someone else.
All right.
Hold on, because I don't know if I've got any of the wadgum coming out of here.
Oh, there's one on this one. There you go.
Aren't they pretty? So how's that been tied in?
Don't know.
Have they done it in the spine?
No.
Is it at the back page? No, they might have done. Or have they just bound it into the back page?
No, it's on the back page, look. So that's where they've actually attached it. Just glue it into the back. Yeah, because if you put it on the glue that's supposed to be binding the pages, maybe the ribbon will get in the way. So
it will
stop the binding.
It will stop. Yeah, I just wouldn't put it in front of the pages, because the thing is, if you've got it in front of the actual pages themselves, it's just there's a marker there that's not going to get the adhesive of the paper.
The glue will stick to the ribbon, it won't stick
it's
to the
a
pages.
thing, and it will glue further down, but I'm not sure I'd want it to be that unstable, if that makes sense.
More messages coming through from Karen. Hello, Karen. Hi, Carla and Dave. Do you have the paper for these books, or can you say what GSM you recommend? Okay.
Doesn't really matter. If you're going to use an 80 GSM, like a printer paper, you're going to make bigger books, because obviously you can. This is just a printer paper, so I can get a ton out of these, right? Because it's 80 GSM, so it's super thin. If I was to go in with a cardstock, say like I used a 400 GSM, I'm not going to get half as many pages into that, because it's so much thicker. Does it matter? No.
Like you said, if you wanted to do like a watercolour sketchbook, you could do, and that's really thick card. So you can put thin sheets of paper in, thick sheets of card, whatever you want to do. But you obviously get less the thicker you put in, but it doesn't really matter.
I hate making new pens work.
Now, we've got another question that Ellie thought of asking. Now, Anne in Kent says, love playing with my Mink and the stapler, but what is the difference between the cold and the hot laminate?
What's the what?
What's the difference between the cold and hot laminate?
To be honest, I'm not actually sure. Some of it's to do with foiling, because I think you can cold foil, can't you, and you can hot foil. So for your cold lamination, because obviously if you're just using a normal laminator sheet, you want it to be hot, right?
Yeah.
But if you're cold foiling and you're using cold foil, which is different, we've got hot foil on the show, and you've got to be wary of that. Whenever, I'm not talking about today, and I'm not talking about this show at all, but just in general, when you're buying foil, just be careful which foil you're getting as to whatever you're going to be foiling with. So things like the foil quill, that's going to need hot foil because you're putting something hot on it. This needs hot foil because we're using the hot laminator on it. But if we use the cold laminator, we could use cold foil. And there is a difference between the two. So some of you will have some foil at home, I think. So you can get away with it that way. Most laminators have got a hang on, let me get my gobs gone. Most laminators have a cold and a hot setting. It's always mortifying when Sharon's in because she's so organised. And I tried to put her off. Thanks, Babs. I tried to put her off earlier in the earlier show, and I couldn't put her off because she is so professional.
Nothing put Sharon off.
I did try and put her off. She wasn't having a bar of it. Right, let's see if this works. Just let me do this with a bit of this. Kat's got the pen working for me. I'd run out of paper.
In a pen.
So when you first get this home, it's going to have a white nib. Oh, look, it had started to come through. It's going to have a white nib. You've got to press it for a bit. You have to have more patience than I have. And now it's black, and that means that I can draw. So if I was to put, we'll just put Dave's name.
Got a nice hand.
Eh?
Got nice writing.
Tell of years of practice in self-denial. What can I say? Everyone's moving fast in the studio. What's happening?
Shift change.
No. They're stressing me out, Dave. Tell them to go away. Right, let's get a bit of this. This is going to take forever to go through here. Don't use your laminating pouches for foiling. You can try, but I think it's just going to seal it, and I don't think you want to seal it.
Okay.
Because obviously you need to get the foil off it.
So do you have to foil it before it dries, or you don't have to do it wet or anything like that? No?
No. Once it's a laser ink, it's a laser ink.
Right.
So like with the stamping and stuff, you'd be able to stamp a few out and then go to it whenever you want. And then, you know, do what you need to do that way. So we're just going to...
Remember, this price is mirroring our birthday price back in March.
We liked that.
When we were 3 years old. And it hasn't been on air since that show. So to be able to repeat that deal, giving you in total nearly £60 off what the price should be, and we can't find this anywhere else in the UK. We're the only people that have it. And not only have we got it in stock, ready for immediate dispatch in our warehouse next door, outside of Birmingham, we've also got it at the most unbelievable price, under £100 on 5-way interest-free split pay.
It's not bad, is it?
It's better than not bad.
We like that. And the thing is, it's one of those things where we can do it today. We've got another show as well, so if you want more demos tonight, we're on at 8, I think.
Yep.
And so you'll be able to see more demos then, and we'll go through different processes as well. But while you can grab it at this price, it's one of those sort of stupid things. If you don't get it today, Liam is going to put the price up. That's not a pressure, that's just fact. He is going to put the price up. I've put this in at a wonk, and it's creasing down here. If it gets stuck, there is a little jam release in case you get it stuck. That's not to release your actual jam, which is why I think Liam's used this as a toaster. I think there's cheese in here. I genuinely
It does look like a toaster, I must admit.
But I think he's used it to make his hot toasty machine.
Don't use it for that, whatever you do.
I like a good toasty me.
Yeah.
I've got one at home, a toasty maker.
Me too. I could do with one now.
Do you use them a lot? Because most people have a toasty machine and only get it out once every, like, 6 months.
Yeah, we use it probably once a week.
Yeah, I do. What do you like in it?
Ham and cheese.
Ham and cheese,
onion.
it's the best. And beans as well. Beans and cheese.
Okay. I haven't tried it with beans.
I like all of the things with it. So then we just take that off, and now Dave is foiled.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Can you see it?
Toner ink from that pen, that's all you need? So when you draw, when you write, when your kids draw or write or whatever with a toner ink pen, it can be foiled.
I think I've got hair on it. It might be from Dave. It might be from Barry Manilow.
It might be, yeah. That's Carla's cat, by the way.
Barry Manilow's got to have his bits off this week.
Oh, no.
If you hear anything in the news.
Oh, good grief. That's her cat, just in case you're getting a bit confused.
Or is it?
Or is it, you know? Right, $99.99. Carla and I are going to be back at 8 o'clock tonight with the last show of the evening. If you've got any questions, whatever you do, get them into us and we'll try to answer them for you between 8 and 9. Okay? But it's the lowest price it's ever been, matching our birthday offer. $99.99, 5-way split pay, and all the extras, all the glue strips, all the extra spines we got for you, the tassels, the extra foil. It's all on the website now. Stock up and enjoy 1 P&P per day. I'll see you with Sharon. It's a Sizzix clearance coming up in a few minutes' time.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobbymaker.
Hey, all you Hobbymaker fans out there. My name is Tavner Carey. I'm the Vice President of Product Development at American Crafts. You're probably familiar with our We Are Makers tool brand, where we offer all sorts of innovative, classic crafting tools like our cinch, our crocodile, our punch boards, all sorts of things. Well, we're also busy innovating. We're working on a bunch of new things that we're going to be launching soon. And we're super excited to be partnered with Hobbymaker because they're not only dedicated to bringing you top innovation, but they're also dedicated to bringing you amazing deals.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
At Hobbymaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobbymaker, let's get crafting.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Did you know Hobbymaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there's something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
At Hobbymaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
But in the word picking up, I saw really, really nice and fantastic. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi everyone, welcome back. It's shift change normally. Not
Yeah,
for me.
not for you.
Not for me. No, I'm here all day and all
today.
evening. With you till 9 o'clock tonight. Thank you for tuning in. Really busy bank holiday afternoon, so thank you for all your phone calls, all your messages, all your orders online and on the website as well. Loads and loads and loads to show you between now and 9 o'clock. Let's have a look ahead. What can we see between now and 9 then? We've got Sizzix Card Making Bonanza. It's a crazy deal show. It's a clearance show. We'll recap all of the deals we've had throughout the day from Sizzix in the 7 o'clock show, but that's coming up a bit later on. Then at 6, we've got brand new Tonic Studios Forest Friends, which is adorable. You can make them into little containers to put sweets in and chocolates in, things like that. They're just fantastic. That's with Jodie in an hour. And then rounding off the evening with Carla again, we've got We Are Makers, the Mink Cinch Machine with Carla at that crazy birthday price of $99.99. So that's what we've got between now and 9 o'clock. Stay with us for the whole evening if you can. Now, earlier we did a show at, what time was it?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock this afternoon, featuring some of the Sizzix clearance deals. We'll remind you of those as well throughout the show. But this deal we didn't feature in the 2 o'clock, did we?
No, we kind of focused on the stencils for the first show. This show, we've got some different things to focus on. We've got an awful lot of stuff on all the shows. And this collection is stamps with dies.
Stamps and dies in each set, okay? So basically you've got a die that will cut out the aperture that you can then stamp the sentiment in as well. If I just take one of them off the stand just to give you an idea of visual.
Big old sets.
They are.
So you've got a kind of almost A5, you know, a big stamp to sort of be a background. Then you've got a nice range of sentiments.
Look.
Lots of techniques you can do with these. If you look at this one, you can see.
So you've got that fantastic, almost like Aztec
beautiful
pattern. And then, of course, you've got the dies that will create the circular apertures that you can cut into what you've actually stamped. And then you've got these wonderful verses that you can put in the opening.
You've got lovely sentiments that will fit. And then you've even got a stamp to sort of put a little border on the circle. So it's a really nice... It's almost like a card kit. You've kind of got everything in one go to make that card.
Now you've actually got, they're all $24.99 normally. Now if you look at the bottom shelf, you can see the other two that we've got. So they're similar but different. So there's a very Aztec feel to the top one. If I just move this one slightly in the light, there we go. So you've got that fantastic, almost like, it's almost like, I don't know how you describe it really. It's almost like ticker tape, like dancing waves. Or
Like sort of streamers.
Streamers, that's it, yeah.
It's really pretty. Quite modern, that one.
Yeah.
And I think that one will work quite well for cards for men.
Absolutely.
Whereas the last one is a lovely floral design, wallflowers. And you'll notice each set has got a different shape for the sentiments.
Yeah.
That means you can mix and match across the 3 sets, of course, because you can use the sentiments across all of them.
Now, look at what's happened. They should be $24.99 each stamp and die set. Today, you can have all 3 for $39.99. That is £13.33 each. That's all you're paying for all those stamps and all those dies. It's remarkable. Absolute amazing value for money. All 3 of the sets there. That's a lot for your money. Already, we're getting lots of you coming through for this. You're saving £35 off the price. WIXC17. Let me just open up one of the others, shall I, quickly, just so you show you what's
Yes,
in this
because there's an awful lot in each set, and the sentiments are lovely. These are all from Stacey Park.
Ah, right. Lovely Stacey. We love Stacey.
Yes.
There we go. So this is the other floral one. But again, look, this time you've got the oval aperture, the oval stamp, and look at the lovely verses you've got there as well.
Yeah, it's a nice mix, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Nice bold backgrounds as well. And I like the fact that that's a whole background.
Yeah.
So depending on what colour you use, you can keep that subtle, you can do an ombre effect, lots of different things you can do with it.
Absolutely. And if you don't want to cut out the oval aperture, you don't have to. You can choose where you have it, up or down or in the middle. You can do it long landscape or portrait, doesn't matter. Or you can leave the entire background completely just stamped and not use the aperture at all. So you've got the opportunity of being able to choose how you use it, or indeed if you use it or if you don't use it, it's there for you. So you get the circular aperture, you get the oval aperture, and then the last one, I'll show you the last one as well. I'll show you all 3 of them. And this one has got your diamond aperture.
Yeah, and of course you can either use these as an aperture, which means you could even create a shaker card from it if you wanted to, or you can use it as a sort of nested mat and layer.
This reminds me of like Tales of the Unexpected. Do you remember that
Isn't it?
program?
Oh yes, that was my bedtime. That was when that started. I had to go to bed.
And it can work that way. And it can work, of course, landscape or portrait. But this way you can read the stamps a little bit better. So you've got just a note to say hello. Congrats, fabulous friend. I love them.
There's a lot of sentiments in each one, and of course,
you got this.
Through all 3 sets, you've got a lot of sentiments, haven't you?
You've got this, Sharon.
I've got this. Yeah, I should be saying that to you, the whole day.
What does that say down there? Hi. Hang on. Oh, hey there. Hey there.
Hey there.
Hey there. But that is, I love that. There's so
Nice,
much
isn't
movement in it. Really lovely. So all 3 stamp and die sets for you. They should be $74.97, so technically $24.99 each. Today you're getting all 3 of them for $39.99. Karen's in, Grace is in, Robert's in, Leslie in Essex. 20% of the stock has gone. Nicola's coming in, Robert and Helen, and it's all there for you for that brilliant price of $13.33 each. Now, not surprisingly, earlier we spent a little bit of time talking about a hero product. I think if someone were to say to me, in 2024, what product would you put in your top 3? This will be probably my number 1, or if not in my number 1, certainly in the top 3. It's brilliant because it's a stamping platform like no other, because it can do so many other things. And it's also, if you put every stamping platform out there on the market side by side, this one would shine over and above all the others as far as I'm concerned.
You're right, because the sticky grid is game changing. Nearly all the other stamp platforms on the market rely on you butting your card up against a corner and then using a magnet to hold it in place.
Yeah.
This has a sticky grid that keeps your card in place, which means you don't have to have a hard edge to butt up your card, which means you can then put bigger cards in there. You can do 12 by 12s, and then your magnet's not in the way.
I know, it's a game changer, it really is. And the quality of what it's made from and how it works for you is remarkable. What I love about it as well is that you're looking to the future with it. Not only is it a stamping platform, it's a stenciling tool as well. And you've got the adapter for stencils. All the Sizzix stencils now will have the holes in them that go into those little nodules that you can see. So you can, again, if you're doing layering stencils, know exactly that you're in the right place when you're doing layer 2, layer 3, layer 4. But also, looking to the future, there are other tools that are out for it now, like the Stamp and Spin, which replaces the lid on the stamping platform, and you can then stamp in circles and make wreaths. But there are other extras coming along for this as well. There's already a hinge, which is giving you an extra inch and a half height, so that you can stamp into journals that are open. You can stamp onto canvases that are quite high.
Yes, all sorts of things. And then there are new products in development that we're going to see soon. So it's long term, it's a great investment because you're not limited to one thing with it. Or first of all, you can stamp with it and you can use it for your stencils. We've already got the Stamp and Spin. There's other things to come. And it's a very, it's Sizzix. The quality is top notch.
There's no wiggle whatsoever between the lid and the base. It's going to stay exactly where you want it to. But the sticky sheets, you can buy replacements of these, but these last you such a long time. And it's a low tack on there, which grips what you're working on completely. So normally with magnets and things like that, magnets can jump, your work can jump if ink is sticky and things like that. This lets nothing move at all, but it never ever tears your project.
No, it's tacky rather than sticky, so it's not going to tear your cardstock, but it will hold your card in place. And the sticky grids do last quite some time. I would recommend putting the release paper back on it when you're not using it, just to stop, especially if you've got pets, it'll end up covered with cat hair if you've got Barry Manilow. But they will last a long time, and then we sell them in packs of 5. So when it finally gets so tatty you need a new one, you can just swap
I was talking
it
to
out.
Pete about this the other week, and he was saying his has lasted him a good couple of months, and he uses it multiple times a day.
Mine does, yeah. In fact, I tend to just replace mine sometimes when I'm coming in here just because it looks awful because I've got ink all over it, but it's still actually fine.
Well, it is one of those hero products. If you haven't got yours, buy it and see for yourself the difference. It's $44.99. A quarter of the entire stock went in the earlier show, okay? So it's AW1S13, that's the product code, to get your hands on something that is the hottest tool in town, or certainly one of the hottest tools in town from Sizzix. Sharon, over to you for a demo, if that's all right.
Fabulous,
With that fantastic set that we showed you from Stacey. We will go through the other deals that we had in the earlier show in case you missed them. But look at how brilliant this tool is for stamping, obviously for stenciling as well. Everything is just perfect. You're not restricted by edges. You can put 12 by 12 sheets on there because there's no edge to get in the way. You can adjust where you want your stencil to be with that adapter. It's such a clever concept. And for $44.99, you've got a machine. I say a machine, it's a platform that can do so many other things going forward as well. $44.99. And if you want the extra grippy sheets, have a look on our website, because Sizzix have a brand page on our website. I'm sure they'll be there. I think there are 5 sheets for $9.99 or something like that, so they're not very expensive. All right, Sharon, over to you.
Fabulous. And I'm going to look at this one first, which is, I love this design. It almost reminds me kind of like fossil sort of pieces. It's really pretty. So let's get it out and we'll have a look at the size. So this is the perfect size for a sort of C6 card or A6 card. And it's a lovely big background. Yep. So I'm going to grab the stamp, and then of course I'm going to use my stencil and stamp tool for it. So let's take the lid off.
It's one of those designs that could be lots of different things. I mean, when I first saw it, I thought maybe a cross-section of a log.
Yes, yeah.
You said fossil, yeah, it could be that as well. Could be all sorts of things.
And of course, there's so many techniques. It looks lovely if you want to heat emboss it with embossing powder. You can do like an ombre effect. You can do, you know, any colour you want. Now I'm going to place that. This is the beauty of the sticky grid, because of course, this is going to be my whole card front, so I don't have to worry about butting it up against the edge. So I can actually put this sort of towards one corner to save me. I'm going to trim it down to go onto my card front, so I can put it up against one corner, so I've only got to trim 2 sides. And of course I couldn't do that if it was up against a corner in a stamp platform.
True.
Because I wouldn't be able to get right into the corner.
And it's the sort of surface you'll use on your desk religiously. It's a very, very handy tool or platform to have.
It is, because you'll find actually you use it for other things,
Yeah.
maybe ink blending, not necessarily even when you're using stencils or stamps. Now this is a lovely big background, so I think we'll do a bit of an ombre for this one.
Okay.
So I've got 2 different green ink pads. One is a nice sort of dark green. This is one of the Stacey Park Jacquard inks, and I'm just going to do the top sort of 3/4, and then I've got a Catherine Pooler ink in a lighter green, and I'm just going to go over the bottom part with that. And the beauty of using the stamp platform is I can come back to this, so I can do it all in one go, and then if I find I've got a bit of a stripe where those 2 colours meet, of course I can go back in. Now, they look fine, actually,
that looks great.
but I will do a little bit more just to show you how easy it is. So if I felt that I'd given myself a bit of a harsh line between the 2 colours, first of all, the great thing is I can lift this lid straight off and put it flat, which does make it really easy. And then what I can do is just come back in with some of that lighter over the middle section and do it again.
I don't think I've ever seen stamps like those. They're so distinctively
Lovely,
different.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really pretty. So that's going to be my background. So I'm going to take that off and I'm going to trim that down, and then we'll use the rest of the set to do the sentiment. So I'm just going to trim this down so that I can put it on a matten layer. So I'm just going to quickly trim that off. And of course, you can do a smaller card if you want to, because obviously you can just trim it down to whatever size. It's a nice generous card size to start with. So you can kind of make it fit whatever you want to, really. So that's going to be a lovely backdrop. And then what we'll do, I'm going to matte and layer it on this nice Sizzix card, but we'll do the sentiment first. So I've got some of the white cardstock. We've got this on the show. We've got a pack of the Sizzix card, and it's a nice smooth finish, so it's nice for stamping on.
Yeah. Actually, we got asked that question in the 2 o'clock show. What cardstock did you recommend for stamping? It's the smooth cardstock that's in the show, actually. So we've got cream, we've got black, and we've got white. Obviously, white is the perfect colour for stamping on, and cream as well. Black, obviously, if you're using like embossing powders and things like that, it would look great. So if you want that, there's 60 sheets there. That's available, and it's only $12.99. That, if you're looking for the perfect stamping card, that's what Sizzix recommend. QT1S78. Really good price for 60 sheets.
It is, isn't it? And it's lovely to stamp on, and for ink blending, so it's really great with your stencils. So in this set, I've got 5 different sentiments to choose from. I've got a lovely circle that can go around my sentiment, and then behind I've got a die to match, which is just tucked behind the acetate. So I can die cut around that and pop my sentiment in. Now I think it would be quite nice to have this, well, we'll do it from green, I think, shall we, to match?
Yeah, why not?
So I'm going to pop this white cardstock onto my stencil and stamp tool.
So having the die and the stamp separate, you can either cut an aperture into what you've already stamped, or you can cut a separate piece and have it as like a
Have
topper.
it over the top, like a topper. So, and you can coordinate it, so I can come in with that same, we'll do with the darker green, and it will just set off my sentiment really nicely. So we'll just come around the edge. I'm going to make sure I don't have any ink in the centre because it might transfer. And then just gently press around the edge. And the beauty is, if I miss any bits like I did there, I can just re-stamp till I get it perfect. So that's going to look lovely around the edge. And then I can choose one of the sentiments. So let's have, well, it's quite a big circle, so I think this always here for you will fit nicely. And of course, because I've got the platform, I can just place that and make sure it's straight. I can kind of visually see my grid either side. And then when I bring the lid in, there is also a grid etched on this. So I can double check by looking at where the line of the grid is and my sentiment to make sure I'm straight. Not that it really matters with a circle, because obviously I'm die cutting this anyway.
True.
It will be as straight as it looks when I put it on the card. But you know, if you're stamping straight onto your card front, that's really important. So I'm going to ink this sentiment up with black. And stamp that in the centre. The thing I like about a stamp platform is you can go in gentle, because some stamps really vary, don't they? Some of them are a bit softer than others, and if you go in too hard, they squish.
Yeah.
So and with a stamp,
that's where a stamping platform really comes into its own. If you try a small acrylic block, you can put too much pressure on one side, not enough on the other. It goes a bit wonky.
And then there's no going back, is there?
No.
Whereas with a stamp platform, you can go in gentle, and if you need to give it another push, you can go in again. So it's kind of foolproof, really.
It's the best investment. It really is.
It is. I wouldn't be without one now.
No. And it is, how can you improve on something that's been around for quite a while? Sizzix have done just that. They've improved it and made it the best.
They have. And it's funny, isn't it? Because, you know, I teach classes, and over the years, so many people have given up on stamping because they find it tricky. But with a stamp platform, anyone can stamp.
And not every stamping platform is as good as the next. You know, you think,
no,
okay,
they do
it's
vary.
the same concept, but they do vary in quality. They do vary in the materials that have been used to make them. Whereas Sizzix have spent the most, as far as I'm concerned, in getting the finest possible materials, the finest design. I know it went backwards and forwards to the manufacturers many, many times before it got signed off as being exactly what Pete and Sizzix team wanted. And the proof of that is when you use it. The very first time you use it, you'll notice the difference.
You absolutely can tell that. Sizzix don't rush to do anything. And I know because Pete was the one that works with the development team. And we were waiting for this a long time because I knew it was coming. Pete had told me, and yeah, they go back and forth until Pete's happy with it. Basically, they must be cursing Pete sometimes because you know they think it's fine, and he's like, no. So I've got my circle. I use some of my Sizzix Makers tape to hold that down because obviously having that lovely stamped border, I didn't want that to move because I wanted that to be lined up perfectly. So it's a good idea to tape it down when you run it through. And then we can put our card together. So I've got my stamped background, and I think that green goes perfectly with this Sizzix cardstock that I've chosen. So the first thing I'm going to do is tape this onto this to create a matte layer, like so. and then I can kind of cut my card to fit. I've got an A5 card blank. When I'm doing stenciling all these big background stamps, I kind of just make my card fit. So I think we'll have a nice border around there.
That does look good.
Looks nice, doesn't it?
Very.
And then we can just trim that to fit. So we can... I never measure anything either. It's back to the whole hating maths thing. I eyeball everything really if I can. I'm not a measurer. I think that needs a little bit more off.
I think most people in this building, guess-wise, are the same. I don't know. I think it's maybe one person I know that measures, and that's Amy from Hunky Dory.
Yes, some people, yeah, I think a lot of crafters, because we're creative, we just wing it.
By eye.
By eye,
every time.
Exactly. So, as I say, I've got an A5 card here. So all I need to do really is pop this on and then trim this down to fit. And then I can decide where I want that lovely sentiment. So we'll pop that with a nice white border around it, like so. And then just chop it down. So about there. And about there. There we go. And then the sentiment, you can kind of choose where you want it. I think it looks quite nice in the centre. You could also ink around the edges if you want to a little bit. And I'm going to pop that on just with a bit of foam tape.
Okay, yeah, perfect. By the way, we do have the big shot in the show this evening as well, which, as we're talking of iconic tools and so on, like with the stamping platform, the stenciling platform, we do have the big shot, which again is an iconic machine, renowned and loved by people around the whole world. It's one of the first machines ever for die cutting and embossing, and this is a unique machine in that it takes big dies as well as letterpress platforms, glimmer foiling platforms can go through there as well, so you really are kind of future-proofing yourself with a big shot, and a name that, you know, any crafter worth his salt, the big shot is in their craft room somewhere. I'm not saying every crafter just has one machine. I think most crafters I know have got 3, 4, 5 different machines.
Yeah, most of us have got a few.
But a big shot will be in there. Professional
Definitely.
crafters will have a big shot in their craft room because basically it is regarded as being one of the best out there, and they last years.
They
years
do,
and years and years.
and it's kind of an industry standard in a way, because Sizzix were the ones that invented die cutting really, and Sizzix had the first die cutting machine. So over the years, as other companies have come in and developed their own machines and dies, I know I've worked for lots of different brands. You go into any company and they've usually got a big shot there where they're going to be testing their dies, because they know that there are a lot of big shots out there. And
want to go up to Carnation to do shows for them on their channel. There's big shots in the office.
You see them in every office, because
it's the machine the professionals use as well as you and I at home. So it is a machine that I can totally put my hand on my heart and say, you know, if someone comes up to me and says, what die cutting machine do you recommend? I would say first off, Big Shot. If you want a manual machine, it's one of the most reliable. It's going to last you years. The plates are pre-printed with all the plate instructions, so you haven't got to worry about an instruction book and losing it. And also the plates are some of the simplest formations. They seem to last. They seem to last.
It's one of the easiest machines to use for that reason, because you don't have complicated magnetic shims and all the rest of it. It's just a base platform, an adapter, 2 clear plates. So
that's it. And you'll get it today for $119.99. Now, obviously with us being Hobby Maker, we offer you split pay on anything very often over £50. So if you want split pay, interest-free and fee-free, it's basically something all of you are offered when you go on the website or go on the phones to talk to our call centre. You can opt for interest-free, fee-free split pay, or you can pay in full for $119.99. But it literally keeps the price, locks the price for you, and individually divides it into 4 payments. So it's basically $29.99 today, same in 4 weeks, same in 8 weeks, same in 12 weeks' time. But your machine will be on the way. And what did Sharon do with those fantastic dies from Stacey? Well, it's the dies and the stamps. Remember, you get 3 sets. They should be $74.97. They should be $24.99 each. They are today, for all 3 of them, stamps and dies, you're getting all of them for £39.99. Okay, so that basically means they're £13.33 a set, not £24.99. So you're saving about £11 off each one. Amazing saving, about £30 saved plus. And we'll go through some of the other deals that we've got in the show. I know we mentioned and touched on the cardstock. We did have an inquiry about stamping and what cardstock to use for stamping. The smooth cardstock that we've got for you in white, in black and in cream, you get 20 of each, okay, 20 of each. You get 60 in total and all yours for just £12.99. It is, like it says, super smooth.
It's lovely and smooth, so stamping, stenciling, but it is also heavyweight enough. I think it's 270 from memory. So it is actually sturdy enough to make your card bases from. And I use the black actually a lot when I'm die cutting. Pretty sure it's 270.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
All the things we have to remember.
I know. Yeah, 270 GSM. Yeah, it is. It's on the back. There we are. £80 in the States, 270 GSM in the UK, yeah. So all three colourways, perfect for your stamping. If you're a little bit worried about what to stamp onto, certain cards better than others, this is the top of the tree. QT1S78. Now, some of the other deals we did in the earlier show, which you may or may not have been watching, because I know lots of you are out on a bank holiday.
Having
Why not?
lunch, having
having lunch. Getting wet in a drizzle.
Should say hello to my family, my mum and dad, my brother.
Oh, are they watching?
And, my nieces, Georgie and Lola, are all at my mum and dad's today.
Oh, okay.
No, they might be watching. I know my mum likes to watch.
Now, this was one of the most popular deals we had in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. Now, what you've got here, talking of the stamping platform and stenciling platform, you've got 4 layering stencils here. Look at this. Layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4. So that means you can put different colours down at different stages.
You can. That one's really sort of abstract, isn't it? It's really a bit different and a bit arty.
Now, this shouldn't be on split pay because it's under £50, but originally it started life at $79.95. So we've kept split pay on it, even though it's go below £50. This is, if you want split pay, $23.99 today and $23.99 in 4 weeks' time. Because each of these should be $15.99 each. This set, as you can see, is again another 4-layer stencil, but each layer is different, so each layer can have different colour to create this fantastic effect. Then you've got this one. This was my favourite.
I love this one.
I do.
It's really arty.
Well, this one is called, this one's called your floral impression. It looks like a gallery picture, doesn't it?
It really does. The sentiment on there is also part of the stencil, so you can stencil that on. You've got other sentiments as well, but of course you could use the stamps if you prefer.
And you did that in the 2 o'clock show?
We did that one earlier, yeah.
But look how arty it is. It doesn't look like a stencil at all. That's what I love about them. That's why layering stencils are so groundbreakingly different. This one is your birdhouse. So this could be, if you're like me, moving house. I'm coming back to work. I'm back to work for a rest.
I bet you are.
Even the double shift is a rest
compared
to me at home packing.
Packing. Oh, no.
My word. But yeah, these birdhouses, 4, there we are, look, all of them. Layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, all different colourways, and this is what Sharon did in the earlier show. How cool is that?
Aren't they adorable? Really sweet, and a bit different actually as well.
And you mentioned earlier there could be beach huts.
Yeah, you could very easily adapt them to look like little beach huts.
Don't use the pole.
Yeah,
could
just
be
miss
beach
off the
huts side by
pole and
side.
pick the ones that have got like a little doorway.
Now, some of these aren't available separately anymore. I know this one is no longer available. The floral one you can't get, and this one, lacy, is also sold out individually, but it is in the big bundle. And again, 4-layer stencil.
This is one of my favourites. I love that.
You love your florals, don't you?
I do like florals, and I just like the sort of the swirly background to it. It's really pretty.
And if you've treated yourself to the stamping platform from, of course, Sizzix, treat yourself to the layering stencils, because remember, they've got the little holes in the stencils that fit over the nodules that are on your stencil template that you get with the machine.
Yes.
So this is going to allow you to really do layering stencils so beautifully well, and it's on split pay too. So not only are you going to get nearly a £30 reduction, actually over £30 off, isn't it? It's over £30 off. You're saving $31.96, and it's on 2-way split pay as well for 4, is it 4 or 5? 5, 1, 2, 3, 5 4-stage stencils.
That's a lot of stencils.
That is.
For
That's
that
a lot
money.
of stencils for that money. Approaching 80% of the entire stock of this offer has gone. RZXC24. Now, we have also got sentiments. Now, we've got 3 different sorts of sentiments. Okay, let's do this one first. This one is the Pete Hughes one, which is the Sunnyside sentiments. I love these.
I love these. I use these so regularly because they were actually designed to work with the stencils. Pete designed these about the time that we first came out with stencils, actually. And of course, if you've got a stencil background, you do need a sentiment that's quite kind of bold to show up.
Yeah.
So that was the thinking.
Rise and shine, sending hugs. They're in different angles here. It's a good day to be happy. So all positivity, positive sort of affirmations and that sort of thing.
Lovely sentiments.
And they're all written by Pete. He's got a fantastic hand. His handwriting is exquisite, and you can benefit from them because that's what Pete's done on here. Again, you've got lots of, happy happy birthday to you, love and laughter forever after, just a note to say hello, really lovely. That one says, just because you're so special. Absolutely.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Gorgeous. Then, have a wonderful day. See the beauty in every day. Happy day. Have a wonderful day as well. Beautiful. And then the last set, again, Pete has actually autographed these, so you know it's his handiwork.
This one is really good if, like me, you've got a lot of butterflies and things like that, because there's a couple of sentiments that work really well.
Let your dreams take flight.
Yeah. So birds,
Find your
butterflies.
wings and fly. Love it. So they are, and they should be $47.96. So they should be $11.99 each, shouldn't they?
Yes.
You've got all 4 of these sets for $24.99. Unbelievable. So that is basically $5.99 a set.
It's crazy, isn't it? Really good value.
And you'll use them again and again, and they're all really good, reusable sentiments. They're not sentiments you can use once a year. You know, you'll use these on so many cards, so many projects, not just on cards either, because a lot of the verses are quite uplifting. You can put it in wall art.
Yes, they're quite general, aren't they? That would work, for home decor, all sorts of things, not just cards.
I mean, if you've got lots of butterflies in a like a square frame or something, you could put, find your wings and fly.
Yeah.
You could use it in all sorts of ways. Half the stock of these has gone. We did have a big stock earlier on, but a lot went in the 2 o'clock show. A lot are going now. So if you want to save some money, this is literally a clearance show, $24.99. It's half price virtually, GVXC01. They're for Pete's fantastic uplifting sentiments. Next ones, we've got, these are from Lisa Jones. Now these are
equally lovely.
Yeah.
A little bit more delicate and
a little bit finer.
I think these sets are another thing you sort of need, because you've got all your occasions covered with these.
So celebrate your day, love you, sending birthday wishes. That one says, sending a smile on your big day. Sorry it's late, hope it was great.
That's nice, isn't it, when you've forgotten someone?
Okay, so that's Lisa. This one is Born to Bloom. That's what they call Born to Bloom.
I like this one because this one was kind of designed to go with some floral die sets that came out at the same time. And it does work if you've got lots of florals, because you've got sentiments that work.
You grow girl, wild about you, one of a kind. What's up, buttercup?
Lovely, isn't it? What's up, buttercup? I like that one.
$51.96 down today to just $29.99. And then again, this is another one that Pete's done. He's got a definite style to him.
He has, and nice font on this one. It's a little bit sort of retro looking, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I like the mix of fonts because it's going to work really with any style.
So you've got Find Your Wings and Fly, Be the Rainbow, Sending Happiness, Choose Happy. And then the last one in that set is back to Lisa again, Lisa Jones with this one. Again, have a wonderful day. Congratulations. Easter wishes. Quite appropriate.
Yeah.
What does that say? Little one. Oh yeah,
Little one.
Happy
like
birthday. Thinking of you. Here for you and welcome. So all those stamps, all 4 sets, $29.99 down from $51.96. I think they should have been $12.99 a set. So to get all 4 for just under 30 is pretty amazing. AMXC21. And then the sentiment dies from Stacey. Now these are, I remember when they first came out, these were very, very different.
They're very clever actually, because Stacey has given you a kind of solid die in here that is designed...
It's like a letterpress, isn't it?
It's like a letterpress, so you could actually even foil this if you wanted to, you know, like if you've got the glimmer, this Spellbinder's glimmer, because it's almost like a solid thanks. So the idea is you would run it through and then sand it so that it gives you the impression of, you know, like a distressed look.
And of course, if you use Stacey's sanding paper, or the paper that's got like a slightly lighter core to the centre of it, you can sand it back and get a lighter blue, which is what she's done on there. Also, you've got the die to cut it out, and you've also got the thanks on its own, a big thanks, thanks a lot, thanks a bunch, and so on. So that's that one. You get the same with hello. So it's a letterpress plate, or an embossing plate, and the dies to cut it out. That's ZOXC24, $47.99, all of these. Then you've got happy birthday with love, happy anniversary, congratulations. And then lastly, happy birthday, new home, new baby, congrats, thank you, love you, thanks, happy Mother's Day and happy Father's Day. All
Father's Day's coming up soon.
Yeah, June, isn't it?
So that's, and I really haven't got many sentiments or dies that cover Mother's Day and Father's Day.
No.
So I do use this set quite a lot.
So $47.99 down from £60.96, and it was also on 2 split pays. Okay, so that makes it just $23.99. $23.99 today and $23.99 in 4 weeks if you want to use split pay. ZOXC24. Now the stencils, they're the ones that have gone limited stock now. So remember, you get sets of 4. I don't think I showed you this one earlier. You got 5 sets of stencils. This one is your. It's actually called fragmented floral. So it's really kind of quite abstract.
It's very abstract, and fragmented is absolutely the word, isn't it? It's kind of like a shattered glass with all the little images in. Very clever. That one's very pretty. That's our favourite.
That's sold out individually, but it is in the bundle, okay? And remember, in our next show at 7, Sharon and I are going to go through everything that you may have missed throughout the day of, so like our roundup of the clearance coming up at 7 o'clock this evening. There's the bird houses, which we love. And then this one did sell out individually too, but it's in the big bundle, and this is your Lacey. There we go. So all 5 of those layered stencils, there's 4 stencils in each one. So there's 20 stencils in total for £47.99. That makes them only about £2.50 a stencil, which is crazy.
Ridiculous value for that amount of stencils.
Right, Sharon? Back to your demo spot, if that's okay.
Yes.
Demo 2. And we'll have a full rundown, of course, in 7 o'clock of all the offers that are still remaining, if there's anything left, of course.
Perfect. And I'm going to be using, for this one, this lovely, it's called Creative Coordinations Wallflower. And it's got this lovely, big, bold wallflower design. So let's grab this out. Now, you could colour this one in if you wanted to, because it is a lovely design. And I think we might we'll do something a bit different with this one. We'll emboss it with gold, I think. And then we'll add some ink. So let me grab my stencil and stamp tool back in. And I've got some of that Sizzix lovely smooth cardstock, and I'm just going to pop that in, pop it on my sticky grid, and then we'll pop this just in the centre. Now, one thing I should do, because I'm going to heat emboss this, before I stamp, I'm going to get my anti-static tool, because I don't want stray bits of embossing powder sticking to my cardstock. So I'm going to pop this on, ready to stamp. I'll make it straight, because then it'll make my life easier when I trim it down. And then I'm going to ink that up with clear ink. So I've got my Versamark clear sticky ink.
I'm just wondering, Sharon, how many people actually opted not for eggs for yesterday, but maybe, can you get me a Hobby Maker gift card, or can I have some money?
Yes, some money for crafty supplies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be me. I haven't had an egg yet.
No, I haven't actually, because we haven't really been thinking of Easter with moving.
No, with packing.
It wasn't on the agenda really.
And I was busy prepping yesterday. Now, tilt that in the light. Check I've got it everywhere. Yeah, that looks right. I am gonna, because I can. I'm going to quickly restamp that, because this is a big old stamp.
Right.
And of course I can't see very clearly where it's stamped. So I'm going to double stamp it to make sure that I've got all of it. Because it would be a bit frustrating, because once I tip powder on, of course I can't go back in. So there we go. I think that should be done. So I'm going to take that off of there.
Look, it never tears the card.
No, it really, it holds it really firmly, but never tears.
Sticky grid sheets rule.
I'm glad Carla's not in the studio because she'd be laughing at me with my labels and my, and my tub.
She's only outside.
She'd be laughing at me, being organised. So I'm just tipping my gold embossing powder all over this, and it's going to stick nicely where that ink is. And give it a little flick off.
You got just a little bit of embossing powder in that pot then?
Just a little bit. I've had this years though. It's amazing how long embossing powder lasts, because you're really not using a lot each time, are you?
Well, you think you are, but in actual fact you're not.
No, I've probably had this about 10 years. Now I can see the odd stray little bit of powder, so when you do get that, just come in with a brush. I can just see there's a little bit there. Just brush those off, and then a little bit there. But overall, that's pretty good. And then I'm going to bring in my heat tool. Now when you're heating embossing, put your tool on, but don't bring it to your card. Oh.
Dodgy connection.
Dodgy connection. It doesn't like full power. Must be something to do with this cable here.
Probably haven't paid the bill.
We're going to have to go on the low setting. It doesn't like that hot setting. I hope I'm not going to blow up the studio. Let's try again. No.
Doesn't like it, does it?
No. This is going to be painfully slow. Sorry, Dave.
Right. Well, it did make me laugh. One of our American guests came over and was using her own heat gun, but of course she plugged it into our power supply, which is
different.
Totally different to the USA. There were like flames coming out of the end of the hot air gun. It was
Oh
like about
my
to take
gosh.
off.
Yeah, it could have had a fire.
Yeah.
So you would be doing this on the hot setting.
Yeah.
And it would be instant. It's rather slow. Mind you, it'll get quicker because it'll get hotter. And
It has always been my favourite crafting technique, and it still is after all these years.
yeah, it's one of the first things that I learnt. And do you know where I learnt how to do this, Dave? Watching craft television. It's one of the first products I bought actually back in about 2003, 2004, when shopping telly first started.
To be fair, I mean, this is, I think, a demonstration that starts a lot of people in crafting. It's got that wow factor. It makes you think,
It really has, and it never gets old. I still love watching the powder melt. It's such a, I don't know, it's like magic, isn't it?
Yeah. Magic that never tires.
I can remember doing this as well for the first time with my niece and nephew, and they were completely like in awe. It's a really cool technique.
Well, this stamp, remember, is part of the trio of stamps and dies, which we've got for you. This is a new offer that we didn't feature in the 2 o'clock show, but this is from Stacey Park. So you've got the shaped dies that cut out the aperture. You've got the shaped stamps that match with what you've cut out. So you can make an aperture, you can make toppers with the dies, and you've got all the sentiments and the background stamps as well. So you can buy them on their own, but if you buy them in a set of 3, you get the best discount, because they should be $74.97, so $24.99 each. You're going to get them today for just $13.33 each if you go for the big bundle. If you want them on their own, you can buy them individually, but of course they will be the higher price. WYXC17. And Sharon's done it.
Finally. That was painfully slow, wasn't it? But anyway, we're there now.
Worth the wait, though.
Yes, and it is beautiful. So I've got that lovely gold embossing, and I'm going to come in with some inks. I've got some Lisa Horton inks here. I've got Spiced Plum and Rum and Raisin. One's a sort of darker purple and one's a lighter sort of pinky purple. So I thought I'll do a bit of an ombre. So I'll start with the lighter shade, and I'm going to use a brush because this is quite a big area. And I'm just going to come in over the top and blend some colour on. Like so. I thought the purple and gold together is quite a nice combo, isn't it? So this is the lighter shade, the sort of more pinky purple. Don't worry about the fact that my gold now looks a bit dull, because I'll come in with a bit of kitchen towel and just buff buff. It's just where there's a bit of ink sitting on top of it.
And that doesn't dull the gold at all, does it?
No, no, because it will resist the ink. So if I come in at the end with a bit of kitchen towel and just buff it off, it'll give it a nice shine. So I'm going to blend the two colours together. So I'm making sure I'm starting right at the bottom with the very darkest when I've got sort of lots of ink on my brush. And then I'm going to come up so that I get a sort of dark to light. And then it's a little bit kind of harsh here. You can see the brush marks, so I'm just going to blend that a little bit. There we go. That looks
looking
nice.
Gorgeous.
It's pretty, isn't it?
Really lovely.
So what I'm going to do is just grab a bit of kitchen towel.
Well done to Susan in Nottingham. She's coming through for the stamp and die sets from Stacey. So Sandra is in. Wendy in Neathport Talbot is in as well. That's what you're going to get. All those wonderful background stamps and the aperture dies and all the verses as well for $39.99.
Wow, it's great value, isn't it?
It's a great set.
It really is. So I'm going to trim this down with my trimmer. There we go. Like so. There we go.
Perfect.
Isn't that pretty? And then we've got sentiments in here, haven't we? So I've got some coloured card this time that sort of coordinates. And let me bring back, let's move that out of the way. Let's bring the stamp set back in, which I have buried. Let me move all these bits out of the way. What have I done with it, Dave?
What have you lost?
Under there.
I swear to God, things disappear in the studio.
They do, don't they?
Yeah.
So I'm going to use the die, and this set gives you an oval die. So I'm going to cut that out from this lovely sort of coordinating card, and then I can stamp one of the sentiments on it. There is a little border die, the same as, you know, the last one, the circle, we had that little frame. There is a stamp to do that as well with this one. I'll show you it. I'm not going to do it on this one because I think I've got enough going on, but you do have like a little dotted line that you can put around the edge if you want to sort of frame your sentiment. There we go.
Don't forget, at 7 o'clock tonight, Sharon and I will go through, probably no demos in the 7 o'clock show. We'll go through every offer we've had.
Probably
from
whiz
Sizzix
through
today.
it all, won't we?
Some of them are fairly low in stock, but so you haven't missed any of them. If you've been out all day and you're thinking, oh, I didn't realise there was a Sizzix deal show, we'll go through everything in the 7 o'clock show, bit by bit.
So I can pop that in my tool, make sure I'm straight, pick it up with the lid.
And don't forget our amazing stamping and stencil tool from Sizzix, the award-winning product that everyone's wanting, everyone's owning. And if you haven't got one, find out what the fuss is all about because it's a brilliant tool. Loads of 5-star reviews from people that maybe have chosen and tried other stamping platforms, but have tried this and just gone, oh wow, game changer. For your stencils, for your stamping, and remember there are other additional tools that you can buy that work with it, like the hinge, so you can stamp onto things like canvases and journals that are open. There's also the stamp and spin, so you can stamp in circles and make wonderful wreath designs. That's an optional extra with it. But it's a sort of tool that you could just keep on adding to. And the game changer is the fact you don't need magnets because the sticky, grippy sheets hold on to everything without ripping any cardstock. It just makes it so simple and a joy to use, really.
It really does. It's yeah, it's such an easy process, really, and it does, you know, it'll save you money because you won't be making mistakes on anything.
No, good point.
How many times have you got to the last point of your card and then messed it up by misstamping the sentiment, and then you've got to either start again or, you know, put a butterfly over or something. There we go. Now I won't stick this all down, but there's my finished card. And the good thing is that sentiment strip is beautiful. You see I've got a little bit of the dark ink there where I've obviously smudged it. I can cover that because I can just place my sentiment.
Love it. And that's just one of the stamp and dies in the set of 3 that we've got for you from Stacey. Now, before we end the show, Sharon, let's go through something else that's a real staple Sizzix must-have, and that is the cardstock, the Sizzix cardstock. I know many of you, if you're buying Sizzix dies, especially character dies and things like that, will use the coloured cardstock to do the colouring for you. Well, we've got the classic neutrals, I suppose, to start off with. You've got your white, super smooth cardstock, you've got your classic black, and you've also got your cream as well.
I like the fact they've put all 3 in one pack. You can buy the white on its own if you do just want white. We do sell it on its own. But I like this variety pack because I do use all of these colours. I quite often will use cream as a card base. These are 270 GSM, so you can actually make your card blanks from them, which I do. The black I use a lot, and I'll tell you what I use the black for a lot is die cutting. When I'm doing All and Create shows, you know, he's got all those lovely quirky nesting dies with all the detail. They look good from black, so I use the black for that. I also use it with embossing folders a lot.
Well, a lot of you are taking advantage of this deal. 30% of the stock is gone of this cardstock alone. You get 20 sheets of cream, 20 of black, 20 of white for just £12.99, which I think you'll agree is exceptional value for money. QT1S78. Now, when it comes to coloured cardstock, we haven't featured this much, actually.
No.
We've got muted tones and we've got the standard. So
yeah, this is the sort of original. This is what I would call the classic set. This is where Sizzix started with cardstock, actually.
Yep.
This was the first cardstock Sizzix released, and you've basically got your whole rainbow in here and your neutrals.
So you've got every colour imaginable, really. Look at the colours you've got in there. And you get 80 sheets, and it's £16.99. So if you are a lover of Sizzix dies, for example, whether they be florals or characters or animals, whatever they might be, use the colour cardstock to do your colouring. Basically cut the pieces with the die and then put the pieces down. It's got that really distinctive Sizzix look then, hasn't it?
It really does.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's a lovely quality. It's 216 GSM, so it's going to be the perfect weight for die cutting. And having that linen texture on one side just looks beautiful for die cutting, but then you've got the smooth texture on the other side for stamping.
And you've got a £7 reduction today, SL1S31. And then we have the muted tones. So this is similar in that you've got a lot of colour choice, but as you can see, they're slightly more toned down.
They are. This is probably my most used, actually, because I do like the muted tones. And I love the fact these are kind of the in-between colours as well, really. You've got some of the things that might be missing from the first set. The first set, you've got your basic rainbow, and here you've got some of the in-between colours, like the orange.
Now, lots of you coming through for these, £16.99 for the muted tones. If you want to go for both of them, you only pay 1p&p for the whole day's orders, as I'm sure you know by now. That's only £4.95. If you wanted both, that would be $33.98 and 1p&p of £4.95. They kind of complement each other, really, don't they?
They do. If you're a fan of the Sizzix cardstock, you probably have all of the collections because it just gives you all the colours you're going to need, really.
Now, we haven't got as much of the muted tones as we have of the others. So if this is the one that you're interested in, please call quickly for them. We may not have any left in the latest show at 7.
No, and this has been out of stock for ages, so you might have been waiting for this to come back in. So grab it while we've got it.
Yeah, we don't have masses. And yeah, loads of you coming through for it right now. 80 sheets for £16.99, LZ1S62. We're back together at 7 for a final roundup of all the offers of the day from Sizzix. Don't miss that. Jodie is here next, though, with the cutest die set that will make characters like you've never seen. Have you seen these?
They're adorable, aren't they?
Absolutely adorable. You can make foxes, you can make hedgehogs, you can make owls. All of the dies you need to make these characters all will be revealed after a short break, but don't go anywhere.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobbymaker.
Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer, and I'm looking forward to doing a live watercolour show on Hobbymaker on Tuesday the 22nd of April. I'm going to be launching my brand new watercolour book, exclusive live launch on Hobbymaker, where you can pick up not only a special 10th anniversary edition of this amazing watercolour book, but also an exclusive signed copy, yes, hand-signed copies of the book. We've also got some amazing discounts on some of my previous books, so make sure you tune in on Tuesday the 22nd of April for some watercolour goodness. See you then.
At Hobbymaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobbymaker, let's get crafting.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobbymaker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Registering for a Hobbymaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobbymaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobbymaker.
Who's your friend? Who's your mate? How adorable are these little creatures? This is Jodie, this is Tonic, and these are adorable forest friends. We've got the dies for you in this show that will allow you to make each and every one of these characters, and you can make them to look like really whatever animal we want them to look like, whether they be owls, whether they be, what have we got over there? We've got foxes, we've got badgers, we've got all sorts, and they are just absolutely brilliant. You can make them look like teachers with the glasses on.
You could. They're so sweet. Now, you're going to get in there 69 dies in this packaging. And let's face it, you can make these into any creature you want. But also, you can have them as an egg. If I turn it round, you can just have a base core shape and do it as a Fabergé egg, maybe. You could do it as not a baseball, what do you call it? A rugby ball.
Rugby ball,
Yeah. Lots of different things that you can do with them.
Now, 60% of the stock of this went in the earlier show. I'm not at all surprised. I'm actually quite surprised we still have stock left because it was so popular and so busy earlier on. But look, you can put things in it. You could put chocolates in it. You could put little biscuits in it if you want to. You could put anything in it at all. I mean, they are just absolutely gorgeous. Now, obviously, Jodie did a full demonstration of how to put them together. You will get full instructions in with your dies, but 69 dies. The board here shows you all the elements that you get. And when you look at it, you think, well, hang on, but where do you get a fox from? Where do you get an owl from? Look at all the shapes. You can make all sorts of creatures from recoloured cardstock really easily. It took you about an hour to put one together, roughly. But imagine if you're selling these at craft fairs, something different from craft cards all the time. Having these, you could charge somewhere between £5 and £10 each for these. People will bite your hand off for them because they're lovely.
They're just so different. Yes, you get all the dies to make the creatures, but then think about changing those dies around. You've got little ones. So this one here, this here is supposed to be a wing, yeah? So what has wings? Let's look at the shape. We've got penguins.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got birds.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe it's a blue tit, it's a robin, it's a finch. Yeah. In my ear,
Peacock.
you can do a peacock. Yes, you can.
Peacock's feathers at the back.
There's lots and lots of
Think of
different things that you can do with it. Look at the face. Instantly, I look at that. It's a rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've got your rabbit's ears.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So start to play with all those different shapes to create. I don't know. You could even make it into a monster, couldn't you?
You could do, yeah. I mean, look at this one. I mean, someone that's just studied and passed an exam or something like that. How cool is that? Every owl is a wise owl, isn't he? And of course, lift his lid, and you can pop little treats in there. I mean, you could put the little mini eggs that maybe lots of you have got at the moment. They go in there a treat. You don't necessarily have to use it as a container. You don't have to put anything in it at all if you don't want to, but they're just gorgeous little creatures, and you can make them relevant to the person that you're making it. Could you make a badger?
Yes,
I think we've got a badger over here.
Of course you can make a badger. We've got a raccoon.
Which is
the similar sort of
which is
colours.
nearly a badger.
Yeah.
Is the raccoon.
Yeah, because raccoons, badgers have got more, what do you call them, furry bits. I like his tongue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tongue out. Contentment. There you go. And I cannot believe the price on these. They're only £38.09. But imagine, £38.99, sorry, £38.99. Imagine, though, a craft stall in the village hall, in a school somewhere, with these in different colours, as different characters. They would fly. People would love them as ornaments. The kids would love them in the bedroom, on the bedside cabinet, maybe. But as a gift for someone with something meaningful inside it, with the connection maybe to the person. I mean, that blue one at the top there with the red glasses, he looks really dapper, doesn't he?
He
They're
does.
totally different to all the others.
Yeah.
The fox, the owl, bright-eyed, wide-eyed. Use your Nouveau drops for the eyes, make them three-dimensional. She's having a little bit of a kip down there, little kitty.
Absolutely. There's loads and loads of ways of doing this. Yes, you've got your cats in there, you've got your dogs in there, but just think about what other creatures are out there. I'm sure you're so crafty, you're able to do lots of different creatures.
And it's all about the versatility. The basic shape doesn't really change from character to character. It's the way that you can use the different elements to make the face look different, the ears look different, the nose look different, all that sort of thing. 2/3 now of the stock of this has gone. This is the last scheduled show of this. It's a one-day offer for this, and it should be $49.99, which I still think is an amazing price, but $38.99 for 69 dies to make all these characters. IW4T13. Now, we've had a question about the size, the sizing. Okay, now Rebecca has said, hi both, great die set. What size is the inside? Is it a chocolate orange side? Thanks, Rebecca.
You'll be able to get universal 2 chocolate oranges in there, sweetheart.
We're all thinking the same way, aren't we?
It's a universal size indicator, isn't it? Everybody knows what a chocolate orange size is. So, yeah,
absolutely. Have they been shrinking, though, in time?
They have.
I thought they might.
It's shocking.
Yeah, everything's shrinking
They're
these days.
hollowing them out.
Are they?
Yeah, you know, they used to be like wedges in a chocolate orange.
Solid.
They've now they've carved that inner lip out. It's disgusting.
Disgusting. Chic. Okay, now we are thinking this may well sell out. Over 70% of the stock has gone. We're down to double-figure stock of availability, basically. One thing that we did start the earlier show with, was that 3 o'clock?
Yes.
3 o'clock this afternoon.
Seems a long time ago.
It does seem a long time ago. Here we've got something new. I say new to us, from Tim Holtz and Tonic. You've got here basically a picky tool. So in other words, it is a pokey tool that retracts, which is always a good idea, so it's very, very safe. You've also got a craft knife with 3 spare blades, also that retracts, and you've got the brand new rotating cutter. Now that folds in. So from a safety point of view, the blade is actually concealed when it folds into the handle. So you're going to get all 3 of these, and they should be £20.97. And you've got yours to show me.
You see me using mine on a daily basis. Yeah, I wouldn't be without mine. Yes, you've got 8 different settings on that top. You see me curling things, stabbing things, gluing things.
Yep.
It is a universal tool that you're going to use in so many different ways. They're really, really... No, it's not your pokey tool. I've got in my ear Carla saying, that's my pokey tool.
Oh, that was Carla, was it? I wondered who it was.
That's my pokey tool. No, it's not your pokey tool, missus.
Voice coming from somewhere. Bizarre. Has to be Carla. Now, remember the craft knife. The craft knife, normally you end up putting a cap on it or something like that, and possibly the knife could be, or the blade could be exposed to it. This is, again, just like the pokey tool, a retractable blade, so much, much safer, and you get 3 spare blades with it. Over 60% of this went in the earlier show, so it is one of those absolute must-have tools for any crafter, for any craft room. $14.91. AC4085 is your item number. Now, we're getting some questions about our forest friends. Is it made, or are they made, from smooth or linen card?
These are all made from our 216 GSM beautiful weaved card.
So classic card.
So our classic card from Tonic Studios, you know it's got a slight weave on it. These are all made from that cardstock.
Okay, so we have got a specially selected palette of colour that the guys at Tonic have done. So you've basically got 2 shades of green.
Pistachio green, avocado green.
Yep.
Old Man Beige.
Old Man Beige.
It's not called Old Man Beige, but I call it Old Man Beige. You've got in there your buttercup yellow, you've got your red brick, you have got your pumpkin in there as well.
And
60 sheets in total.
60 sheets, so basically 10 sheets in each colour, approaching limited stock. This is the perfect card stock to make your characters from. And the guys at Tonic have hand-selected all these colours because they'd be perfect for making them into the characters that these dyes are designed to help you make. So that, if you would like it, just £11 for 60 sheets is a bargain. And they're actually really surprisingly strong when you put them together.
They are. They're a solid design when you put that top lip in. But when you look at them, look at their eyes. In the eyes, look at the eyes. The eyes are right into the eyes.
Absolutely.
Yeah? You need Nouveau drops.
You do.
Yeah.
And the Nouveau drops we've got.
We have a collection of Nouveau drops that includes the colours to match all that cardstock perfectly, but they've got the black in there as well. If you are making eyeballs, the black one really makes
pupils.
Such a difference. It does. It gives it that glossy finish
And of
to
course,
the eye.
you let them dry, and they're all then 3-dimensional and very, very solid. So £9.99. These should be £14.95. We've given you another £5 off, actually. It's only £2 a bottle today, and they've been cherry-picked to go with the cardstock colours we've just shown you. So that is FG4080. FG4080 is the item number, £9.99 for all of those. And we have also got the vintage drops as well.
We do. So the difference is they dry shiny, these dry matte. Yeah? So in there you've got your Pioneer Green, you have got your Earl Grey, you have got your gold, you've got your... Oh, I can't remember what that one's called. I was doing right good then.
You were.
Regency Green and your denim at the end there. They will dry with a matte finish.
Yeah.
So it's a really nice, difference between them both.
Perfect. Well, if you fancy those with a matte finish, they are also just £9.99, so they are £2 a bottle, which is crazy. There should be £19.95, so you get an even better saving on those. That's a half price deal, basically. FY40 80 for those. Now, we did have a lot of interest in the earlier show in our storage. Now, I know you said to me when you went to Wales.
I can't go enough for them.
How many did you put in the car?
10.
10. 10 of these. And with the actual case or the tray, you're going to get your little plastic wallets, which you can put your acrylic sliders into as well. So that could be stamps on there.
Absolutely. So you're going to get your acetate with a protective sleeve.
Yeah.
So you're just going to take the protective sleeve off, and then that there is your stamp storage. Absolutely brilliant. So you're going to get all those, but then you're also going to get your dividers in there as well. Absolutely brilliant. Let's face it, if you want to segregate your male designs from your female, your I don't know, tattered lace from your Tonic to your Crafter's Companion dies, yeah? You can segregate them all with these subdividers.
These sticky labels come off and you can put them on the little tabs at the top there as well. So they fit obviously perfectly into the tray. And you're going to get, how many do you get? You get 10 of the dividers and you also get 10 of the plastic. No, it's more than that, isn't it? More. Yeah, 10 clear sleeves and 20 storage sheets, 24 adhesive labels. So you get all of that, plus the actual tray, which is really good quality acrylic, as you can probably see. And you can stack 3 on top of each other.
You can. I use these to store my Nouveau drops, yeah? So all my Nouveau drops at home are kept in these. And right, so I brought them up because I had this idea. You know when you have a brain fart and you really want to do it, okay? So when we were having the kitchen done, I bought some bamboo plate dividers from Poundland of all places.
Right.
Okay. And they were bamboo and you put them together and they were like 3 tiers. Great, I'll have 4 of them. I'll do that in kitchen. Well, the kitchen came and I thought, no, that don't work. So I had these. I thought, you know what? They make really good shelves.
Right.
And then I thought, well, what can I put in those shelves?
These. Perfect.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
So I've stacked these plate things on top of each other, put a zip clip around them so they don't come apart. And these actually go in with no problem at all. So I've got like a drawer unit using these.
Absolutely perfect. Well, again, the quality of the tray is superb. It's got the Tonic branding on the front as well that you can see, kind of foil branding. But yeah, whether you're using them for your stamps, whether you're using them for the dies, whether you're using them for your Nouveau drops, whatever you want to put it here, ink pads as well would be good in there too. But they will stack on top of each other. They've got a little drawer handle on the front there too, but they're only £17.99 with all those spaces and dividers and little wallets in there as well. TF4021 is your item number if you want those today. Brand new. Were they brand new today?
No, we've had them on before.
All right.
Yeah.
I've not seen these before until today.
Yeah,
I like them.
The brill, because let's face it, you can see everything that's in them. You can have them high up and you can still see what's in them.
£17.99 with all those dividers and everything as well. Now, the Nouveau adhesive, obviously, this is essential when you're putting together anything, certainly the construction of the animals that we've got here today, the creatures, the forest creatures. And these are supersized, big 120mm. And this is the Nouveau that you're using in all the demos to put all
You
this together.
see me using this all day long. You know, it's the best adhesive out there, in my opinion. Use it every single day of the week. It does exactly what it says on the tin, and just keep them in stock, yeah? Because at the end of the day, you don't want to run out.
No, 30% of this went earlier on. If you do have the smaller bottles and that runs out, don't throw those bottles away. Decant from the larger bottles and refill the smaller ones. Just double checking, 120ml in each bottle. So you've got 240ml in total. That should keep you going for a while. NU4050 is your item number. Now, the forest friends that you can make, when you've got these dies, all 69 of them, when you look at them on the board, you kind of think, oh, okay, but where's the penguin? Where's the fox? Where's the owl is there. The bunny rabbit is definitely there with those whiskers and those eyes and everything. That could be the rabbit's ears. That could also be peacock's feathers. It could also be the arms of a penguin, if you wanted it to be. You've got the eyes and the eyelashes. You've got the glasses there as well. But when you look at that board, it's not obvious. When you look at the steps and you look at the characters, all of these are made with these dies, and they're only costing you $38.99. Now, I do not know anyone that wouldn't be tempted to purchase these at a craft fair for probably anywhere between £5 and £10, because they're practical containers and holders as well. But look, you've got the little cat fast asleep, you've got the owl wide awake. They're just brilliant, aren't they? And it's all down to the colour cardstock that you use.
It is, and they're so easy to make, they really are. So I've got everything bent. So all I do is I use my craft pick.
Yep, gave them a curl.
And I just go straight over the top to give them a curve, okay? And I'm going to go through and just bend all my little score lines, okay? I have to say, I like this chair, Dave.
Do you?
I do.
Oh.
I feel like a little girl with my legs swinging.
That's not the one with a broken wheel, is it?
No, it's
Oh,
brilliant.
sorry.
So just bend all these little panels over. So literally, you do want to use your lighter weight card,
Right,
okay?
yeah.
Do not try the heavier weight card here, because you're not going to get that perfect finish. You know, that lighter weight card is going to give you that beautiful curvature.
So grab that fantastic Craft Perfect cardstock that we talked about earlier on, the classic card, because it's the perfect GSM, you get the perfect colourways, and the value is off the charts. It's only £11 for all that cardstock.
Yeah.
It's not going to last for the show, so.
So just ease in the last couple of those little tabs. Now for your base, you need the larger of the hexagons. So now let's bring those in. So we're going to go tip, and we're going to come in and stick them all the way around here. Now, best friends, when you're doing this, is going to be you and your pegs.
Yes.
Your pegs are going to help you so much.
Now, I know
with
we
this.
often do the miniature pegs. I know Hunky Dory do those. If you want those, they'll be on their brand page on our website. But you can use domestic, ordinary wooden pegs as well that you use for the washer, right?
Absolutely. I think, you know, if you are looking at buying pegs, buy yourself a selection of sizes. Yeah, don't just stick to one size.
But you recommend the wooden ones rather than plastic?
I do. Wooden ones are a lot better than plastic. They don't dint the card as much. A bamboo peg is a lot better than a wooden peg. Why is that? Because glue doesn't tend to stick to bamboo as easy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
So yeah. So that one's a wooden peg.
Right.
That one's a bamboo peg, and you'll be able to tell when you stroke it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I never realised bamboo was used for pegs.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wooden one is a lot rougher, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. Of course, if you want the little miniature ones, they'll be on our website, the tiny little ones. They're dead cute.
Absolutely. So let's just place these onto here. Now, please let this dry in stages.
Yeah.
Okay, because you are going to be bending a lot of different corners backwards and forwards. So stick it down and move it to one side. And we're going to rinse and repeat.
How long
now.
would you take that to dry then?
Oh, that'll take about 5 minutes.
Okay.
If that. So now we've come down a size, and you can see that we've got the little diddy ones now. Now you could have 2 large ones. You could have 2 small ones, you know. You could do mummy and daddy. You could do mummy and baby, yeah. You could do exactly the same facial structures, but make a big one and a small one.
Okay.
So just bring those in. And because we're doing the smaller one, obviously, we're going to need the smaller base. So let's come in and stick all the diddy ones on. Come right.
Doesn't take long, does it?
No. The longest bit is cutting the bits and deciding your colours.
Do all that before you start to put it together. Don't do it bit by bit, because that would be just making things too long-winded.
I like Tonic's packaging because on the top of the actual packaging, it gives you a cutting guide and it tells you how many of each piece you need.
Right.
Now, once you have made one, you'll understand what each piece is.
Yeah.
So when you come to do it again, you can say, right, so I'm doing, I don't know, a panda. And you could write, okay, so I need 8 for its bodies, but I want it to have a white tummy, so I need 7 in black, 1 in white, and you'll know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, to be able to just cut.
And this one die set just makes so many different characters, different birds, different animals. I mean, the Forest Friends are just adorable, and everybody wants them. Everybody's loving them because they're not expensive to buy the dies. $38.99 to be able to make all these different looking characters. The key thing to it, once you've got the dies, is the different colour cardstock, because that then gives you different animals, it gives you different looks.
I mean, can you imagine making one of these into a reindeer?
Yeah.
With antlers on there, and then a bag of chocolate raisins in there for reindeer poo.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be really, really good.
Now, finished height, we're being asked. It depends on...
You've got a ruler there.
Oh, yeah. Right, let's have a little look. So with, well, this one's got a hat on, so let's do it without the hat. So you're looking at centimetres about, I'd say 12 centimetres high, which in inches is 1, 2, 3, about 4, just over 4 inches high. There you go. And by the way, the Tonic ruler, are we selling this?
We are. That is a media ruler.
A media ruler?
That's a little bit special, is that ruler.
Well, it's got holes in the top and the bottom.
It does, but look at the sides. So, this side here...
Oh, it's got a metal bar.
As a metal bar.
Ah, right.
So if you're using a knife...
You're not going to cut into the plastic.
You don't cut it in. So you've got a metal bar on both sides. You've then got little holes in here as well, which your craft pick is designed to go in.
Right.
Can you see the craft pick?
Yeah, perfect.
Coming through.
Yeah.
So I can say, right, so I'm going to do a line and I want to come in at 9 centimetres. I don't want to put a pencil mark on. I can just put that on there. And then I can have my pencil tip at that end. And I can draw myself circles in there. I can do it in inches as well. You've got inches in here. When we turn the ruler upside down, you've got a non-stick bar on there as well. So it doesn't move once you put it on your glass mats on your card.
I thought I felt that. Yeah. It doesn't. It grips. Look at that. That's solid. That's not going anywhere.
It grips the table.
Oh, wow. That's a really multifaceted ruler. If you want this is getting very, very interesting now. The Tim Holtz Media Ruler, $9.99 down from $15.99, £6 saved. But you've got all the piercings, you've got the non-slip functionality, the fact that you've got the metal rod going along both sides, so you're not going to be cutting into your plastic. So it's perfect for those of you that use your craft knives and normally end up, chomping into plastic rulers and things like that. They've thought of everything. But you know what? My favourite bit is the non-slip. Look.
It's good, isn't it?
It's really good. I could push the counter with this.
Yeah.
It's not slipping.
You know, if you wanted to measure something like a piece of metallic card, it's brilliant because it doesn't mark that. It's just a really, really good piece of kit.
This should be our regular studio ruler, shouldn't it? We should have it hung on the side of the counter because we're always being asked to measure things.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll donate it.
Get on you, Jode. Okay, we've got our Hobby Maker ruler for the very first time. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Jodie. $9.99. It's yours if you want it. It really is a game changer. You can use it on fabric as well. I expect it won't slip on fabric.
You can use it on fabric with no problem at all. Yeah.
Who'd have thought it though? And all those little holes that you've got inches on the top there. So that's going up in like 1/8 of an inch, I think, in size. And these are going up in ½ centimetre increments. So again, if you're doing piercings for maybe stitching or anything like that for the spines of books, anything along those lines, perfect for that. Yeah, who'd have thought it?
I like the fact that it's got inches and centimetres on it because I'm a centimetre girl, but as you know, a lot of the measurements in the crafting world are in inches.
Yep.
Yeah, so you can use it for both.
Now, the ruler, 20% of a big stock of that has already gone. It's one of those just put it in your basket sort of products, isn't it? Especially if you've already paid your P&P.
It's one of those things you don't know you need until
you've got it.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I love that. I thought this was yours. I didn't realise it was a product.
No.
It's on the counter. There we go.
Yeah.
We'll bring that back in towards the end of the show. But the other tools we've got from Tim Holtz, remember the piercing tool or the pricking tool and the 3 spare bladed craft knife, all with retractable handles, and the rotary blade cutter. Those 3 today, brand new to us at Hobby Maker, and $14.99 is your price for all of them, down from £20.97. But they've been very popular, AC4T85 for all 3 of them. And I love the fact that it's retractable. I don't like exposed blades, I don't like exposed points, because I know what I'm like, a bit accident prone.
I know, I think some people get really, when it comes to knives, they get itchy. I remember teaching a lady called Valerie years and years ago, and as soon as she said get the craft knife out, you could literally see the colour drain from her face.
Yeah.
So all I'm doing is I'm going round and I'm literally manipulating this. So I'm using my little pegs and I'm putting the top peg on to hold it, and then I just manipulate the rest of the little tabs with my hands. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I do put this together differently to what Tonic say, because I find it easier this way. You know, just give it a try. You'll find your own way of doing it. But I have to say, I do find it easier this way.
I mean, you've had years of experience of putting all these sort of things together. You know what works for you, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. And as I get older as well, you know, my hands are not as nimble as they used to be. So to be able to put all these little bits together, it's a lot easier with the peg, so I'm not having to hold it, because I'm finding that when I'm holding things for a long time, I'm getting cramp in my fingers. So literally, peg on the top.
Yeah, let the peg do the work for you.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So it's a bit kind of, you know, do one panel at a time, keep going, rinse and repeat, and then you end up with the base shell, as it were, of the character, which at the end of the day is like the bottom of an egg.
It is.
So, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be a character if you don't want it to be. You mentioned like a Fabergé style egg, you can make one of those.
It could. It could be a rugby ball. If you do two of the large ones, you'll get more of an oval.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could do it that way around. There's just lots of different ways that you can utilise this. You could be doing it in stripes, you know, doing it really fancy pinky. You can do it in masculine colours. But then, of course, you can bring it in and do all your animals as well. I mean, I think you could even do things like frogs with them.
Yeah, I think you could. I mean, experiment. At the end of the day, you've got the basic shape of the oval, like the egg, and then all the other dies are going to give you the characteristics, the facial features, the eyes, the nose, that sort of thing. But it's about the colour of the cardstock you're using. That determines really. If you do like a character in 3 shades of green cardstock, it's going to look like a frog.
It will. It will. So that is one of the bases.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to rinse and repeat, and I'm going to do the other ones. Okay. So just bend all your tabs. Should have bent them before I did this, but hey, I didn't. Let's bend all those tabs. I bend the top ones back on the score line so that I can then come in with my peg. I concentrate on that top one first of all. Get that top one in there. Take my peg. Put my peg on, and then I manipulate the rest. You know, I don't try and overcomplicate things and go all the way up. I just work section at a time.
The Forest Friends, it's only had one airing this afternoon, and this is the second airing, and we're nearly limited stock. We're very nearly limited stock, so just over 10% of the stock remains at the moment. I think it's one of those opportunities. If you've been looking for something different to do, maybe you've been making cards for years, and you're, I don't know, maybe you're thinking, I want to do something a bit different. I want to make something that's going to, you know, really make people happy and make them smile. I just can picture going into a craft hall or a craft room somewhere, or going into a village hall and seeing a stand with all these characters laid out. There will be dozens of people around that store. It's different. It's got a practical purpose. You can put things in it as well. But they make lovely little ornaments to have on a bedside table, maybe a kid's bedside table. If it's a thank you gift to a teacher or something like that, you can make the wise owl look like a master, like a headmaster or a teacher at school. You've got the little kitty there as well. I just think they're great. And all the little accessories, like the spiky hair, the little dicky bow tie, the glasses as well. You know, you can make them look like different people or characters.
I think you could add some really cheeky personalities into them. You know, you could be doing them with different hats on, for instance. Maybe she's carrying a handbag, you know. Maybe you want to make it for Aunt Flo, and I don't know, she has a particular necklace she wears, you know. Really go to town and personalise them. But as you can see, it literally is a rinse and repeat process to make the actual shell of the design. Earlier on, we showed you how to make the snout. This time, we're actually making the fox. And not the fox, the owl.
Oh, the owl.
And
right.
the owl is the easiest one to make because there's no snout on the owl.
Right. And actually, if you look at the board, that is one shape that is pretty obviously an owl above all else. Just the owl's eyes and the ears, just there. That is definitely an owl shape, isn't it? And that's definitely the look of maybe a cat or a mouse or a rabbit with the whiskers. But that's definitely the shape of the owl. And an owl is wise, evidently.
Absolutely, supposedly so. You say that, but I saw a lot of squashed ones coming down the motorway today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there seems to be loads of them.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, and traffic were horrendous coming here today.
Well, I must admit, I left early this morning because I knew it was going to be a bit of a nightmare.
Oh, it was... I were uffing and puffing, David.
Well, I was supposed to be here for the late shift, and then I got a phone call to say, can you come and do both early and the late? I thought, actually, I was going to set off early anyway because the traffic's going to be a nightmare, so, yeah.
Yeah, I were uffing and puffing coming down that motorway today. I'm thinking, all these road cones, same work's going on. There's no work going on. It may be bank holiday. They should have took the cones in then.
It's the day everyone goes back today, isn't it, after a 4-day break? So.
Yeah. I weren't in the best mood when I was stuck there.
I did it in my normal time today. I was quite pleased, 2.5 hours.
So we're nearly at the end, okay? So just literally doing the last couple here. Let's get some more of the pegs. So the last one here. And then bring that side in. Just hold that side down. And then the last one here as well. And then bring that one in there.
Okay. Well, we'll take a pause in the demo at this point. We've done the top and the bottom half now, so then we'll get.
Tell you what, I'm going to crack on. All right.
All right.
While you talk about scissors, but I
know how to have a good time.
Yeah. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the bases in here.
Okay. All right.
You'll see them when you come back.
Well, let me just show you some of the bestsellers in the show. This was almost like a by-the-by mention and comment, this ruler. It is, I don't think I'd seen it before, and if I have, I can't remember it. It's got the rubbery back to it, so it sticks to any surface without kind of, being sticky. It's got like a natural resistance, so it's not going to be slipping and sliding all over the place. It's got a metal bar on both sides, so if you're using a craft knife or anything sharp, you're not going to cut into it. And I know how many people have, ruined plastic rulers by cutting into it with a sharp blade. That can't happen with this one. You've got little perforation holes all the way along the ruler as well, on the inch side and also on the millimetre side as well. And the pokey tool, or the piercing tool that we got from Tonic in the show, that's the perfect size for that. You've got inches one side, you've got centimetres and millimetres the other, but it just ticks all the boxes. Everything you want from a ruler and more for £9.99, down from £16. So yeah, a really good reduction on that one. And one thing we've not mentioned yet, and I am a massive fan of the scissors that we've got here. So here we've got 3 different sizes. Non-stick micro serrated.
It's a right mouthful, isn't it?
Is that one or
right?
That one?
So what size are we talking
We've got the
about
9.5,
here?
I've got the 7.
Right, so that is your 9.5.
Right.
The one that's, yeah, that's the one.
Okay, so this is the titanium
shears.
Titanium shears.
Are you 9.5 inch?
Okay, now this is the one that I've got at home. I've got the one with the burgundy handles, but it's exactly the same scissor as this. It's absolutely superb. I've got mine probably about 10 years ago now, and they're still going strong. And look how comfortable the handles are on this as well. They are really, really good. Multi-purpose scissors. They're always in the kitchen drawer at home, whether you're using them for craft, whether you're using them for food, whether you're using them for string, whatever it may be, fabric, they're just brilliant. So again, because you've got that beveled micro serration on the blade, they just seem to be totally indestructible. They're brilliant. And you get the protective cover over the top of them as well. Just keep them in the kitchen drawer. You'll reach for them day after day after day. I've also got the smaller 7-inch as well. So the 7-inch blade, as you can see, same sort of quality, but look at the quality of those. Look at that. I mean, they are so sharp and so precise.
They're the ones that I use in the garden for trimming my bushes. They're really good as like a secateur.
Yeah. We have got the 5-inch as well, but that's...
5 inches, Brill.
There we go. And you've got Tim Holt's signature on there as well, but they are designed to last. They really are magnificent. Treat yourself to a spare pair of them. That is $9.99 if you want that one. So that is RB4060. And then the 5-inch, which is this, if you do like fussy cutting, that sort of thing, then this is going to be a really, really good one to go for. Again, you've got the squidgy handles too. So if you've got dexterity issues or any arthritic issues with your fingers and so on, a comfortable handle like that's going to be a godsend. But again, you can really see and feel the precision and the sharpness of the blades when you're opening and closing them. All the scissors now going very well. $8.99 is the price for the 5-inch blade, and the other two are $9.99 each, I think. Is that right? $13.49 for the 9.5, $9.99 for the 7-inch, and then $8.99 if you want the 5-inch. If you want all three, feel free. That's one P&P of £4.95 to get them all home. But mine have lasted me so long, and no signs of wearing.
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Yeah, right. So what I am doing is I'm literally sticking on this top rim here.
Right.
And that's what makes everything sturdy. Okay. So coming through, bringing all these little edges over, and we're just going to manipulate then the little hexagon in. So bring one side in first of all. You're going to stick that one on first, like so. And then we're just going to put our adhesive.
Oh, don't forget, I did. The Tonic also can ship to the USA as well. Not all of our shows can ship to the USA, but Tonic certainly can. So if you're watching us in America, maybe middle of the afternoon or something, and you fancy getting hold of our fantastic guys, feel free. We'll ship them to you for just $14.95.
So then you flip it over and just manipulate all those little panels in. And that there is going to give you that solid rim onto which we are then going to build. Okay, just squeeze him in a little bit. So that there is, come on, our top and our bottom of our actual egg, lady, whatever, okay?
But we're making the owl though.
We are. I'm just going to squidge that one in there, look, because it's not quite stuck on there. Right, so the owl is the easiest one to make, okay? He's got the most amazing little face.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we are going to double this up a little bit because we want it to be nice and firm.
And by the way, of course, the 3 o'clock show you can watch back a bit later on after we come off air on Facebook or YouTube or on our app. And that will show you how to make the, what did we do? The fox, wasn't it?
Yep.
In the 3 o'clock show.
So we've then got the circles. So I'm going to stick a circle on that side. And I'm going to stick a circle on that side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sticking it in the middle.
Right.
Okay. We've got his little beak. So let's give him her beak. Here we go, sweetie. Let's give you a nose. Like so. We're then going to take his eyeballs. Now his eyeballs, we're not putting his eyeballs on until, let's get a pen. We know where his eyeballs need to be. And to do that, he's got to go to the opticians. Because we're just going to take him to the opticians there and put a little line in so we know exactly where his eyeballs are going to be. So we know he's getting the right glasses. Okay, we'll just turn that round a little bit. You have actually got on there as well a little deboss area where you can actually put this correct spacing for his eyes and his eyebrows. If I want eyebrows.
Okay, so it kind of gives you an idea where to put them.
It does.
Okay.
But in this instance, no. So we're going to give him his little eyeballs. Okay. Once again, bringing in his glasses. And I'm just...
See what they say about it comes to life when you put the eyes on.
It does. So I'm just going to push that down just a little bit, and we're just going to let that stand for a minute. Now, you have got in there as well these panels. Now these are going to be his actual wings. So let's make him...
Now, I've just been told that if this doesn't sell out during the live show in the next 10 minutes, we are down to double-figure stock at the moment on this. It will sell out just after the show, maybe on repeat or whatever. So it is a case of how quickly you can put the Forest Friends in your basket and check out. If you do that and it lets you check out, it means you've got one of the last collections where you can be making these characters right the way through the year, because they're multi-seasonal too. They're not just like for Easter, they're Christmas, the lot.
So while I just hold that, he's got feet. So we're just going to put some glue on his feet.
Great, isn't he?
Honestly. Let me just turn his feet round so I can see
You
which
can't
way
have a
he's
bad
going.
day making characters
You
like this,
can't,
can you?
you can't. You're going to be smiling the whole time, okay? So let's just stick his feet under his bum. Okay, so I've got feet. I'll show you in a minute, but I can't design and have feet and arms going in different directions.
No.
So I've just got to just bear with me while I put his arms on. Okay.
Now, these were what we talked about as being maybe peacock's feathers, maybe being penguin flippers, but they can also be wings for an owl. So, you know, all different shapes used in different ways can be different things.
So I'm going to come onto that one. Okay, I'm just going to hold that. At the minute, it looks like he's...
It's going to go for a waltz.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to say he looks constipated at the minute, but then I'm thinking, how can he be constipated? Right, so I've got little arms at the front. So what we've done is we've actually done a little book as well.
Now, I've got to let you know, if everyone with it in their basket checks out, we've got 5 unaccounted for of this. That's it. So if you want it, don't leave it until after the show. Order it now and check out now. On the app, you can phone the call centre and they can make sure it's in your basket and checked out for you too, 0800 001 4433. But this is one of those groups of dies or sets of dies that will come along once for one day only and probably won't be seen again for a very long time, if at all. So grab them while we've got them. I think it's the cutest thing that Tonic have done in a long time. Okay, we've got 3 left. Next 3 people to put it in their basket and check out. We'll get the last 3.
So I've just pegged that so that we can just have it held for a minute, okay? So once that is stuck on there, come on, stick, baby, stick. Let me get my hand inside. Darling, she's saying she loves how I talk to things. Darling, when you sit in my office as long as I do and you don't see anybody from morning to tonight,
They're real
it's
characters.
the only sense you get.
They're real characters.
So let's take his face. And I'm going to bring his face in now.
He's great, isn't he?
He's brill. Let me just hold his face.
Now, he could be a teacher, he could be a philosopher, lecturer, librarian, yeah, professor.
I'll just hold it a little bit longer. Just hold that. He can be what he wants. Don't tell him otherwise.
Now, those of you that have got it in your basket, Sue in West Midlands, Jane in Swansea, Claire in Northamptonshire, Mary Jane, in Kent, Arena in Surrey, Amanda in Surrey, please check your baskets out. We are now down to the last few of these kits left.
So I'm giving him his tummy now, and we're having him slightly looking to the left-hand side, because I didn't centralise his feet.
Right.
So we're going to have him looking to one side. So let's just put that onto there. Now, this is going to be a graduation, okay?
And that could be congratulations on graduating, and it could be a little bottle of something inside it.
Yes,
Picture of
so
someone's favourite
you've
tipple.
got the die in there that cuts these corners out. So literally, I'm coming in and I'm going to stick all these pieces together. You need to check your baskets.
Okay, we've got more people want this now than we actually have stock. So we went from having 5 remaining to 3 remaining. Now we are in negative. Basically, there are more people in the baskets than we actually have physical stock. So some of you will be told, sorry, it's sold out. All I can do is apologise, but check out quickly and you'll get it if you're lucky. Now, the last call on the card stock as well, this is going the same way. Tonic Towers, everybody there, selected these 6 colourways, which are perfect to use with the Forest Friends. So you can make all the characters out of the 2 shades of green. What did you call that taupe one?
The first green is pistachio, the other one is avocado, ripened pumpkin, red brick, buttermilk yellow, old man beige.
Old man beige, that's the one. So you get all 6 of those, 10 sheets in each, 60 sheets for £11, EO4T97. And this has got the linen textures. It's perfect paper, perfect cardstock to make these characters out of, which is why it's in the show. So go for your dies, get that for 11 quid, you're sorted, get the glue if you need it, and then you're away, you're off and away.
All right, so we're just putting these last bits in here. Now, obviously, you're going to hold this all in place. I don't have time. But literally, fold all those in and you'll end up with a flat top. Now, once you've got that flat top, stick some adhesive on there. And you can put his mitre board onto the top of his hat. And then that is going to go onto the front of my little owl. It's going to fall to pieces, so I'm not going to stick it on yet. But that is just going to come and sit onto the top of his head, which is
Isn't he brilliant?
Yeah, so once I take my pegs away, yeah, it's starting to read his book, yeah? But then you can add a necklace in there. You've got necklaces in the collection. So once you've done all those bits and pieces, it's going to look like that. You know, you've got the extra little eyelashes across the top here. You've got the little bits in the ears as well.
Do you know what it reminds me of? I remember being a child having a Mr. Potato Head. Plastic potato with the plastic arms and the eyes. It reminds me a little bit like that. But these dies are brilliant. They're great fun. They make amazing 3-dimensional characters that you can either do for family and friends or you can sell. I instantly, as soon as I saw them earlier on today, I thought, right, okay, animal charities.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're raising money for like church funds and things like that, these are the sorts of things that children are going to be drawn to.
Oh, totally.
And when children are drawn to stands, mummies and daddies come to take them away, and they're the ones that's got the money.
And all it's cost you, once you bought the dies, we worked it out to be 3 sheets of cardstock?
Yes, it's about three sheets to make your base paw shape, and then over to you how you want to decorate.
And I reckon you could easily charge between £5 and £10 for each of those, because they're not just ornamental, they're actually practical as well. And you can actually make them to look like someone you know. If someone's got a certain colour pair of glasses that they wear or something like that, pick out a characteristic or a colour that someone's well known for wearing all the time. You can have a bit of fun with it too. £38.99, £11 off the price, but it's all down now to checking out your baskets. The next few people to do so will have the last few that are still in stock, but more people want it than what we actually have. There's 12 people wanting it and 6 people or 6 items available. So half of you are not going to be lucky. So I hope you get it. Okay, now the ruler. This was a bit of a surprise star in the hour because I'll be honest with you, I didn't even see that it was in the show. I thought maybe it's just your ruler or whatever, but this is actually a ruler from Tonic, which is special in lots of ways. First, you've got a metal bar on both sides of the ruler. Now, why do you want a metal bar on a ruler? It's so you don't cut into the plastic. Because normally, that's the first thing that happens. You end up cutting little slithers of plastic off the ruler. It's not a straight line anymore. The metal makes sure that doesn't happen. You've then got the pierced holes. On the centimetres, they go up in ½ centimetres. And on the inches, they go up in inch increments. Oh, hang on, no. Yeah, inch increments. Yeah, it is. We're really busy for the ruler. Well, the thing for me is, when you put a ruler down, I hate it when it slips. This has got a tram line of, I suppose it's a bit like silicon, a tram line of silicon, which means any silicon mat doesn't move. Well, you've got that tram line of silicon on the back of the ruler there, which means it ain't going anywhere, whether it's on a wooden surface, a glass surface, or on fabric. So at $9.99, it's one of those absolute must-have. Add it into your basket orders, FA4047. Lots of you putting that in your basket right now.
If you are wanting to do your circles, turn the ruler over.
Right.
Okay. So you've not got the side. So let me get my eyeballs on. You're going to put your in there. You're going to put a lead of a pencil in there, and it will literally. I can't do it with. Yeah, you can turn it round. Can you see how that pencil line is leaving? So then you would just literally.
It's a perfect circle. That's clever, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's just one of those must-have rulers that you'll use every day and just be chuffed that you got it. Half the stock of the ruler is gone at $9.99, and that's a delivered price. If you bought anything from us all day today, $9.99 delivered to your door. Otherwise, it's 1p&p of $4.95. Now, the tool collection, which is your pokey tool, which is retractable, and your three-bladed craft tool, again, retractable. I've got a thing about needles and blades. I see a like a syringe or something like that, and I kind of go a bit white. I just don't like needles and blades. I don't know what sparked it, but yeah. But the fact that they can be retracted away, out of harm's way, that makes sense to me. And this is one of those products that Jodie has with her every single day of the week. She uses it for twirling the cardstock to make it curl a little bit. You can use it for piercing. You can use it for for that ruler.
It's one of my desert island products. You know, I wouldn't be with it without it. It's the best thing since sliced bread.
And then the rotary cutter, I didn't even realise Tim Holtz did a rotary cutter. This one you've got to be a bit careful with, obviously, because the blade is exposed when it's like it is. But when you close it, it retracts into the handle. So obviously be very well aware of that's a very sharp rotary blade in there. But really, really good set of tools here for you. They should be £20.97. Today you've got all three for a £5 each, basically, £14.99. And if you've got a pokey tool already, try a retractable one.
Yeah.
Game changer.
And just a tip with this rotary blade, okay, it is quite stiff when you first get it, okay, so just put some talcum powder inside there and let it move, yeah, and that will allow you to be able to use it with no problem whatsoever.
Jodie,
Yeah.
Forest Friends, sold out. Last one's gone. I hope you got it, and apologies if you missed out on it. But yes, Forest Friends has now technically sold out. So on repeat, if this is being watched after 7 o'clock, that will be it gone. The classic card, remember, that's been hand selected to be perfect with those dies to make the characters. That's now gone as well. Oh, we've got 4 left. Sorry, beg your pardon. 4 left at £11. £11 for 60 sheets. The next 4 of you to get that. I know it's showing £16.50, but it was 11, wasn't it? It went down to, yeah, 60 sheets for £11. EO4097 is your price for that. And the glue.
Yeah, use it all the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, wouldn't be without it. Get it in stock, you know. The stickiest adhesive I've known in years, this stuff.
Well, if you are buying the dies and you're looking forward to constructing the three-dimensional characters, then this is the glue you need. It's what Jodie uses all the time. 240 mil, 120 in each one for £13.99. Jodie, thank you.
I am back in about a week's time. I think it's next Sunday.
Oh, okay.
I think.
I will see you then, because I'm in next Sunday.
So we're going to place the ruler up on the shelf.
It's moving into studio.
Yeah, it's moving into the studio.
It's going to be our everyday ruler from now on.
It is.
Thank you, Joe. See you soon.
pleasure.
Right, coming up next, we've got more from Sharon, and it's a roundup of the day's shows from Sizzix, of course, amazing clearance shows. And still to come, we've got that fantastic thermal cinch, the mink cinch, coming up with Carla and myself at 8 o'clock tonight. It's the, obviously it's the foiling, the hot foiling. Also, it's the laminating, and also it's the thermal bookbinding too, all in one machine. All to come between now and 9.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobbymaker.
Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer, and I'm looking forward to doing a live watercolour show on Hobbymaker on Tuesday the 22nd of April. We're going to be launching my brand new watercolour book, exclusive live launch on Hobby Maker, where you can pick up not only a special 10th anniversary edition of this amazing watercolour book, but also an exclusive signed copy, yes, hand signed copies of the book. We've also got some amazing discounts on some of my previous books, so make sure you tune in on Tuesday the 22nd of April for some watercolour goodness. See you then.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hey, all you hobby maker fans out there. My name is Tavner Carey. I'm the Vice President of Product Development at American Crafts. You're probably familiar with our We Are Makers tool brand, where we offer all sorts of innovative, classic crafting tools like our cinch, our crocodile, our punch boards, all sorts of things. Well, we're also busy innovating. We're working on a bunch of new things that we're going to be launching soon. And we're super excited to be partnered with Hobby Maker because they're not only dedicated to bringing you top innovation, but they're also dedicated to bringing you amazing deals.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
At Hobby Maker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobby Maker.
What we thought you'd do is, as it's Easter Bank Holiday Monday, we thought we'd have a little bit of a roundup of all the shows that we've had with Sharon today, because Sizzix, we've had clearance shows 2 shows this afternoon. Was it 2 o'clock and...
2 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
2 o'clock and 5 o'clock. But I know a lot of you may have been out with a family, travelling, going home from a weekend away or whatever. Maybe you didn't see the show. So we're going to have a complete roundup of all the offers that we still have available at massive reduced prices, amazing reductions, including card stock, including envelopes and cards. We've got fantastic stamp and die bundles for you. We've got Pete Hughes, Lisa Jones designers, Stacey Parks as well.
We've got a lot.
We've got a lot. But what we're going to start with is something that we all need as crafters. We need card stock. We're limited stock on the neutrals. So basically what you've got here, we were being asked in the earlier shows, oh sorry, the muted, beg your pardon.
What's that one?
This one. So muted is a desirable card stock that I know a lot of you have been asking for, and it often sells out, doesn't it?
It does, and we've actually only just got this back in stock.
Right.
It's been out of stock for ages.
We've got 8 left, that's it, for your muted.
It's lovely tones. They are a bit muted. They're kind of the in-between colours from the original set. So you've got some really nice sort of different shades in here. You've got a lovely dusty pink. You've got that lovely burnt orange. They're just a little bit more subtle.
Absolutely. Well, if you want them, there's 60 sheets in here. Oh, no, hang on. 80 sheets. Beg your pardon.
In that
80
one.
sheets in that one. So 80 sheets for £16.99. If you've been waiting for it or wanting it and it's not been available, here's your possible last chance to get hold of it. £16.99 down from £23.99 is a good reduction. £7 saved. LZ1S62. LZ1S62, the muted, is about to go. And this is your last chance to get hold of it in the shows today. This is Sharon's last show of the day. And then the standard, which is similar but different. If I put the muted next to it, you
can see the difference. The standard one is kind of the first one that Sizzix came out with. And then a couple of years later, we brought out the muted because it's kind of in between colours.
Yeah.
It fills in some of the gaps in between. So I would say you need both.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the original set's got your sort of full rainbow plus some neutrals.
Well, the original set is going just the same way as the muted, to be fair. There are no colour duplications between the two, so you're getting total variety. And again, there are 80 sheets in here. And you got them for £16.99. And the Sizzix cardstock is the kind of benchmark for a lot of people because it has that linen texture on one side, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's got a lovely linen texture on one side, which is lovely for die cutting. Obviously, it's designed by Sizzix, so it die cuts beautifully because that's what Sizzix are all about. Then the other side is smooth. So if you want to stamp onto it, it means you've got a nice smooth surface if you want it.
Perfect. Okay, so both of those are in stock at the moment, but going very quickly. And remember, with the 1 P&P per day of £4.95, you can have as many things in your basket, as heavier things as you want, as bulkier things as you like. It does not change. That P&P stays at £4.95. So SL1S31. Now, the other cardstock is your everyday must-haves.
Your everyday, definitely.
We had some inquiries from people earlier.
We did.
What cardstock do you recommend for stamping, was what they were saying.
Was stenciling, wasn't it, on
Stenciling,
the first show?
yeah, that's right.
This is a very nice smooth cardstock, so it's great for stamping and stenciling.
Yeah.
It's also 270 GSM, so if you want to make your card blanks from it, you can. And then you've got your white, your black and your cream. So you're covered for all your basic card sort of making.
And you're going to get 20 of each. 20 of the white, 20 of the black, 20 of the cream. Obviously stamping on cream and white, no problem at all. Obviously on black cardstock, you'll be thinking about maybe using your embossing powders or something like that.
Yes, also it's lovely with your embossing folders, the 3D embossing folders with black, if you then want to come in with your waxes.
Gilding polishes.
Yeah, they look lovely on black, so it's great for that.
Well, the whole lot, £12.99. And that is 60 sheets. This is a 60 pack for just £12.99. It's QT1S78. That's the product code if you want that today. Honestly, if you are kind of new to crafting and new to all these techniques we're talking about, stamping, that sort of thing, super smooth, you can't go wrong with. You really
Good
can't.
cardstock is vital, really, isn't it?
Now, also, we touched on these earlier on. We do have a selection of card blanks and coordinating envelopes. Now, again, we've got the burnt orange first, which is this one.
My favourite, I like this one.
Is that your favourite colour?
Well, out of these, I really like the burnt orange, and then another one that we haven't got here, but we have got on the show is the pear.
Right.
And I just really like the colours of those two.
Now you're going to get 10 cards, and you're going to get 10 envelopes, and they are A6 in size. Look at the price, £2.49.
Ridiculous price.
I know, absolutely crazy value. £2.49. We've got some of the colours here. Half the stock of this went earlier on. LX1S08 is the product code. But we do have other colours on the website, okay? The fir tree, I presume, is the green.
That's the dark green, yeah. It's a lovely fir tree colour green.
And it's the same colour inside the card as it is on the outside. You know, if you want to mix colours of envelopes and cards up a little bit, so you put, I don't know, a green one in an orange envelope, whatever, it's entirely up to
Yes, you can mix and match them. And for this price, even for the envelopes, it's worth it. If you're maybe making your own card blanks from the white cards, it's nice to have a nice coloured envelope.
£2.49. Now, we haven't got the French Navy. We do have the lavender.
Yes.
Is the French Navy on the website, but just not in this show? OK, it's on the website if you want the French Navy. I like the sound of the French Navy.
And I think the French Navy is in the muted, because don't forget these match the cardstock colours.
Right.
So, oh no, it's not in that one, it's denim. Oh yes, it is, French Navy. The French Navy, the burnt orange and the pear are in the muted card pack.
Right.
So, of course, you can have envelopes to match. All the colours are going to tie in together. So.
Okay. So this one is your lavender dust. Again, 10 cards and 10 envelopes. It's 25p per card and envelope, which is pretty amazing. And then the other colour we've got in the studio here is this, the beautiful ballet slipper, which is the soft pink.
That's a lovely soft pink. And at that price, I'd get all of them, because you'd pay that just for the envelopes.
Absolutely. And the quality of the cards, as you'd expect from Sizzix, is second to none. The other colourways you'll find on the website, like the what was it, the French Navy?
French Navy, the pear I love.
Pear as
got
well.
That one.
Eucalyptus and primrose, they're all on the website and they are available, they are in stock in packs of 10. Now the ballet slipper is flying, I'm not surprised, that lovely pink.
That lovely soft pink, yeah.
So SB1S83 if you want the ballet slipper. Now the 5 stencils that we brought you, or should I say 5 stencil sets, because there's actually 4 stencils in each pack. And these are just phenomenal value. Now some of them you can't buy on their own anymore, and I'll show you which ones they are. The limited stock is now on the bundle. Okay, so you've got to be very quick if you want this bundle. There are 4 stencils in the layering stencil packs. So it's step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. This one, as you can see, is the fragmented floral. Now this is very abstract.
It's really different, isn't it?
I like it.
And of course, you've got the freedom to do whatever colours you want.
Yep.
You can chop into it. So yeah, it's quite a cool one, that one.
So step 1, do your first colour, then change to the second colour and third and fourth, and you end up with something like that. Obviously, it can look totally different depending on the colours that you use, but it's step by step. How else can you get those colours? And Stacey Park's behind these. This next one is the Serene Sophisticate, okay? So this is, again, these are florals, but again, you've got a step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Now, if you want this one on its own, there's only 3 available singularly, but we've got a few more of those in the bundle, okay? This next one sold out on its own, but it's only in the bundle now, and that was your Cosmopolitan Floral.
We like this one, don't we, Dave? This is our
favourite.
favourite.
Yeah, love it.
Really like the sort of, it's a bit arty, isn't it?
Yes.
Really.
It's gallery quality, isn't it?
It is,
and
yeah.
if this is what you did in the first show.
I went for sort of more blues and greens, but it's a really fun design, I think.
I mean, to do that any other way, how would you get all those mixtures and fusions of colours? It's because you've got a step-by-step layering stencil that you can do it. And then your second demo was this one.
Yeah, which again is a bit different, isn't it? The little bird houses.
Yeah.
This is a Catherine Paula set. Really cute. And of course, that's going to go really nicely if you've got any little bird dies or stamps.
Or you can make them into beach huts.
Yes.
By not putting the posts on them, you can have little beach huts. But they're really cool. And again, step 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I think, is that it, or one more?
Lacey.
Oh, there we are, Lacey. This is another one that sold out on its own. And again, this one, you just do all the 4 steps, choose your colourways, and that's what it will look like depending on the colour that you choose. And this is one of your...
Yes, I love the sort of swirly background to this one. It's really pretty. And of course, you can do whatever colours you want. So I've gone for spring colours because we're in spring, but equally you could kind of use that all year round.
Now, they should be $79.95 for all 6 sets, or 5 sets, sorry, beg your pardon. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 5 sets of 4. So you can get basically 20 stencils in total for £47.99, but we are down to the last few. So Haya is in Greater London, Teresa in Greater Manchester, brand new crafter, Lynn in South Yorkshire coming through. If you check out your baskets, it's the only way you can get the Flower Flourish, and it's the only way you can get the Lacey, because they've all gone individually, and much of the others are down to single figure stock as well. So on split pay, that's £23.99 today. If you want to split the cost interest free and fee-free as well, RZXC24. Now, the stamps and dies that we showed you in the 5 o'clock, these are again from Stacey Parks. Basically what you've got, these are quite unusual in that you've got a lovely background stamp, but then you've got an oval die in this instance and an oval stamp, which you can cut out as an aperture or you can cut it out and use it as a topper. And you can use the background as a solid, complete background, or cut the aperture into it, can't you?
Yeah, lots of different ways to use them. And it's a good big, each of them are big, bold sets. You've got a lot of sentiments in each set. So having all three means, of course, you can mix and match, because those dies with your sort of sentiments, you can mix and match across all the backgrounds.
How cool
They're
is
lovely,
that?
aren't they?
They are lovely. So again, if I just take them out of the packet to show you what you're actually going to get.
Yeah, because they're a big size.
It's not obvious until you see what's inside there. So there we go. So there you've got those beautiful verse stamps. You've got the die, the diamond-shaped die and the diamond-shaped stamp, and these beautiful, almost like ticker tape. I mean, it could be flames, it could be smoke, it could be streamers.
It's a nice design, isn't it? Because it works, works either way around. Oh yeah, the sea, yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? That would be great if you've got any sort of little seahorses, fish, that kind of thing.
Little boats.
Actually, that would be a nice background to a lot of Tracy Hayes little characters, some of her little fish and.
Yeah. So basically what you've got is, again, the die, the stamp, and the main background stamp, but you can either choose to overlay a topper or cut in an aperture and then stamp with the stamps that come along with it. So it's like a 3-step process you've got with these. All three of them, $39.99. They will normally be $24.99 each, so £74.97. But today you can get the whole lot for $39.99. So that's a saving of £35. $34.98 off the price.
That's a big saving, isn't it?
Really big saving. So go for those if you'd like them. They're going very fast. WYXC17. Now the card fronts. Are that?
Yes, I think it's that one. Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. Not done these today yet.
We haven't looked at these yet.
No. Okay.
Some of my faves in here as well.
So this is why it's worth staying for the roundup show, because what we have left that we've shown you earlier on, we'll show again, and some things that weren't even in the previous shows. Now this is an incredible price. You've got Olivia Rose thinlets, and you've got the woodland card front as well. Floral card fronts and the woodland card fronts. And you've got the negative florals by Lisa Jones, which I don't think...
Oh, I don't think we've got that one, have we? We've got a finished sample with it.
Okay, that's what it looks like, but we haven't got the actual product here. But that's
I'll
what
grab
you're
my die to show you.
Okay, so you get that beautiful floral frame. You get these two floral frames as well. They're really good size. Look, size of them. And then...
They're lovely. And then the negative florals is rather cool because you get a die that will cut the background, and then your florals cut directly into your card front.
Right.
So you can run them through together if you want to create a panel, but then of course you can cut just a panel on its own to go behind it. So for example, with this one, I used both dies together in that French navy to cut out my little panel, and then I cut out from watercolour cards a panel to match the size, and I've coloured that with inks. So this is one of my faves, this one.
So you're going to get all three of these die sets today for $29.99, £10 each. £10 each is an absolute steal. These are clearance items. When they've gone, they've gone. And they vary in value from $16.99 to $18.99 each on their own. You're getting them today, the whole lot, all three sets, for £29.99. Paper piecing, perfect for that as well.
Yes, they look lovely with paper piecing, both of those floral sets.
Okay, now another bundle that we've not got to. Now you're going to be in your element with this, Sharon. I know you're going to love this set. You've got...
all the different shapes.
Absolutely. So you've got this incredible frame.
Yes.
Picture frame with the floral cut out down the bottom. So you can get that set. I mean, look at the amount of metal
and
you've
all
got here.
you get all those embellishments with it, so you can kind of use those on other cards. They don't have to all be used together. But then you've got that lovely, really sort of dainty card shape.
Then you've got the bell jar. Now, that's a real kind of statement and fashionable,
it is
iconic item
and
at the moment.
You would look at that and think, oh, that's quite complicated. Well, it's one pass through your machine, because that whole card base is just one piece of card, and it does the score lines for you.
And you've also
just
got
decorate it.
You've got little bees as well that you can
Yes,
hang
you've
from
got
the bell jar.
bees and butterflies, and it's a really nice design.
That's cool.
It's nice,
really
isn't
different.
it?
So you're going to get that one. Then you're also going to get this one, which everybody loves, a rainbow.
The fold-along rainbow.
Jen Long's designed that one.
Yes. Jen Long has had a series over the years, and the fold-along thing is because her surname's Long. It's kind of a play on her name. So she's had a lot of different fold-along cards, and they've all got the same sort of like a gatefold type format.
Okay, well, we're getting busy on this one. 67.97, so around about 32.99 each. That would work out. Oh no, hang on, 22.99 each, wouldn't it? Yeah, about 22.99 each one. But you're going to get all three: the rainbow, the bell jar, and that fantastic, beautiful. Well, I suppose it could be portrait or landscape.
Yes, it could work either way, and it's got that lovely sort of scallop edge to it.
So you've got the dies to make all those card blanks, and you can have the lot, not for 67.97, but for 39.99 for all three. That's 13.33 per die set, and these are not small die sets. There's a lot there for your money.
There's a lot there, and they're all very easy to put together. There are instructions in there, and of course you can always go to the Sizzix website there's a ton of tutorials on there.
Cool, okay. Now, we've also got some sentiment stamps and dies. Let's do the dies first of all. Now, Stacey Perks has done these dies first of all. What she's done is she's given you the dies that cut out the word, which is nothing unusual, but she's given you also an embossing plate, like a letterpress plate.
Yes, and the idea is you can run it through with like a silicone mat, and it will emboss onto your cardstock, and then you can sand it if you use the Reveals cardstock.
That's what's happened there. So that is actually the Reveals cardstock, which is Stacey's. Sanded back reveals a lighter shade of the colour of the cardstock. So that's what she's done there with that one and that one. So you get that plate. You then get the die to cut out the word hello and thanks.
Yes.
And you get the outside edge and the
yeah, you've got a more sort of fine font, and then the shadow, basically.
And then the words to go with it. So big hello, hello you, hello friend, hello beautiful. Big thanks, thanks a lot, thanks a bunch, and thanks a million. Yeah, so all of those there, that's the first set.
Thanks a million.
Thanks a million. Then you get happy birthday, with love, happy anniversary, congratulations. Now these are from, we haven't got a designer's name on this one.
No, I'm not sure.
No, just kind of general.
I like those because they're a nice font, and you've got kind of, between these two sets, you've got all your occasions in the same sort of font. So you're kind of covered for everything across those two.
Are. And the fonts kind of follow on. So you've got Mother's Day, Father's Day, thank you, love you, thanks, happy birthday in an uppercase and a lowercase, new home, new baby, with love. All of those sentiment dies, all 4 packets, should have been £60.96. Today they are £47.99 for that lot. It's amazing, isn't it? And on split pay, it's £23.99. The reason we've done split pay on that is it should have been 60. So the fact it's just under 50, we've kept the split pay there for you. So that's really good value. And then the sunny sentiments are these. These are
so
Peter
versatile.
Hughes's.
They are.
Peter.
It's
It's like old Keith always calls me David.
Does he?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm a Dave. Definitely a Dave. And Pete's definitely a Pete.
Pete's definitely a Pete.
Now what you've got here are just beautiful verses. Look at them. The design of them, what they say is profound and lovely. Love and laughter forever after. I love that.
They're really lovely sentiments. And you've got a really nice mix here of things that you would just use for general cards. Pete always picks lovely sentiments.
Just because you are so special. Love it. On your special day. Now, individually, these are incredibly limited stock. We have about 60% of the bundle has gone, so about 40% left, but loads of you coming through for these. Difficult to see without a bit of white paper behind it. So let me just show you. There we go. Be kind. Happy. Rise and shine. I mean, they've literally put them in so many different angles.
They've had to fit them all on because there's a lot. But you'll notice you've got a really nice mix of different layouts there. So they're going to work on different size cards.
Make every day magical,
they're
sending
bold.
hugs.
They're bold enough to work over the stencils,
Yep.
which was kind of what they were designed for. So if you've gone for that stencil bundle, this is a great addition because you can put sentiments over the top.
Have a wonderful day. Well wishes your way, or sending well wishes your way. Again, turn them up the other way and I can read them. Have a happy day. See the beauty in every day. Love that.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Thankful for you. I mean, it's like you've got the best handwriting in the world. You can kind of take credit for it.
They
It's
are,
actually Pete's
yes,
handwriting.
they're lovely. And I like the way he's mixed the fonts together, so they're all a bit different. Some are quite sort of bold, some are more delicate.
Sending a little love your way. Let your dreams take flight. Collect beautiful moments. Birthday wishes to someone special. Love them. So all 4 of these stamp sets, look at this. You've got all of them for $24.99. There should be $47.96, so they're $11.99 each stamp set. Have been bestsellers at that.
They have.
The fact, I mean, the sheer volume that we had available was huge. So we've been able to bring that price down. It's a warehouse clearance event, $24.99 down from $47.96, so virtually half price for those. So 2 sets basically are free. And then the other sentiment stamps we've got are these. Now these are from Lisa Jones. Born to Bloom, these ones, aren't they?
We've got a really nice mix. These are slightly more delicate, a bit more feminine, I think. And again, you've got all your occasions covered across these 3 sets. So these are sets that I reach for a lot.
Now, $29.99 for the lot. So you've got You Go, or You Grow Girl, Grow Positive Thoughts, Wild About You. So it's kind of springtime in bloom.
Yeah,
collection.
very much a bit of a floral theme.
Then this is another Pete one. So very thankful. What's that second one? So
This is a
sending
nice
hugs.
set that go alongside the first set from Pete, because size-wise these are a bit smaller.
Do you know what that reminds me of? Sex and the City.
Ah, yeah.
Credits.
Yes,
titles.
it is that sort of font, isn't it? Yeah.
It's not just me. So there we go. And then you've
I
got,
thought it was a bit retro, but I couldn't quite put my finger on
Yeah.
it. But yeah, I think you're right.
and then you've got Easter wishes, little one, happy birthday, here for you. Really lovely verses. The likelihood are that you have not got any verses like this. Then here where you've got love you. What's that one say? Your day. Celebrate your day. Sending birthday wishes. Sending your smile on your big day. Congrats. Big hugs and so on. So 4 packs of stamps for $29.99, saving you £22 off the price. $51.96 down to $29.99 for all 4 sets. AMXC21.
Great value.
Absolutely great value. Now, one of the hero products of the year, last year and this year, is in stock. And I've lost track of how many times we've sold out of this, actually.
Me too. It's sold out a lot, hasn't it? And it's been out of stock for a little bit. And it's only been back in for the last few shows we've done, I think. It's such a fabulous tool.
This is quite immense. Let me just show you what we've got here. This is your stamping and stenciling tool, complete with grippy sheet, and also this is your stenciling stencil, or stenciling, what do you call it? Platform.
Adapter.
Adapter, that's right, adapter. So basically this is here so that you can position your stencils wherever you wish, because all the Sizzix stencils now actually have holes in the edges so that they can go onto the adapter, and you can position them left, right, up and down, and you always know that when you go back into re-stencil, it's always going to be in the same place.
It's going to be in the exact same space.
Mm-hmm.
And the sticky grid is just such a clever invention. And that's what sets this apart from other tools, because most stamp platforms rely on magnets to hold your card in place. And that's fine, but there are limitations to that, because quite often the magnets will jump. They're in the way sometimes. If you want to stamp a whole background, like some of the stamps we've got today, you can't stamp your whole card front.
No, and if you don't use magnets, you use low-tack tape. Very often low-tack tape can tear your cardstock.
Yes.
This doesn't. When you take what you've put on the grippy sheet or the sticky sheet off, nothing tears.
No.
It doesn't, and yet the grippy sheet will stay tacky for quite a long time. And
Yes.
you will need to buy some new ones eventually. I think they're 5 in a pack for $9.99 or something like that.
Something like that. They
And
will last you a
weeks.
while. Yeah, probably months.
Mm-hmm.
Put your release sheet back on and to keep them dust free, and they'll last a long time.
Excellent. And of course, you've got that foam base to it as well. So it's everything, from the minute you take it out of its dust bag. Yes, I did say that. It's got its own dust bag, like a posh handbag would have,
Yes.
or a posh pair of shoes would have. So that's the first sign that it's something very, very special. But the way it's made, there's no give to the lid.
No.
There's accuracy every single time. And the number of times that I know Pete sent this back to the manufacturer, said, no, tweak it here, tweak it there, that's not quite right, that's not quite right. Probably drove them mad.
It was years in development. Pete kept telling me, oh, we've got this tool coming and it's a big secret. And I was waiting and waiting. And yeah, it did take a long time because, you know, Pete wasn't happy with it. He kept sending it back because he wanted absolute spot on. And it is, you get faultless results every time with it.
Absolutely right. Treat yourself to it today. Remember, there are other applicators that are out on the market that will go with this. For example,
Yes.
the stamp and spin tool, that just clips on where the lid comes off.
Yeah.
So you can do kind of wreath circles accurately.
Yes.
There's also a little bracket which can give
Yeah,
height.
it extends the hinges.
Yeah.
So that's another accessory you can add. And the reason you'd want that is if maybe you're stamping into an art journal, which is obviously really thick,
Yeah.
it gives you the extra height. So
Or on a canvas or something like
Yes,
that. So
yeah.
there's all these new things coming out to develop to work alongside this. So if you fancy it, it is in stock today. It's only $44.99, and then we had so many positive messages.
we've
and
had
five-star
loads of
reviews from
messages
them.
today, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Now, we've also got the Big Shot. And Sharon, are you able to just kind of
Yeah,
run a few
shall
things
I
through the
run
Big
you
Shot?
through?
Is that all right?
Yeah, yeah. So we've got the standard size Big Shot today, which is, let me move my mat out the way, which is the A5 machine.
Yeah.
Now, the Big Shot has been about since about 2005. So it's
20 odd years.
It's very well established. There's over 2 million of these out in the world. And I've been saying that for about 4 or 5 years now. So it must have gone up quite a lot more than that. So it's, you know, it's a well-established machine. Lots of the crafters that come in here are using a Big Shot. It's a manual machine. It's the components inside are metal, the rollers. So it's weighty, but it is still quite portable because you've got a really good handle on it. The how do I describe this? It's quite, it's not wobbly on your desk because it's quite a sort of low machine, and you've got all this area for your plates. Now, using a Big Shot is probably the easiest machine on the market, I would say, because all of your instructions are printed on the plates. And there's also a very simple configuration. There's no sort of A plate, B plate, magnetic shim. It's a very simple configuration where you've got your base platform. Then you've got an adapter for using with your thin metal dies. There are instructions and pictures, which are really helpful on all the plates. And then you've got your 2 clear cutting plates, which eventually you'll replace. They'll get scratched up like mine are, but they last quite some time.
Now, I know many of you watching have already got a Big Shot because you've had it for years and years and years, and it never needs to be changed, or it's still going strong after 10, 15, 20 years, let's say. But when I first started in this sort of business, and I started going around to crafters, craft rooms and professional crafters doing filming with them, one thing I started to notice was that everybody in the business had a Big Shot.
Yeah.
Not everybody had every other machine, but everybody had a Big Shot because it was that go-to, staple, reliable workhorse that won't let you down.
Yeah, I mean, it's been around 20 years. I've worked for Sizzix now for about 9 years, but I've had a Big Shot since day one.
Yeah.
It's the machine I've used from day one because at the end of the day, Sizzix were the company that invented the die cutting machine.
Right.
Lots of machines came along afterwards, but the original one is the Sizzix one.
Yeah.
It hasn't really changed in design. They've changed the colours over the years. And at one point, I think when they brought out this colourway, they tweaked the pressure a little bit. But it's pretty much unchanged in all that time.
Do you know what does it for me? Is the fact that you can buy other die cutting machines, but they can't do everything. You know, they can maybe do thin metal dies and they can do embossing folders, but that's about it. They can't do big dies, the cartridge dies. This can. They can't do maybe foiling plates like the Glimmer. This can.
Yes, this can.
They can't do letterpress plates like the Better Press. This can. So it will do all the things that you either want it to do straight away or you'll want it to do in the future. and it's only just under £120. It's £119.99, which is not a lot of money when you consider how much some of the other machines on the market are and can't do what this can do. So if you know, it's going to be a machine that you're not going to, if you've got a machine at the moment where you're thinking, I hope this works, this is not going to be an experience you'll have with a Big Shot. You'll go in with a newfound confidence that you know it's going to cut perfectly. You know it's going to use the Biggs dies perfectly. You know that those 3D and 2D embossing folders are going to run through there. You're not going to end up having to replace your plates every other month because they tend to last such a long time.
They do.
And also you haven't got the big bulky A4 plates. This is a 6-inch mouth machine.
It's a 6-inch mouth, which really, for us card makers, will serve for most of the dies you want to use. And back onto the Biggs dies again, I am very much a card maker. I don't do really anything with material, soft crafts, but I still use my Biggs dies because alongside the sort of dies that Sizzix make for using fabric with, there are a whole host of dies, like all the Eileen Hull journals. There's some different gift bags, all those sort of things that are Biggs dies. And to have the ability to cut through mat board is just, you know, quite unique. You're never going to do that with a thin metal die.
No.
So anything construction where you can be using something really thick like grey board or mat board, you can do that with the Sizzix.
Well, remember, if you are wanting split pay, I know, Catherine, I think you've put 3 into your basket. This is how to do split pay in case you're a little bit concerned or it's not going to go according to plan. You can do it on the phone number, the free phone number. Add it to your basket, though, and then you can do this, which is where it says 4 payments of £29.99. You just tick that box and then pay securely, and it will automatically divide it into 4 interest-free, fee-free payments, okay? So you don't need to put it 3 times into your basket unless you want 3 machines. So Doreen's already checked out, Rosemary's already checked out in Belfast. Miss in Worcestershire, Catherine in West Yorkshire, Doreen in Sheffield's coming through for this right now. But it's one of the most respected machines of all time. All the instructions and the simple plate formations to do what you want to do are printed on the plates. The plates are A5 in size, so they're lightweight and durable.
They are.
Rotate them and they'll last you for probably months, if not years.
Yeah, they will. We always sort of say to people, keep flipping and rotating them as you go. And you'll notice with mine, I've got one that's really scratched up and one that's relatively clean because I tend to keep the same one on the bottom that I cut into. Now you can place your dies face up or face down, it doesn't matter, it's personal preference. I tend to put mine face down so I can see where they are on the card.
Yeah.
But as long as you just keep flipping and rotating the plates as you go, you'll end up with even wear on them and they will last you months, if not years. I know I do laugh when I see some people when I go to classes how their plates are clearly about 5 years old. I would have definitely have replaced mine before that point,
Yeah.
but some people get their money's worth out of them and they will last you. I mean, I do know a lot of crafters use them to the point where they literally crack.
Any of the dies that we've got in the show that you want to see demonstrated, just message in if there's a certain die you want to see. But maybe we can have a little look at the these dies that we showed you earlier on, the Thinlits
should we
die.
make a quick card, Dave?
Olivia Rose and these 3 dies, which were called, what were they called? Floral card fronts and the woodland card front, but also you've got this one as well.
The negative florals.
There we are,
Yeah.
which we've not featured at all in the shows today. So we'll put the details up of these and we'll run them through the machine to show you how beautifully they cut. There we go, 53.97 SOX C36. Today, all 3 die sets you're going to get for $29.99. Very good value.
Yeah, let's make a quick card with this negative florals. So as I mentioned when we looked at this one, you get your sort of outline die and then you've got this lovely floral that cuts directly into the card. So if you want a panel, you're going to run both of those through together, or you're going to run that one through and then that one through afterwards. The one thing I will say to you when you're putting them through together, tape them down, because dies are pretty much indestructible, they're metal, but there is one way that you can wreck your dies, and that's if you run them through the machine and they're kind of overlapped, because you'll buckle them. So if you're not confident doing that, do one and then come back in and do the other one. So I want a background, so I'm just going to come in with that outline frame to give me what's basically my back panel. So I'm going to die cut that so we can run that through. And this is watercolour card I've used for this. So we'll have that as a background. And then I'm going to die cut my beautiful floral piece. So I'm going to cut it from some lovely French navy cardstock, and I'm going to cut both of them at the same time. And as I mentioned, I'm going to tape them down because I really don't want them overlapping.
Okay.
The other thing you might want to do, if you've got a big die like this, don't put it straight on, because if you think about it, all of this is going to hit the rollers at the same time, and you'll get that sort of speed bump effect when it goes through and you hear a bit of a doom.
Right.
If you angle it, of course, not all of it's hitting the rollers at the same time, and it'll go through much more smoothly. If you've ever seen people sort of really struggling to turn the handle, it's because they've put it front on and it's all hitting the rollers at the same time.
Yeah.
If I angle it like this, you'll see it'll go through much more smoothly. And I'm just going to tape that to make sure those dies don't move and overlap. And then we'll run that through. And although this is a manual machine, this is a big piece of metal, big background die, and you can see I'm not sort of struggling to turn this. And with a big die like this with a lot of detail, I would say run it through a couple of times. You might even want to, anything really detailed and big like this, I quite often will then flip it over and run it through again.
I mean, it's just lovely that this machine has got such a pedigree. I mean, I don't think there's any professional crafter that comes through these doors at Hobbymaker that hasn't or doesn't own a Sizzix Big Shot. And remember, the only restriction on this machine is the width of the mouth, and most of your dies will go through that. There aren't many dies that are wider than 6 inches.
No, there's not.
Maybe 1 or 2, but not many. And the fact that you can put big dies and the glimmer and the letterpress, the better press plates from Spellbinders, they can go through there as well. They work. So you really are kind of future-proofing yourself about things that you need for, or you need it for now, and also things you're going to need it for in the weeks and months to come. So
I think so. I mean, I know I work for Sizzix, but as I say, I've always used Sizzix machines, and I think they're the most versatile in terms of what you can do with them. I personally wouldn't buy a machine that I couldn't use my big dies with, because I've got a lot of big dies. The technology behind a big die means that they are relatively expensive compared to thin metal dies, and they're dies that you're going to really have for years and years and years. So I wouldn't contemplate buying a machine that I couldn't use those with, to be honest. So isn't this beautiful, this design? Now you could put this straight onto glitter card and have a lovely glittery effect. I'm going to add a bit of colour to it. So because I've cut that background piece with the die, it fits perfectly. And I'm just going to add a bit of ink to it. So I'm just going to grab some ink. And what I'm going to do is I want to almost colour the flowers. So I'm going to kind of put my ink in the right areas. So I'll just keep flitting back and forth a little bit. So I'll just lift this and kind of put the colour where I want it, so that I'm colouring the flowers.
Perfect.
And then we'll add some green in. So I've got one flower there.
That's the easiest way of getting instant colour, isn't it?
It really is. And I'll just keep bringing this in. Now I want to come a little bit this way, like so. So that's that flower. Then we've got one just there. And this is a nice way to sort of get the colour in the exact spaces you want. Yeah. Of course, you could just do something like an ombre effect. You could even put coloured card behind. And I'm just going to keep bringing this back in to check I'm in the right area. Like so, and that's going to colour my flowers nicely. And then we'll come in with a bit of green. I'll come in with a nice lighter green. And think about where the leaves are. So the first bit is this bottom area. I can kind of do the whole of this area down here, and that will show through where.
That's a great way of doing it.
It's very effective, isn't it? And easy. So you don't have to be perfect. You know, it's almost better if you're not, because then it's obvious that you've sort of coloured them in, like so. And then I've got another leaf up in this corner, and one there.
Yeah, I've never done that technique before. It's well worth
It's a bit
giving it
different,
go.
isn't it? Yeah.
Now these dies are proving popular. Remember, you're going to get 3 sets. You're going to get that die set that Sharon's using at the moment. You're also going to get the, what do they call it? The woodland card front. You're going to get that one with the die for all the 3D decoupage.
That one's really pretty.
That is very limited on its own. That die there is going to give you all the separate decoupage flowers and petals, which you can sprinkle across to make it 3D. And then this one, surprisingly, they look small on the packet, but when you see the size of them, look at them, they're big. And they're going to give you the outline, so you can really easily paper piece those.
Yeah, those are kind of similar to this one, but you've got 2 flower heads basically, but it's the same principle as this one, where it cuts directly into your card front.
I mean, look at the size of it.
It's really pretty, isn't it? And you've got 2 different designs in there. You've got 2 of those. So great for making like little notelets, having the 2 different designs.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. So I've got that nicely layered up, and I'm going to do a matte layer with some nice opulent gold cardstock, because I thought that's going to just add a bit of sparkle. Particularly as I've used navy, which is quite a sort of dark colour. I thought having a little bit of sparkle would be quite nice. So I'm going to use that as my matte layer first.
Don't forget, we're live till 9 o'clock tonight. We've got the mix cinch coming up in the next hour of the show. The fantastic thermal, well, basically it's a thermal binding machine for all your books and your journals, that sort of thing. But also it will do your laminating. Laminating, that's right. I couldn't think of the word.
I can tell you've done 2 shifts in a row, Dave. You're losing your words.
It's been a long day. Laminating, and also it will do your hot foiling as well. So that's coming up in the last hour of the day today at 8 o'clock tonight. So with the lovely Carla, who I'm sure will be putting words in my mouth.
Yes. And I've got later this week, I don't know if I'm meant to tell you this, but I've got an Eileen Hull show coming up on Friday with a new journal. And of course, the cinch machine is great for making notebooks.
Of course.
That go in your Eileen Hull journals that fit perfectly.
And
so
the
my
Big Shot
cinch
is the perfect machine to use with the big dies that Eileen Hull very often uses.
It is. So yes, we're planning ahead a little bit.
The plan comes together.
There we go. There's my pretty little card.
Now, we'll run through some of the most popular items that we still have stock of. The muted, we still have the muted, I think.
Oh, it's hanging on.
We've got literally single figure stock of the muted if you want the muted. 80 sheets in total is what you've got in here. So they are filling in the blanks that the standard colours leave behind. If I show you the standard, you can see...
You've got your rainbow, and then you've got some neutrals, you've got your greys and browns there. And then the muted, you've got some in-between colours. If you think about your basic rainbow, you haven't got an orange there, for instance. You've got an orange in the muted.
They're slightly richer, aren't they? Yeah.
You've got that lovely navy blue that I've just used on that last card.
So not only have you got the rainbow of all the colours on the front there, you've also got a little swatch of all the colours that are inside the packet as well. £16.99, and it's LZ1S62. That's your item number if you want the muted, which often isn't in stock. Got literally single figure stock of that left. The standard, if you're 80 sheets of the standard, if you go for both, you're going to get totally different colours in both packets. And we'll do the same deal on this one. £23.99 down to £16.99. SL1S31 is your item number. Good saving on that. Save £7 off.
It is, and it's something you're always going to use, isn't it?
Oh, totally. Now, the absolute must-have for any crafter is the smooth white and ivory and the classic black.
Yes, and you've got all 3 in one pack here, which I like, because Sizzix do sell the white in a pack on its own. But actually, these are your basics that you're going to use a lot.
Yeah.
And it's a lovely smooth cardstock, so great for stenciling onto, great for stamping onto. It's also 270 GSM, so if you want to make your card blanks yourself, which I often do, this is heavy enough for that.
And sometimes, you know, white can be a little bit too bright. If you want something a little bit more muted, a little bit more antique-y, then of course cream is much more subtle. But the black cardstock you've got here for embossing, using your fantastic waxes and that sort of thing, your gilding waxes, £12.99, you're saving nearly, it's about £4.50 off the price, down from £17.50 to £12.99 today for 60 sheets. So 20 of the white, 20 of the black, and 20 of the cream. And it's QT1S78. Now, the stamp and stencil tool, which is certainly one of the most talked about products of last year and this year, one of my favourites, without a shadow of a doubt. The reason I like it so much, I liked every stamp tool that came out because I could realise how beneficial it was compared to using acrylic blocks and maybe putting pressure down unevenly and all that sort of thing. But this is by far the best stamping platform I've ever used because it's all about the design of it. There's no, if you open it up, some will actually wiggle. There's no wiggle on this whatsoever. So if you're wanting to go in and stamp a secondary stamp, it goes back exactly in the same place.
Yes.
It's easy to remove when you want to put an extra adapter onto the actual plate. Non-slip foam back, which also absorbs some of the pressure when you're pushing down. And you've got the adapter for the stencils, which is just perfect. So if I take the lid off.
Yeah, dual purpose. So when you've got your stencils, you just take the lid off, pop the adapter on, and you can move it around wherever you want to. I should say it's not limited to just Sizzix stencils because we do sell adapters that you buy in a pack of 10, I think, that just stick onto any old stencil and make it fit in here.
Absolutely. Another thing, though, is this. Now, this might be just a very small thing to you, but it makes a massive difference. This is the grippy sheet, which is adhesive on both sides, but it's a low tack. And it means that you don't have to worry about using magnets anymore. The benefit of that is sometimes magnets don't hold the card properly enough. If the ink's quite wet and quite sticky, sometimes it jumps.
Yes, exactly. And the sticky grid holds your card in place without the need for taping it down on magnets. And that's great if, perhaps you want to stamp a whole background on your card front. Well, you can't stamp over a whole card front if you've got a magnet on there.
Yeah, exactly.
You can with this. The other thing is there's no edges because you don't need magnets. You don't need a hard edge to butt your card up to make sure it's in the right place. So that means you can stamp on bigger sheets because there's no edge to this. So you can have your card poking out, you can do wrapping paper.
And when you're lifting what's on this grippy sheet up, nothing rips. That's not always the case when it comes to low tack tape. Sometimes you can remove low tack tape and it takes half the card with it.
Your card, and that's so frustrating.
And these they're probably going to last you weeks, if not months, these. They're only about £10 for a pack of 5 replacements, but they're a game changer. Nothing moves at all until you want it to. So if you like this, then it's £44.99. It is an award-winning product. It comes boxed. It even comes with its own dust bag.
It does.
Which, if that doesn't give you that air of grandeur about the machine or about the tool, I don't know what does. But there are also going to be extra tools coming out in the future that will work with this. There's already the spin and stamp tool, which you'll find on the website, which does rotary wreath designs of stamps.
Yes.
There's also a new hinge, which gives you the ability to stamp with the lid at a higher.
Yes, it's like an extender to make it higher. So you can put your art journal in there, a canvas, fabric, anything a bit higher, and it'll still have the right sort of depth.
Well, Karen in Cambridgeshire's in. Hello, Tina in Nottinghamshire. June in Shropshire's just checked out as well. Now, the stencils we've got for you, we've still got a few of these, not many of them left. Yeah, hanging on in there by the skin of the teeth. You've got 4 stencils in each. They're called layering stencils. So the idea is you can use a different stencil for each layer and use different colour for each layer. And that means then that you can incorporate loads of different colours in a stencil that otherwise you wouldn't be able to do.
No, if you had one stencil, look how closely together those colours are. There's no way you would do it without getting the wrong colour on the wrong part. So having the layering stencils means you can do these really quite intricate designs and they don't look like stencils.
No, they don't. They look like art, absolute art. This next one, this is a floral one, as you can see by Stacey Parks. And here you've got, basically, this is Serene Sophisticate. So this is a beautiful floral, but you can see the leaves are different colours to the petals, different colours to the centres, different colour to the background, all because you've got them as individual layered stencils. Our favourite one.
Yeah, we both like this one, don't we?
This isn't available anywhere else in the show. It's singularly, it's completely gone, but it is in the bundle. So this is what we call the Cosmopolitan Floral Impressions. It really does look like you've just walked into an art gallery.
It's very arty, isn't it?
And it's being charged thousands of pounds in an art gallery for that.
And you'll have great fun with this one, experimenting with different colours, because you get really different looks by playing around with the colours.
And that's what Sharon did. Totally different colourways, but that was done in the first show this afternoon. Love that to bits. And then the other stencil that you demonstrated was this one, which is obviously birdhouses. This can be a new home card, appropriate for me at the moment.
Yes, it could. These are really cute. This is by Catherine Pooler. You've got all those little birdhouses. And this is one that I think would also work quite well on fabrics, that kind of thing, because you could kind of repeat pattern this.
Yeah, you could.
Repeat do it.
And if you don't put the pole in, they'd look very much like beach houses, beach huts.
Yeah, little beach huts, they would. It's nice, that one.
And then the last one. This is another one that's
favours.
not available singularly. This is called Lacy. But again, there's 4 different stencils, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4. Add in different colourways and you end up with this wonderful interest of, it's like you've walked into, I don't know, Kew Gardens or somewhere and all these wonderful blooming flowers.
It
are in
is.
there.
I mean, it's absolutely jam-packed full of detail, isn't it, with all those little swirly bits in the background. And of course, you can mix up the colours and make it work for all seasons.
So you've got 5 layering stamp sets, or stencil sets, sorry. That's 20 stencils in total, 4 in each, and you're only paying $47.99. And it's even better news, it's on 2-way split pay as well. So it's just £24? Yeah, $23.99 on split pay. That's your first payment, $23.99 plus your P&P of $4.95, unless you've already paid it. Now the stamps and dies bundle that we showed you in the 5 o'clock show, which is this one here. There we go. So now this is again by Stacey Parks. And what you've got here is a main stamp, but then you've got a die and stamps which kind of work with it. So you can choose to either cut an aperture in or cut a topper and put it on top of the background design. And all the verses and sayings fit inside, in this case, the triangle.
It's nice, isn't it? Because you've basically got your whole background done on one stamp, and then you've got your sentiments and either an aperture or a nesting die. But by having all 3 of these sets, of course, you can mix and match, because this one's got a diamond, one's got a circle, and then the other one's got an oval.
Well,
so of course
the circle
you can
one.
mix them.
I love
I
that,
really like that one.
That background. I mean, it's like sun's rays. It could be sawn through a log of a tree.
It also looks like tie-dye.
Yeah, it does a bit.
A little bit. So
you said also, well, like fossils.
Like fossils. So, of course, you can either do it in one colour, but it's very easy. It's a nice big background size stamp. So it's very easy to use different colours on it and do like an ombre or just mix and match.
And now look at this one done in like a gold embossing.
It does look nice in gold embossing, doesn't it?
That lovely. Quite Art Deco actually when it's done in gold.
It is a little bit in gold,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. And then the last one, different shape and different background. So there you've got your floral background stamp, and then you've got the oval aperture and the oval stamp as well, which again can be an aperture or it can be a topper that goes wherever you choose, up and down the background.
It's lovely. And that one, because you've got the flower sort of outline, you could stamp that in green and then come in with your markers and colour the flowers if you wanted to.
Okay, $39.99 for all of those. So that's working about $13.33 each. Now we did have a request from someone, a message from, who was it that sent in the message? A lady, I think it was Juliet, wanted to have a little look at the fold-along rainbow, the rainbow fold-along. Now, we won't actually have time to demo that now, but it gives you an idea, if you have a little look on the packet, how simple it is to do.
It is, because you basically cut, if you look at the dies, you'll see you've got 1/2 of the card, and then you literally cut that twice, stick them together, and that gives you a whole card base.
Right.
And then all you've got to do is die cut the sort of the little rainbow colours to layer on top. So you just overlap these.
Are so popular for loads of reasons. You know, the rainbow is a symbol for a lot of organisations, a lot of people, NHS, all that sort of thing. There you've got your mason jar.
Yeah, I love that, the bell jar. It's really cute. We've got one somewhere, haven't we?
And then that one is a complete card die set, 11 dies in there, which will give the cutaway detail of the flowers on that as well. But all the elements that you can see, the flowers, the butterflies, all of that on there for just $39.99 gets you the lot. $39.99 for everything. How about that for an amazing deal? ESXC78, and that's a saving of nearly £30. Sharon, when you're back?
Back on Thursday with Evelyn and Sage.
Evelyn and Sage, part 2.
Yes.
The journey moves on. That's going to be at 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock in the evening. So if you bought the journal originally, make sure you tune in for part 2 of things that you can add to your journal. I'll see you for the last show of the day. It's lovely Carla coming up in a second with the Mink Cinch. It's the cinch machine that obviously not only binds books for you, it's a fantastic thermal book binding machine, but also it will do all of your hot foiling and also your laminating as well.
It's a cool machine.
It's a cool machine. I thought you might. I'll see you with that then. Last show of the day after a short break.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobby Maker.
Sizzix proudly brings you the Big Shot, a portable die cutting and embossing machine designed for crafters and makers of all skill levels. It works with almost the entire Sizzix product library, including everything from our smallest dies to our big 6-inch wide plastic back dies and embossing tools. This portable roller machine cuts and embosses a variety of materials, making it the perfect tool for crafting one-of-a-kind cards, invitations, scrapbook pages, home decor, altered art, and so much more. And with a sleek white and grey colour scheme, this stylish machine offers the same unmatched versatility you've come to expect. The Big Shot is the go-to tool for creative projects, offering endless possibilities for personalisation and creativity.
At Hobby Maker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobby Maker, let's get crafting.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer and I'm looking forward to doing a live watercolour show on Hobby Maker on Tuesday the 22nd of April. We're going to be launching my brand new watercolour book, exclusive live launch on Hobby Maker, where you can pick up not only a special 10th anniversary edition of this amazing watercolour book, but also an exclusive signed copy, yes, hand-signed copies of the book. We've also got some amazing discounts on some of my previous books, so make sure you tune in on Tuesday the 22nd of April for some watercolour goodness. See you then.
Hey, all you Hobby Maker fans out there. My name is Tavner Carey. I'm the Vice President of Product Development at American Crafts. You're probably familiar with our We Are Makers tool brand, where we offer all sorts of innovative, classic crafting tools like our cinch, our crocodile, our punch boards, all sorts of things. Well, we're also busy innovating. We're working on a bunch of new things that we're going to be launching soon. And we're super excited to be partnered with Hobby Maker because they're not only dedicated to bringing you top innovation, but they're also dedicated to bringing you amazing deals.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobby Maker.
I'm very nervous. I'm very worried. It's my 8th hour in a row, and you're threatening to what?
Torment you, Dave.
Torment me, yeah.
I said I'd liven him up and I'd torment him. He went, please don't, I'm fine. I was like, no, Dave, I think it's important that I keep your morale up.
I don't need livening it up because you know what? This is going to liven me up. It's going to liven you up at home as well. This is our second show of the day with the Mink Cinch. Now, this is not only going to thermally bind your books with glue, rather than stitching and all that sort of thing. Nothing wrong with stitching, it's great, it's great art, it's a great skill. But if you want to professionally bind your books using glue, this is the machine you need. Also, it will laminate and it will foil, hot foil as well. Those three things in one from the brilliant brand that is We Are Makers, American Crafts, the brand that we love and they love us.
My babies. I love American Crafts.
Me too. We went online, we Googled it, and we tried to find this particular machine in the UK.
I don't think it's here yet.
No one's got it?
No, I don't think it's here yet. I think it has probably started its journey here, ready for release in the UK. But of course, Hobby Maker get things exclusively because of, you know, the relationship we have. So we get things long before anybody else does. We launched this before the States launched it.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're pretty lucky with a lot of stuff with AC. But it's not just that. It's the fact that we can give you stupid prices on things that are American Crafts and We Are Memory Keepers. And that is actually what matters.
Let me just show you what the sort of thing that this machine can do. This is one of the thermal cinch binders, basically spines, okay? What is in here is a double-sided strip of tape, which obviously glues it to the actual front and back of the book. But what you've got on the spine of each of these is a solid strip of glue. That's what the thermal cinch will heat up, and that's what coats your papers and keeps them stuck in.
Yeah, absolutely.
But look
So
at the
that
professional
glue
way of
melts
it.
to them. Isn't it cool?
Yeah, look.
I was just making a hardback one actually in between shows, which I've put down somewhere and I don't know what I did with it. Dave, have you been touching my stuff, Dave?
Never.
I just had it in my hands. Thanks, Kat. I was
It's in
just
the,
behind
it's in
the
the rest at
machine.
the back of the machine.
It was in the resting point.
Okay. So it will thermally bind your books. Hardback, softback, doesn't matter.
I'm not giving you too much of a close-up because my pages were a bit too long, so we're not going to worry about pedantics at this point, but it's all obviously solidly done. It's all, you know, a full-on notebook, and it's using the spine technique here, but you can do your hardbacks as well. It doesn't have to just be soft covers, but I can also have laminated covers as well. So this is incredible for all of your shizzle at home. There's so much we can do with it. Hot laminating, cold laminating, foiling, and you can also do your book binding on it.
Okay, now can I just show you what you're going to be getting with the machine as well? You're going to get your gold foil, okay? You're also going to get 3 spines, block colours. You get a pink one, a blue one, and another colour. That comes with it as well. That
It's
is
a craft one, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. The craft one, a pink one, and a blue one. That is your solid strip of adhesive. And you get a bulldog clip as well to hold all your pages together. That's the double-sided tape there and there to stick to the front and back of your book. And then that is what is going to melt in the thermal cinch and bind all your pages together, okay? So you get 3 of those to get you started. The foil for your hot foiling. You also get some laser printed elements which you can hot foil on. So you get a moon, a welcome home, a few of those to get you started too. And by the way, as a word of if you haven't got a laser printed printer or a laser printing machine, you can actually print something off and then get it photocopied at your local convenience store because they would use
Yeah, absolutely. They use laser printing most of the time. Any kind of professional printers are going to use laser printer because of the nature of laser printer, it's so fast, it does everything so smoothly. So you can get stuff done there. Also, if you're ever in the market for a printer, it's really worth looking at lasers. They're not expensive anymore, not really.
They come down a lot.
And, you know, you can do so much with laser printing.
Okay, now, already Pamela in Lanarkshire's checked out. Pamela, I've got some really exciting news for you.
Pamela, you're going to be happy.
You think you're paying £159.99. Anne in Staffordshire, you think you're paying £159.99. If you were, that would be a brilliant deal. We are matching the event that we had on our birthday, our 3rd birthday back in March. We're matching the price then. It's $99.99. Under £100, and it's also on 5 split pays if you want to spread the cost. That's $19.99 today. Same again in 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, 16 weeks. to be able to hot foil, to be able to thermally bind your books up to, I think, A4 in size?
I think you can do
12 by
12 by 12.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can do 12 by 12, certainly A4, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you can do 12 by 12. Listen, it's got all of the elements you need for making your own books, first and foremost. So you can bind any books that you want. You can also bind any, say for instance, you've got some paperbacks sitting at home that are a bit, you know, battered and you want to redo the spine, go for it. Absolutely go for it. You've got the strips. Now we do have separate glue strips for you to buy as well. There's 2 different size packs of those. So you've got all of the stuff that you'll need going forward, and they're on a really great price today as well. So much that you can do. And then the foiling, and the foiling is beautiful. Now, for those of you who are at home, have a tippy tap on your Googlies and go to Creative Fabrica. And if you're already signed up for it, it's not particularly expensive. All the imagery you want and you can sell it. So that means you're not crossing any lines with copyright. You can sell all of that. So you can actually start foiling those images. You can start making your books. Your cards can now be foiled. You can make wedding invitations that are foiled. There are so many things you can do with this. It's incredible.
I mean, look at this as a binder. This is actually not a book. Well, it is, but it's a book of envelopes. So you've got an envelope for each month of the year. How clever is that? Now, quite simply, if you just want the glue strips, if you just want the glue strips on their own, so in other words, make your own binders, make your own spines, then we've got a pack of 12 of the glue strips available for you. These are for up to, I think it's 30 pages. Pretty sure it's to 30 pages. You get 12 of them. There we go. So they are obviously cuttable. You can trim them down to whatever size you want. They're only going to be $7.99 today. If you want to make your own spines from cardstock you've already got and you want to put the strip in the center, you can do that with these. $7.99 for those. But if you want to go a step further and you want to go for different widths, so you've basically got 30 pieces of the 6.5 mil, 30 pieces of the 12 mil and 15 pieces of the 25 mil as well. So there is actually in here 75 strips of adhesive. This is a special offer as well at $34.99 for 75 of them.
It's amazing. I would grab those because they're your expendables, right? Now remember, if you're making smaller books, you can cut those in half, so you can use them, you know, you can double them up. So it means you've extra for your money, which is great. Thank you very much. We like STEM apples. So these are the things, your consumables that you're going to need to buy. Now, obviously, because we sell out of the thermal cinch so fast, or the mink cinch so fast, and because we sell out of these so fast, it takes us a while to get them back, because obviously they've got to travel overseas to get to us, especially at the minute. That's not the easiest thing in the world. So basically, it's a case of grabbing them while you can. So my advice, grab them.
If you are in the States watching this, we can ship to the USA. So if you want to order today, your shipping and handling will be capped at $14.95. So you can actually order and we'll get it shipped to you probably a lot cheaper than if you bought it in the States, in actual fact, because of the deal that we've got.
It's usually cheaper to buy AC here and have it shipped to you than it is for you to buy it in the States, as a rule, because we get stupid prices. And that is unique to Hobby Maker. Those prices are unique to Hobby Maker. So it's just the way it's all worked out. And it's been a lot of work to get it to that point. But man alive, we celebrate it, right? Because AC, they're the biggest global crafting brand. They are amazing. And they make the tools that we need. Get tools whenever we can buy tools for crafting. It's the most important.
You are saving £60 on a machine that does 3 things and does all 3 things brilliantly. MS4650, MS4650. And we had some questions. Now, what was the question? If you're using a thicker book, do you need to use more than 1 glue strip?
Yes, so you've got, there's a multi-answer to that. So the big pack of glue strips that we're selling today, they actually have thicker glue strips in. So if you want to make a great big fat one, you go for it. It's there, you can use those bigger glue strips.
Yep.
If, however, you only have the thinner ones, just line them up and add as many in as you want to make it as thick as you want. Obviously, it's got to be a certain point where it can still fit in the machine. Sure. But yes, you can add in as many as you like. We have had another question as well where somebody said, can you, I don't know who it was, I do apologise, I don't have a name, where can you, was it Leanne, where you can do the traditionally sewn signatures and can you put them in? There you go. Good evening, Dave and Carla. Can you bind traditionally sewn signatures and end papers? I have this machine. Don't shout at me, Carla. Leanne, get it out. The answer's a funny answer. Yes, you can do it. So if you've got your signatures all lined up and you've already stitched them, you would have to have stitched them first, obviously, because as they sit inside those signatures, those pages at the front would be loose, which I know you know what I mean. There's a problem though, and you'd need to work it out at home. Do I think it's the most sensible thing to do? No, because as the hot glue melts, if you think of your signature, if I've got a couple of signatures, and I've got one here, and I've got, hold on, let me just get a couple of these. I'll be quick, sorry. And I've got one here. As they sit next to each other and they're stitched, especially when they're stitched, of course, because your spines are sort of closer, I've got a big gap. And so I think your glue is going to struggle. What I would do is take a piece of cardstock, score it, and almost concertina it, so that I could put it, I would make it thinner than that, so that I could put it between and create a solid piece of card where I can put my glue in. And I would just have it very thin on the edges. So that way I know I'm hitting all the pages and it will remain one full piece. So can you do it? Yes. Is it a multi-question? Yes. Would I think it's the best way of binding a stitched? I just think if you're doing stitch signatures, I personally believe you're probably better Coptic stitching. That would be my advice.
Okay. Thanks for the question, though. Good question.
Yes.
Can we
and
just
get it
show
out the
you-
box.
Before we get into demo, can I just show you some other things that we've got in the show, which you are going to want to add to your order? Now, bearing in mind the hot foiling side of things, you need to have a laser printer or laser printed images. This is toner ink. So this is literally a system that allows you, thanks to Heidi Swap, who's a great foiling ambassador in America, you can now use your stamps with this toner ink and use that to stamp and then foil it. £8.99.
That's a stupid price.
Down from £27.99.
Any stamp you earn, you can now foil. I think that's incredible, right?
Absolutely.
So you get your stamp and you literally, there's an ink pad, you pour, all the instructions are there, you pour the ink onto your ink pads, then you put your stamp on it with maybe an acrylic block and you go through, you stamp it out onto your paper or your cards as you normally would, whack it through your foiler. Insane. And at that price, it's stupid, that price.
Now, at the rate that you're coming through for this is going to be a complete sellout very, very soon. 80% of the stock has gone from the earlier show. $8.99, you've got a large amount of toner ink in there. Put that onto the pad, stamp with your stamp, whether it's a rubber stamp or an acrylic stamp or whatever, and then stamp it onto your work. You can then foil it through your machine. How about that?
Please
Yours
wash
for
your stamp.
$8.99.
Please wash your stamp as soon as you've done it. It's sticky. It's real sticky, okay? Wash your hands, wash your stamp as soon as you've done it. Just the laser toner is very, very sticky as a product. So glue is sticky and so is toner. So make sure you just wash your stamps, okay?
Okay. Well, that's going to sell out, so we're limited stock on that from Heidi Schwab if you want
Not surprised.
it. Also, we do have lots of these spines with the adhesive already in them. They'll be on the website, lots of different designs. There's block colours, there's craft card, there's fancy and patterned ones as well. So they're all there if you have a little look. They're all reduced at the moment, and you can make them as long or as short as you want. So if you've got like a 12-inch spine and you want to make 2 6-inch books, you can cut it in half. Absolutely perfect.
What were we saying? I tuned you out, Dave.
Did you?
I can only do so many things at once, Dave, because then my brain goes fuzzy if I'm trying to do all the things. I love him, really. He's my husband.
TV husband, yeah. Right,
I love the way you always caveat that, Dave. There's no need to try and pretend it's not real. You don't have to be ashamed of me.
$99.99 is for your thermal cinch, but remember it's got the laminator and it's got the hot foiling in it as well. How does it work? Is it simple to operate? Dead easy, isn't it?
It's really simple. You're foiling. So when you're foiling, one of the main things to remember is that you pull it taut. Get some washi tape and pull it absolutely taut. I'm not doing that because I'm in demo, so mine may not be 100% complete. It'll do enough for me to be able to show you. You must pull it taut and washi tape it, okay? Now, you're going to get a 12 by 12, one of these jobbies. Now, it's not a normal laminating pouch. Well, at least I don't think it is. A normal laminating pouch, if I chuck that through a laminator, it's going to seal the edges because that's what a laminator does. I want to do that. I want to be able to reuse this 6 billion times. Of course I do. So you've got a 12 by 12 one. I'm using an A4 one on this one. We used the 12 by 12 in the earlier show. The reason being it's just a bit quicker for me to demo with because it doesn't take quite as long to go through the machine. Now, the machine, let's just talk this because I'm on the wrong thing as well and that won't help. So on the front of your machine, you've got your power button, your lamination or foil button, which is what I need to press now. And then you've got your binder and your timer. That's for when you're doing your book binding, those last two. Now this one, it's on for lamination and foil. If I come down here, it's got all of my instructions. So it says cold lamination, press it once. So that's what I've just done. If I want to do hot lamination, press it twice. If I want to foil, I'm to press it thrice. Okay? Now it'll heat up and then it'll shout at me and tell me when it's done. Doesn't take very long to heat up. Obviously the first time you use it, in as much as if you plug it in the morning, for instance, that's going to be your longest waiting time because it's got to warm up.
Do you know what?
But it won't take long.
It's got a really small footprint. It looks like a fancy toaster when you see it, doesn't it?
It is a fancy toaster. I honestly think Liam has cooked a cheese toastie in here.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think he's cooked a cheese toastie, which is not great.
It's not designed for that. Don't do that at home.
We are not going to do that at home. Now, one of the things that I will do as well and show you, because one of the things that we do have on the show, unless we sold out of them in the last show, but while I'm waiting for that to heat, we have got some really cool mink pens. Now, these are toner pens. Now, these are really exciting, and I'll tell you a couple of reasons why. First of all, anything I draw or anything my littlies draw, I can then foil. And you just draw it, it's just a pen.
So there's toner ink in the pen?
Toner ink inside the pen. So it doesn't matter what you draw, write, if you've got fancy writing, you can use that. Now, I did say in the earlier show, I'm pretty sure if you bought the new Scan and Cut that we've been doing with Disney, it's got a calligraphy set in it for free. Inside there is the universal pen holder, which that will fit in. You can then use it in your Scan and Cut to draw anything that you want. And then, of course, you can foil it. Now we're really talking about extending what we can do with our crafts, and that is really important. Now, this is flashing. It's going to beep at me in a second. Now, the reason it's taking the difference in time, when I'm doing the book binding, which I was doing in the break, it sits inside here, and there's a hot plate just about here in the machine. And that's where the spines of my books are sitting to melt that glue.
Right.
Now we've got to heat the bottom point. So this is where I'm doing my hot foiling. Now, of course, if I was doing cold lamination, it would need to cool it down. But it's actually doing, obviously, the hot foiling. So we need to go through.
It's amazing how it does all three things brilliantly well in one machine.
Well, four, really, because you've got cold lamination. So if you're using cold foiling, as in the foils that work for cold foilers, then you can use that in here. You can use your hot foil, which is what we're selling today, and then you can obviously laminate it as normal. So if you just like laminating stuff, because it makes you feel like you're a teacher or a librarian, which is very exciting anyway at the best of times, it means you can do all of that in here, and you can bind your books. It's the most incredible tool. Of course it is. We are memory keepers, but to have it all in one place, that's incredible. And obviously we sell it fast.
We are today making the same deal that we did for our third birthday back in March. Now, I had no idea, Carla had no idea that this deal would be redone again a month or so later. That's what we've done today. We've matched the deal that we did for our third birthday about 6 weeks ago, $99.99 for a machine that should be nearly £160, and it's on four-way split pay, or five-way split pay. So it's just $19.99 to find today. You haven't got to wait months or weeks for it to arrive. It's in our warehouse next door, so it'll be shipped straight after the bank holiday weekend. It'll be on its way, and you can be making your own books, your own journals, your own diaries, your own photo albums, whatever it wants to be, in a professional way.
I mean, as professional as I am.
Exactly.
I put this through early because I was bored of waiting.
No noise whatsoever.
This may not foil because I didn't wait for it to finish. It's still flashing at me. I was bored, Dave. I was bored, so I just chucked it through because I thought, well, let's see what happens.
Stretching the boundaries.
You know, I don't like to wait for things, Dave. Very impatient at the best of times. So we're going to put this through. Now, as we say, this is always going to be your laser ink. You cannot use it with inkjet. It will not work. So you've got to put it through with the laser machines, and that'll take everything. Like we say, you can go and get that done publicly, or you can get hold of a laser printer if you don't already have one.
Or your local convenience store that does photocopying.
They'll do all of that for you. Libraries have always got that stuff in it, haven't
Usually,
they?
Yeah.
I own a Brother laser printer, which I love. I don't know if this has actually done this because I did not wait. Be patient at home.
Oh, it's looking like it has. Reveal time.
Birdie. Right, let's hold. Oh, will you look at that, Dave Bradford? That's quite the little
That
shiny
is foiled
shine.
to perfection.
Look at that. That's without it even being hot enough. Look at that.
Wow.
How beautiful
The accuracy
is
of the
that?
foiling too.
Look.
That's awesome, isn't it?
He's quite a handsome little bird, isn't he?
He is.
So this is what I mean. You can do these things so fast. Now, one thing we do have in tonight's show that we didn't have earlier, so if any of you are waiting and wanting, is foil. We've got foils for you, so if you're waiting for that, we do have some.
We do have what we had in the earlier show at 5 o'clock available still. That's a 3-pack of rose gold, silver and gold foil. Now, each of these are, I think it's 10 feet long by 8.5 inches wide, okay? Rose gold, silver and gold. If you just want those 3, we've got those available for you. And they were a great price, $29.97, $9.99 each, down to, look at this, $12.99 for the whole set of 3.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, we like that, Dave.
We do like that. And it's 30 feet in total. 10 of the rose gold, 10 of the silver, and 10 of the gold. £12.99, XKXC 93. Now, you mentioned about getting something from...
Yeah, somebody said, somebody's asked a question for me to repeat which site for you to go for to get images. So it's a subscription site, so it's not free, but it's not expensive to join. It's a few quid a month, and I use it a lot. It's called, are you ready, guys? Googlies. Creative Fabrica, Fabrica. Creative Fabrica. Now that site, when you go onto it, you can pay a monthly subscription for it. Everything that you then have is copyright free, which means you can sell the things you make. Now, if you go onto Etsy today and look at notebooks, personalised notebooks, foiled notebooks, you'll know how much you can get back for these. There is a business in a box. It is something that you can make all the things with. And I don't use that term lightly because it gets right on my nerves when people say, look at this bag of glitter, it's a business in a box. No, it's not. But this is. Because you can make your books, you can sell them, you can do your foiling, suddenly you're able to do wedding invitations. There are so many things that you can do with this. It's incredible. There you go, make colouring books and sell them online. This is where we're starting to power up what we do. It's so important that we believe in ourselves as crafters enough to know that the stuff we do is good enough to sell. And you guys make the most incredible things. I've seen it. We all see it on the official Hobby Makers fans page on Facebook. You guys are immense. And I love that we get to push the boundaries. That's why I love We Are.
Now, we have got foils that we didn't have in the earlier show in this show, okay? They're all on the website for you. You're going to get 10 feet in length, but these are slightly wider than the gold, silver and the rose gold ones. So this is basically, oh no, hang on, they're 6 feet long.
That's about as tall as you, is it, Dave? Are you a bit taller than 6 foot?
I'm 6'1".
Oh, Dave.
6 foot, okay, it's 6 feet, which is 1.8 metres, okay? The other was 10 feet, the slightly shorter ones, but these are 12.25 inches, which is 6 feet in length, and yeah, that's 31.1 centimetres or 1.8 metres in length. So we've got the holographic, which is the silver square reactive foil, which is that one there. So I'm just going to go through these, and I think we'll put the details up one by one for you. These are all special prices. So this one is your silver square. We found it. Silver square. So if you fancy that today, you can have a whole roll of that. Remember, it is 6 feet long, so it's my height, basically, in foil for £6.99.
That's a lot of foil in that, Dave.
It's a lot of foil. Should be £12.99. It's £6 off. We've got your mint reactive foil.
That's beautiful, that colour.
That is lovely.
Absolutely stunning, that colour.
Mint, and that's going to be, again, 10. This one's 10 feet. So some of them are slightly different lengths. This one's, I think because that was holographic, it was shorter. Yeah. So this one is 10 feet, which is 3 metres, basically. Very busy for this one, £6.99.
So pretty, look at it.
JC 4685. Then we've got the, hang on, the iridescent reactive foil. This is 5 feet you're going to get in this one. So they do vary on the effects, but you can see they've got the holographic effects. They're all on the web for you to pick between. They're all £6.99. Should we leave it at that? Just, yeah, we'll leave it at that.
That's
okay.
a great
So
price
we've
for
actually
your
got
foils.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 12 options for the foils, all with £6 off, and the different sizes you'll see there, but they're all available for the hot foiling technique, okay? And don't forget, when you are wanting to do your book binding and you're wanting to put your spines on your books, we have got The glue is going very well if you want to make your own spines, but if you want to buy extra spines, which you can trim down to whatever length you want, these are great because these have got the double-sided adhesive on the top and the bottom. You've then got your three-dimensional glue strip running down the middle, and that's what gets heated by the thermal cinch. It melts and it coats the papers, and it literally binds all your papers together.
It does indeed. It's very clever, isn't it?
So that's 6 in there. These are not expensive at all. 6, and they're trimmable. You can make them into 6-inch spines if you want to, but they're 12 inches from top to bottom, and that's $12.99, and you get all of those colours there. And we've got different varieties as well. They're all on the website as well. So you've got your neutrals, where you've got your browns, your whites, your blacks, and your greys. Again, they're going to be the same sort of deal as well. But basically, yeah, each one of those cards, you fold down, the heated strip in the middle melts the glue, coats the pages, and there you go. So $12.99 for extra ones of those.
Right, are we going to make a book, Dave?
Let's do it.
Well, let's make a book. Now, I'm going to do one with a soft cover, and the reason I'm doing that is because I'm just using some AC cardstock, some of their pattern papers, to make my covers. Now, if I was making this and I was going to actually gift it, or I was going to use it, or certainly if I was going to sell it, I would laminate them. I wouldn't just leave them, you know, paper. I would laminate them first, but it does mean any papers that you've got in your stash, you can use, which we love that, right? Now, I've got some printer paper in. I haven't put too much in because I'm just going to use the thin glue strip that comes on this spine. I could put more in than I've got in, but I'll just do what we've got.
We often do get asked questions about what sort of paper do we put in it. You can put anything in it.
Anything at all. So what you've got to work out, just in theory, if I use one sheet of 80 GSM, I can use, obviously, several of those to make a book. So where it's saying between 30 pages and 50 pages, if I'm using 80 GSM, I'm probably going to get 50 pages out of it. But if I'm going to go into something that is, say, 4 times heavier than that, and I'm looking at maybe a 320 GSM, something like that, then I'm going to have to, you know, reduce the amount of pages I can put in as such by 4, because obviously I'm going 4 times heavier. So it's just about, you know, working it out. But the great thing about these spines that you get and the glue strips that you're going to get is they're a certain length, of course. So I can just easily mark my papers to that width. If I want it to be wider, I can add more glue strips to it. They're just adhesive. You've got a backing on them, so I could peel that off. I won't. But it's just an adhesive strip. Now, they're much taller than this. I've cut mine down. But they've got 2 score lines. Can you see the score lines? There's a score line there and a score line there. That's your 2 score lines, okay? Now, what I'll say to you is, and I said it in the earlier show, if you want to do yourself a favour, and I strongly recommend it, score another line, 1/4 of an inch or 1/2 an inch just down this little strip here. When you open your book, it will just help it open much easier. That's the best tip I can give you, because it really does help. The other tip I'll get for you as well is get some bulldog clips. They are your best friend.
You do get one in with the machine to get you started.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I'm not allowed to say these things. They're not great, the bulldog clips that you get in with them. They're too small.
All right, so you need a bigger bulldog clip.
Yeah, I'd rather just tell you the truth. Because, yeah, they're pretty, they're gorgeous. But listen, it's not big enough to hold your nose hair, Dave. It's just not very big, and that's no good when we're trying to craft. Right, so I've got my spine here. It's got, look at these. Aren't they beautiful, the die cut ones? So if I so chose, I can pop out all the little die cuts on these, which is really sweet, really pretty.
So all the decorative, different spines, different colourways, different shapes, they're all on the website now for you, all on special offer, and you only pay the 1p per day with us, remember, so you can come back, maybe if you bought one of the machines in the earlier show, and you're coming back for more spines or coming back for more foil, yeah.
It'd be amazing, right?
The 1p.
So I've got my papers sitting here. Hey, that's back to front, that, Dave. Had a moment then. So I've got my paper sitting here, my covers, okay? So I'm just shuffling them so that my paper is going to be absolutely flush at the bottom. Keep shuffling it until it's flat. You need to have them all straight, and the reason that you need them straight on this side, obviously where the glue's sitting, is that it's got to sit on top of that glue. So just shuffle away, and the reason I'm doing mine a bit thinner is because the bulldog clips that you get are so tiny, so I'm just not going to fight with it because it's not worth it. So I'm just going to put that there. When you've got the great big massive bulldog clips, Dave, you can do really thick books and it'll hold it all together, which is really, really useful. Now I'm just going to put the other one on to the side. So again, I'm shuffling, I'm keeping my book straight, and then I'm just going to whack this jobby on thither, like so, okay? So now I know that that edge is flat at the bottom. So that's the edge I'm going to work with. Can you see how it's all super smooth here? Yeah. That's the edge I'm going to work with my spine. Now I've got a straight edge at the top, but it's obviously cut in half here. I would have probably been better doing a book that would, you know, sort of fit in here, but it's up to you what you do. What I can do is either turn it round and use that side. I've creased mine because I'm useless.
Use pages that are wider than the spine itself.
No, so if I open this up and try and be as open as I can, I'm going to be better on overhead for this. So, can you see that my pages roughly match that glue?
Yeah.
Thereabouts. I could add a couple more pages to that.
Yeah.
Now, that's not such a problem. What is a problem is if I, say, had double the amount of that paper with that one particular spine, because it's not going to glue the bits where the glue doesn't hit the paper. No. So if I wanted to make this thicker, I could add another glue strip here and another one here, or I could use one of the really thick glue strips, absolutely fine that way, and make the bigger books. It's entirely up to you. But this works perfectly the way I'm doing it. Okay. So all I'm going to do is remove one of these here businesses, and that's just the sticky pad. I'm not too worried about those little bits. If I was at home, I'd weed it, but we ain't got time for that.
So that's basically the double-sided tape that you've got attached to both sides of the spine.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do here is just make sure my pages are touching that glue, and I'm just going to fold and just make sure that's adhered down. Now, I don't have to panic too much at this stage because I haven't glued the top one. So it's just that bottom one. Now, with the top one, what I'm going to do is sort of drag it. I'm going to pull it because I need those pages to be touching the glue. Hey up. Now, I've got a gap, and the reason I've got a gap is because I stuck that down too soon. Bless you, whoever sneezed in my lug hole. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. This one's perfect at this side. When you're doing it at home, line it up against your glue strip, okay? I'm not going to worry because, as I say, we're in demo, and it's me, and of course I rushed because I'm a terrible human, Dave. Terrible human. So I'm just going to take... Don't be agreeing with me, Miss Tasman.
I'm just...
Don't go to sleep yet, Dave.
No, I've got 20 minutes
You're
yet.
doing really well. Do
Thanks.
you feel tired?
A little bit. I'm hungry.
Are you? When did you last eat?
11:30.
Dave, I would have brought you some pizza.
That's fine. I don't
Oh,
want time to eat it,
Babs.
have I? I'm going to make up for it when I go off at 9.
You could have had it while I was on telly. You know I'm not fussy about them things, Dave. Right, so now I've got this. That's on green because I've had my binder going. So it says bind. And so it tells me down here that if I want to bind there, I need to have, first of all, it here to start with. So it says prepare your binding. Hit that button, the third one. And it says when it goes green, it's ready. Okay. And then for when I put it in, I need to press the little one at the end because it's showing me there. And that's going to time my glue melt. That's all that's doing.
Okay.
Okay, now you need to be a little bit more careful with your glue than I was here.
And
I'm not going to worry about it.
Into the machine at all or anything like that?
No, it's not really. It's not that hot. Now, inside here, can I just show you? Inside, hey up. Where are we? Inside the machine, can you see you've got that green line going across inside the machine? Don't put your fingers in the machine. Because I am Paul Daniels and that is a magic trick. Okay, and that gives me this little piece here, which is where I can leave my book to just dry once it's done. It's like a little shelf for me.
A cooling rack.
So a cooling rack, Dave, that's right. So I've got that there. And all I'm going to do is feed that right to the bottom to make sure it's touching that hot plate that sits at the bottom.
So now the glue will gradually start to melt and coat every single page in that book. So you're now thermally binding your book, your album, your journal, whatever it might be.
So mine may not glue perfectly, as I say, because I didn't set my glue straight. We did this one in the earlier show, though. So this is this one done here, and that's all bound perfectly.
Nothing's falling out.
Nothing's falling out. It's all done. It's perfect. Okay, so you've got all your books the way you want them. We did the hardback one. The thing is, there's nothing to not work. That's the thing with this. It's one of those, you can get it wrong. You can put your glue strip like I just did where I didn't get my page right. You can, it's user error. The actual machine, you cannot go wrong because what it's doing is melting glue. That's all it's doing. It's melting your glue into your pages. If you've got your pages stacked down correctly, if you shuffled them so that they're flat, and then you get that glue strip to your paper, there's no mistaking.
No.
There can't be any error because the glue's just going to melt and hold the pages.
Now, everything is proving popular, everything that's in the show. There's your little beep. That tells you it's time.
When you get it out, once it's beeped and you get it out, okay, get it onto your desk.
Yep.
And you need to smush it. So, smush.
That's
just
helping
run
to
it along.
massage the glue into the pages.
Oh, Dave, you're very poetic tonight.
I know.
It's almost romantic, Dave. Why have we got
Almost.
balloons?
Why not?
Easter. I wondered what the
Got
occasion
balloons so I
was.
can pop them.
Can we do that
You can do
tonight?
that, yeah.
I don't want.
I didn't say yes. Now, while you're doing that and massaging your glue, let me just remind you that this is toner ink, which is basically what is going to allow you to hot foil anything that you stamp. Now, if you've got stamps at home, you stamp with ink religiously, regularly, I'm sure you do. Well, this, if you put that onto your stamp, the toner ink, and then stamp it down, what gets left behind can then be hot foiled. So you can convert all of your stamps now into hot foil if you choose, using this from Heidi Schwab. And Heidi Schwab is an American demonstrator who's got her own hot foiling machine over in the States.
Yeah,
I've
she's
done
very
shows with her.
iconic.
She's great, very, very iconic. So if you want to use that with your stamping platform, basically well, not with your platform, you can. You've basically got here pads, which you can put the toner ink onto, then put that onto your stamp with it, and you can then hot foil what you've stamped.
And you get two of the pads as well. So they go inside the white gadget here.
Yep.
Then you've got a little cap on top of the bottle. You pour some of that toner ink into the cap, and then you pour it over the sponge, if my brain remembers correctly. It's been a long time since I've used it. And then you just put your stamps into it. And then once you put your stamps into it, stamp them out as you would normally on a card. It is much stickier than normal ink. Stamp it out, clean your stamp.
Yeah.
And then get it foiled. There isn't somebody was asking in the earlier show, if you were to stamp something out, would you need to foil it immediately? And the answer is no. It's toner ink, and that it reacts to heat, which is why it works with the foil, because toner ink reacts to heat.
Well, this from Heidi is limited stock. It's going to sell out any minute now, so I'm not surprised at that price, £8.99. And don't forget the toner pens that we've got. You're going to get two, and this again is full of toner ink, so you can write yourself. You can get kids maybe to write with them as well.
Do you want me to do a little demo of it, Dave?
Brilliant, if you could. So basically, it's toner ink in a pen. You're going to get two for £4.99, £2.50 each. And whatever you write with, you can then foil.
It doesn't matter what you write, obviously. Some of you are amazing at drawing, that sort of thing, so you just sort of play. So all we'll just do a little... Nothing rude.
I was wondering then for a minute.
We're not past the watershed. It's just a flower. Taz, do you know, I worked for so long with Taz at Carnation, and I thought I'd got rid of her. And then she got a job here. Honestly, it's been traumatic. Right, let me just put this onto laminator. You did poach her. Yeah. Right, laminator, foiled. So it's telling me, hit the second button thrice.
Thrice.
I love that word. Second button, thrice. Okay, I think I did that thrice. And then all we need to do is chuck a bit of foil on this, nothing too fancy, and you put it through the machine. Now, like I say, where's my Wadram gone, Dave?
What have you lost?
It's here. And this is going to foil this beautifully. You're going to have a 12 by 12 carrier sheet. I have an A4 one here because it's quicker for me to demo with. We did use the 12 by 12 in the last one, just so there's no smoke and mirrors, but it's much quicker for me to chuck this through.
Can you cut down the 12 by 12, make it smaller if you want to?
If you've got the 12 by 12 and you're never going to make a 12 by 12 book, and you know that the maximum size you're going to go to is A5, then cut it down, because there's no reason for you to be spending that much time. However, go canny, because you might find that although you're only doing smaller pieces, maybe the occasion will come where you want to do a 12 by 12 foil. Just think it through, because you can buy I don't know if we've got them. The carrier sheets.
Okay,
Can you have a look on the website for us? Because we did have A4 ones, but I don't know if they sold out when we were in last time. So it's worth having a look for those. I prefer the A4 ones because it's quicker, but I love to have the 12 by 12, which we were using earlier. Mine's over here somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. So we've got that.
We're just now waiting for the machine to heat up to...
Yeah, but if it's not going to beep at me, I'm going. It's flashing. I haven't got patience, Dave.
Okay. Only takes a couple of minutes though, doesn't it?
I don't think Dave's...
I'm not going to argue.
I don't think Dave's ever argued with me, have you, Dave? I just don't
dream
think
of
it's
it.
worth it, isn't it?
No, it's not worth the hassle. It's not worth the hassle. Just say yes.
He's just like, yeah, whatever, Carla. No worries. That's feeding through.
Yeah.
It is the best
Best
way.
way to be. Okay, now look how seamless and how quiet and how...
Oh, I've still got my book on. Dave!
Oh, well, it's cooled off now.
It was, I know, but it was falling out, Dave. Because my laminator sheet was in the way.
It's really satisfying to watch this, and it's completely silent. There's no noise, no whir, nothing at all. And there is a smell to a degree, but it's like when you turn an iron on. It's that sort of smell, which you'd expect from something that's hot.
I quite like it. Is that weird?
I do, yeah.
It's got like a hot smell. I love the smell. I like that hot smell, and then I like the smell of new caravans. They're my two favourite smells.
Okay.
Yeah. Petrol's your favourite smell, you little weirdo. That can't be good for your lungs. No, I wouldn't. If Taz had said that, I would have called her worse than a weirdo. Right, this is coming out. It's coming out. Oh, there you go.
Okay, here it is.
So you can see
This
it.
is using the pen, or the toner pen, okay?
Can you see it?
Yes, I can
You
see
can see the outline of it.
the
So these, how cute are these pens, guys? That you can just put in, draw anything. Your kids can draw.
Look at that.
And you can foil it all out. Bye.
Whatever you've drawn with those pens, you can instantly foil. And remember, normally it's only laser jets and laser printing that will hot foil. But whatever's in that pen, that toner, works with it.
But to say that you can put that in your scan and cut if you've got the universal... Look at this, with the universal pen holder.
Oh.
I'm getting taffled in my wires, and it's very uncomfortable.
I tell you what.
Don't apologise for me.
Actually, when I saw Carla was on, I was thinking, yes, that's going to make it much easier.
Then you regretted it, didn't you, Dave?
$4.99 for two of those toner pens. £2.50 each is what it works out to. I know lots of you are multi-ordering. Some of you are going for 2s and 3s and 4s because it will work with any of the foils that we've got for you in the show today. And we've got a whole load of 12 foil selections we've got for you to choose from. We've got a lovely fuchsia, green, gold, holographic. They're all on the website for you. But I'll tell you what's doing really, really well is the bundle of 3 in the gold, silver and the rose gold. I knew that would be the case. So you've got them for $12.99. They're 3 classic colours. You can't go wrong. There's no holographic on this. You've got rose gold, you've got silver and you've got the yellow gold. They are, remember, 10 feet long and 8.5 inches wide, okay? So those 3 foils, $12.99 your price, and it is XKXC93. XKXC93 your product code for all 3 of them. And the strips that we've got in the different widths, the glue strips you mean, yeah? Okay, so the glue strips we've got, firstly, the big one, which has got the 15 pieces of 25mm, 30 pieces of 12mm and 30 pieces of 6.5mm, okay? So you've got 75 strips of glue here. Obviously, it doesn't come with its own binder or its own spine, but you
just
can make
chuck it on your own, chuck it on your own. So that's all you need to do. So you can put that on any spine that you make, which is really useful because it's things like, I once did my friend's order of service for her wedding.
Right.
And I did all of them, printed them all and did them. And they were quite sort of thick. They'd put photos of the bride and groom in there as well, sort of at the back, as like a memento. If I'd have had this, dudes, life would have been much easier.
Yeah.
Because you'd just be able to chuck it through a million times, right?
You've got potentially 75 products or projects in here as well. You can even cut them down if you're doing things that aren't quite as long as these strips. You can chop them in half and make them go twice as far. That would be 150 projects then you could be making. $34.99 for the glue strips. EC4663 is the product code, EC4663. If you just want to try the pack of 12, we've got the pack of 12 here for you. Now again, these are probably about, I think they're 6.5mm, these, aren't they?
Yeah.
6.5mm across.
So
you
they're
get 12
the ones,
of those.
they're the ones that would come in the spine.
Yeah,
normally.
exactly. So if you fancy those, you can make your own spines. So they are £7.99 for all 12 of them. And we're single figure for the stamping kit. Okay, so the stamping kit, which
Grab hold of that if you can. You can foil all your stamps. It's crazy.
It's toner ink. Make all of your stamps into basically foiled images. You just put the toner ink on the pad, add the stamp into it, stamp with it, bob your uncle. You can then put it through the foiling machine and foil all of your stamps. Who'd have thought that?
So somebody's just asked, do your books open flat? Well, again, this is a dual question. You know the extra score mark I was telling you to put down? If you do that, they'll open flat much easier.
Right.
I'm not going to chance it on the one I've just done because the glue's only just set. Once your glue's set and it's properly cold, yes, you would be able to sort of do that rub on the, you know, when you open a book and you rub that spine so it opens out. But you'd go steady with it. It's like a normal paperback. So if you think of terms of you reading a paperback, you know, in bed, you wouldn't necessarily open it fully. And if you do, it's going to break the spine at the back, right? Which very offensive to people like my good self who love books. So I don't lend anybody books because that's what they do and it gets on my nerves. But with yours, you can do what you like because there are no crafting police or book police, apparently, because when I tried to, you know, report the people, it didn't happen. I want to foil a really complex image and see how far it'll go. I don't know what the answer to that is. Let's see how well this foils. It's a very complex image of a butterfly, very pretty image of a butterfly with florals. I just want to see what happens with these bits here and to see how well it does it. So let's test it. Let's put it to the metal. I'm not sure how much it will take of all that. I'll do it in bright red so that we can see all the things. I know most of you already know this, so I don't mean to teach Granny to suck eggs, but your foil goes on colour side up. I know most people know that, but I would rather tell you. So then I'm just going to lay that flat. Please, please use washi tape when you're doing this at home and don't do what I'm doing here. The reason being is, where I've got wrinkles in my foil, there's a chance it might not hit the actual paper underneath it and I'll get missed bits. I'm willing to do that compromise while I'm on air because we are going quickly. I wouldn't advise you to do it. It's a waste of foil for a start.
Okay.
And you don't want to be doing that.
If you are buying the machine, just a quick reminder that you do get a nice little starter bundle included, which comes with, you get 2 packs of gold foil. You're also going to get 3 of the spines with the adhesive running down the centre as well. You get a craft card one, you get a pink one, and you get a blue one. So that gets you started. And you also get a little gold bulldog clip as well. And of course the 12x12 carrier sheet. Oh, and some pre-printed images.
And full instructions.
Yeah, and full instructions. So that comes with your Mink Cinch machine, which remember is the only machine that I'm aware of that does your thermal binding, it does your amazing laminating in hot and cold, and also the foiling.
Will you do me a favour, lovely? On that box, is there a QR code?
On this one?
On the Mink, yeah. Yes, there is.
Yeah,
There's a QR code. When you get this home, there'll be a QR code on the back of your box, and if you scan it with your phone, I don't know if you all, I'm sure you all know how to use QR codes, but I would rather always explain it in case some people at home have got no clue what we're talking about. Turn the camera on your phone on, hover it over, it'll provide you with a link, hit that link and it'll take you straight to where you need to be. That will take you to tutorials on how to use this machine. So you've got every handhold that you could possibly want. Right, let's see how well we did on something incredibly complex. I'm having a right sweat on here, Dev. Tell you, menopause is not my friend right now. Let's open.
Wait until you see
I'm
this, though.
scared. Are you ready?
I've got faith. Oh, and they all go, wow. Look at this.
Oh, Dave, that's beautiful.
Now look at that. Look at that.
That's a really
foiling.
complex image. Look how pretty that is.
I mean, look at all the veining on the leaves and everything else. I mean, that would be so easy to overfoil or underfoil or miss a bit, but it doesn't. It doesn't at all. And apologies, because basically the walls in our studio, apart from where the lights are black, so it's reflecting the black wall. But hopefully you can see just how magically foiled those images are. So the machine is $99.99. It will hot foil, it will laminate, and it will, of course, do your thermal binding of your books as well. It doesn't have to be a 12x12 book. It doesn't have to be an A4 book. It can be something quite dinky and quite small. This is a book full of envelopes, an envelope for each month of the year. And that's only probably about, what, 4 or 5 inches high. You've got this one, which has been...
This, I think, is a really valuable demo sample. I didn't make this. I have to say, We Are Makers made it. They've foiled the cover, then they've laminated the cover, and then they've used those spines to actually make the book. And I think that's such a valuable way of showing you just how incredible this is in terms of, it shows you everything you can do with it all in once. The foiling's there, the laminating's there, and the bookbinding is there. Now, I'm not saying you would use that all the time, but more examples of that, which I think are beautiful, and I love this so much. Look at this, where you've got your foiling, then you've got your laminated cover, and then inside you've got all of your recipes.
Family recipes.
And isn't that gorgeous? And then all bound with one of the We Are spines. I think that is super pretty. It's something very different. I love the use of the extra papers on the inside with a decorative edge. So if you've got dies that have got decorative edges to create your different things. Ooh, Dave, shall I make you a Belgian waffle?
Oh, sounds good.
Hootenanny pancakes, Dave.
Sounds good to me. Now, I'll tell you what, we've had some questions. Let's answer them. Now, Olivia, is it? Olivia in the West Midlands. Hi, Olivia. Hi, Carla. Would the heat from the machine smudge lined paper?
No.
Right.
It's not hot enough. It's hot enough to melt the glue, and that's as far as it goes. I will tell you why I know how hot it goes, because Kat, our floor manager, who has since left, got the wise idea that she would like to see if it would melt her hair. Because she's a lunatic, and it
Don't
did
try
not.
that at home.
Don't try it at home, no. It's just not hot enough, so it won't smudge any of those. What you've got to accept is that with any book you make, so if you want to open them flat, you can go, I'm not going to break this sample because it's so beautiful. If I wanted to really push that spine, I could open it flat. I'm not going to do that, and I wouldn't do that with a paperback. You know, that's not something I would consider doing anyway. Can you do it? Yes, you'll need to break the spine. So in order to do it, I'd have to push those pages open. Now, what you've got to understand with that, though, especially on the thicker books, where your glue melts into it, it's not really melting so much between the pages, it's melting on the edge of the paper right here. So if you break that spine, there is a chance that you'll open the pages and you'll get a space. If that makes sense, because where you're pushing it flat, those pages are going to slightly separate.
Yeah.
So do I advise it? No, I wouldn't advise it with a paperback either. But again, I say, get that extra score line on here. Do it at 1/4 of an inch, because then when you do that, you can really bend those pages back, and that makes it much easier to use, much easier to write in, draw in, and do all of those things. But I could, she says, look, it's flat enough. That's as far as I'm pushing it. It'll raise, but it is flat. If anybody wants to make a hootenanny pancake, screenshot.
We're getting more questions. Another question's come through from Michelle. Hello, Michelle. Good evening. She says, hi, what is the maximum size you can use when making a book? How many sheets can you use? How many signatures can you use? Many thanks, Michelle, in Lincolnshire.
I don't recommend it for signatures particularly.
No, loose
I
leaf.
don't. Loose leaf. I don't recommend it for signatures. As in terms of how wide can you make it, it's as wide as the mouth of the machine.
So 12 by 12.
Which, 12 by 12 in terms of size. In terms of the amount of pages that you can do, it's got to be able to fit in the machine. So when we're saying that you want to say have, we've tried to work it out earlier, I think it's about 1 inch wide. So if it's about 1 inch wide, that means my book can be about 1 inch thick. And that's how it, that's how you would bind it in those terms. Your widest glue that we are providing you in the big pack, how big is the widest glue in that big mix pack, Dave? Do you know?
Yeah, it is 25 mil.
25 mil.
2.5 centimetres.
2.5 centimetres, which is about 1 inch.
Yeah.
So I would say that's probably where you're going to push the limit, is about 1 inch thick. But that's pretty thick.
That's a lot of paper.
In terms of paper, you're talking about, let's see if this fits in. That's quite a wad of paper, I think you'll agree. That's a fair whack. It's, a good sort of ream. Will it fit?
Now, do remember also, we do have a whole collection of decorative spines as well. Now, we've got some that have got little openings where it says this book belongs to. We've got them in block colours. We've got them in some of the patterns there as well. This is the retro one. If I turn it around, you can see you've got all these retro spines, just like this one here. And you can choose how big the actual book's going to be. We're very, very busy for all of these as well, but you've got 6 of them. 6 of them in total, and you can chop them down to make them shorter if you want to, but they are 12 inches long.
Don't throw away your salvage. So if you cut some off to make a smaller book, keep those little pieces because you can make tiny little dinky books. Now you might have to make the pages longer, so think of it in terms, if I was to make the paper with the spine at the top instead of the bottom, and I just made a little dinky one, so long as I can fish it out of here, because that's not that deep, so long as I can get it out without, you know, hurting myself or the machine, you could make the little tiny ones. When we were doing this at Craftopia and somebody made a tiny one, I seem to remember we managed to get some out with like some tweezers. So it was tiny. So you can really push the limits.
And by the way, also, if you're looking for accessories for your book, have a little look at this. You've got potential tassels. You've got tassels in here. Now, the idea is that you actually attach the tassel to the inside of the back. Don't put it where you put the glue, because obviously that's going to stop the glue hitting the pages.
Yeah.
So have that just stuck to the back of the book there. There we go. And then that will allow you to mark your pages and that sort of thing as well. So you've got a pink, you've got a blue, you've got an orange, a yellow, a purple, and you've got the green with, of course, the satin ribbon as well. There's a tassel or two for you. £9.99 is your price. And all the other accessories for this, all the foils that we got for you, all the spines that we got for you, and it's all there on the website, which is hobbymaker.com. You're back on Sunday, aren't you?
Well, I think I might be back on Friday.
Okay.
With Diamond Press, we're doing like a massive show.
And I'm with you on Sunday.
I've got you, Dave. I've got cut by hand.
New stamps, you're not going to want to miss.
It's not quilling, it's stamps.
Carla, I'll see you later. I'll see you tomorrow from 5. Have a nice day.
Happy Easter from all of us here at Hobbymaker.